see a woodcut that's labeled the Shabbatai Tzvi, the false Messiah, and attributes to him some of the many activities he's engaged in. He also, engages in a heavy antinomian campaign that we're going to have to explore right now. Here is one of the prayer books that were composed by his followers associated with his new teachings. What were essentially the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi? Well, the first is obviously the notion of messianism, that he has come to actually represent the end of history and the beginning of a totally new era. That messianism is precipitated by an adherence to antinomianism, which literally means opposing lawfulness, right? Nomos meaning like law in Greek, and antinomos. And when it was kind of like moderate, his antinomianism was expressed in things like the nullification of fast days. You have, of course, the famous fast of the 9th of Av, which occurs usually in late summer, that corresponds to the destruction of the temples in Jewish thought and the exile of the Jews. But in Jewish thought, that fast day will be transformed into a day of gladness and feasting in the era of the Messiah. And so Shabtai Tzvi says, okay, that's it. The 9th of Av is now a feast day. So for his followers, this was great, although it was a very radical kind of thing for those who were less positively inclined to his teachings. Other antinomian activities were considerably stranger. Like, for example, his insistence on entry into a synagogue one Sabbath that he was denied access to. He used an axe to break down the door on the Sabbath, a clear transgression of the Sabbath. Once present in the synagogue, he essentially took over functions, would call up women to the bima for an aliyah, which was another aspect of his thought. He was extremely egalitarian. He really looked to women as a great source of his movement, and it's hard to gauge exactly how much that contributed to his overall popularity, but many of the things which he proposed were later actually adopted by more liberal movements in 19th and 20th century, in particular Judaism. He would, speaking of women, he was actually married several times. It's quite likely that the first two weddings were never consummated. That may have something to do with his mental illness in one way or another. He later, however, married an orphan woman who had some kind of a checkered past. There were some questions about, her level of promiscuity prior to meeting Shabtai Tzvi. This actually appealed to him because there is, of course, a couple of prophetic characters who marry women of similar repute in the Bible. She was actually an orphan from the Chmelnytsky rebellion itself, which distinctly appealed to Shabtai Tzvi. She proved to be his most devoted supporter, and we'll meet her in a moment. He also at one point actually married a Torah scroll. That is exactly what I mean by what I said. He actually performed or had performed a marriage ceremony between himself as the groom and an inanimate object, the Torah scroll, however holy, as the bride. You get a sense of just how wild this went. Later on, there were credible rumors, although certainly inflated because of their salacious nature, of a widespread activity, especially among his followers, of what was called Avera Lishma, which means sinning for the right reasons. Very complex doctrine in Kabbalah. If you think back to some of the kind of bizarre stories in the Bible, like Tamar dressing herself as a prostitute in order to have relations with her father-in-law in the book of Genesis, a chapter, I think it's 37, that's usually skipped over in kids' classes and things like that. And this idea that even for, or on a lesser level, Rebecca, you know, deceiving her husband Isaac in order to make sure that Jacob gets the blessing rather than his brother Esau. So difficult discussion theologically, but his followers definitely picked up on this idea of a very Lishma and used it principally to to nullify many commandments in the Torah, including the consumption of non-kosher food, the violation of the Sabbath, and the violation of marital vows as well, which was perhaps one of the more popular elements of Sabbateanism. It was certainly one of the elements that in wider circulation when people talk about Sabbateanism said, do you know what they do? Things like that. So that was definitely part of the story surrounding it. He was open to change in a very big way, not only in terms of his own Sabbatean message, but as I mentioned, when he would take over synagogues, he would demand that rather than reading from that Sefer Torah, which was, okay for him to be married to, but not okay to be read from publicly, and he would demand that people use the newfangled printed Chumash, the printed Sefer Torah, rather than the old style scroll. Now, as he's moving on his career, his mania increases. Those periods of euphoria become larger and larger and more longer lasting, and egged on by people like Nathan of Gaza and his increasingly enthusiastic followers, he decides that it's now time for him to reveal himself to the Ottoman Sultan, to demand that the land of Israel be turned over to him as the Jewish Messiah, and then he will engage. So this interesting sort of comic book version, like the issue of the broadsheet that we saw a while ago about the post-desecration of Gaza, sort of tells the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. We'll just zoom in on a couple of elements of it. So Shabbatai Tzvi goes with Nathan of Gaza, sails off to Constantinople to meet with the Ottoman Sultan and to say, okay, I'm here, give me the city of Jerusalem and the land of Israel so that I can begin my Messianic period, or Messianic age. I think that's Nathan of Gaza in the front there, blowing the trumpet, here comes the Messiah, that kind of thing. He meets with the representative of the Sultan. This picture here shows him actually meeting with the Sultan. That actually didn't take place. The Sultan didn't want to give him the time of day. He sent an emissary to him, but he lays out his case, and the Sultan says to him, that's so nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. Do you mind if I call you Shabsi? Is that okay? I have a counteroffer. I'm not prepared to give you the land of Israel. Sorry, I kind of like it. But I will allow you to remain alive if you agree to accept Islam. That is, you may leave my presence and authority unscathed as long as you become a Muslim. And to the great dismay of his followers, Shabtai Tzvi accepts the offer, and he converts to Islam. And his thousands of followers, a lot of debate over exactly how large his following was, but it was certainly very significant. From all across Europe, they are crestfallen because he has abandoned Judaism. And the whole reason they were following is because they felt he was the culmination of Judaism. Here is him being taken away to the soldiers to be redressed in Ottoman turbans and so on. Here is his wife Sarah, who joins him in his Islamic conversion, his apostasy. I find Sarah especially interesting. Actually, there's a great book written by Adam Port Albert that discusses women and Sabbateanism much more length. But I note that she was early a trendsetter. Look at that hairstyle. Doesn't that look a lot like Queen Amidala of Star Wars? I definitely think so. There's certainly a connection there between Sarah, Mrs. Tzvi, as it were, and Queen Amidala. Okay, but sorry about that. So, what ends up happening? The movement falls apart. The vast majority of his followers all kind of limp back home. Many of them have already sold their belongings, their properties, their fraction of their value, and they have to start all over again. Uh, but there is a small minority of his followers who double down. And this is an interesting phenomenon where sometimes when people are, I read about it a little bit in the context of some bizarre American political beliefs, for example, that sometimes when people believe passionately in something, and then they're shown clear evidence that it is not as they saw it, rather than acceding to logic and say, wow, I was wrong, I now have to sort of regroup, some people will actually redouble their efforts to believe, and they'll create a new kind of false mentality to affirm their earlier erroneous choice. In the case of some of the followers of Shabtai Tzvi, they actually said to themselves, okay, wait a second. Shabtai Tzvi is definitely the Messiah. We have already accepted that. That's not negotiable. So maybe his conversion to Islam means that Jews must all convert to Islam in order to kind of like bring together these two Semitic faiths. Yeah, that's it. And so many of his followers elected to convert to Islam along with him, and they constituted a coherent community that lasted well into the 20th century called the Dinne. This is one of their mosques in Thessaloniki in Greece. They actually had a strong presence in Turkey and Syria and elsewhere. And there is a noted presence of them in 20th century Turkish politics, for example. Quite fascinating. There are also reverberations of neo-Sabbateanism throughout Europe. By the way, what I should mention, the end of Shabtai Tzvi's personal story is that after his initial conversion to Islam, he still had to deal with his mental issues, unfortunately, and they continued to plague him. It turns out that he went back and forth with even his conversion and with a lot of the things he had said, and he proved to be a bit of a thorn in the side of the Ottoman authorities, who found him a nuisance. Like, for example, he was constantly giving out post-Messianic authorities. He was naming people, okay, you can be king of Africa, you can be the vizier of Europe, and things like that. And it was creating a certain amount of disruption among his followers and among Jews in general. So ultimately, he was imprisoned. And in prison, one of the last things he did was he requested a Yom Kippur Matzah for his own purposes so that he could pray the great prayers of atonement and penance while he was in prison. So I think in many ways he can be regarded as a tragic figure, but I'll leave that to you if you want to read the work of Gershom Scholem and others. But Neo-Sabbateanism persisted for centuries, not just with the Dinne who actually converted to Christianity. There were actual followers of Shabtai Tzvi who were still embedded in Jewish communities, who practiced their understanding of Judaism secretly, typically, because they realized how they would be excoriated by the larger communities. And many prominent rabbis were falsely, sometimes perhaps not so falsely, accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. Perhaps one of the most notorious was the attack on Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshutz of Altona, who was one of the most highly regarded rabbis of Europe, and he fell under withering criticism from Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who accused Rabbi Eibeshutz of invoking Sabbatean teachings in his own Kabbalistic studies, in particular in the production of amulets, which was kind of like an industry that the Ashkenazi Jews engaged in, Sephardic Jews as well. It's really a universal thing, the production of small amulets that are prayers for health and healing, and for sustenance, livelihood, marriage, all kinds of things like that, which is a long-standing tradition of Judaism, Talmudic era, and further before that. But Rabbi Yaakov Emden studied some of the amulets produced by Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshutz and said he's definitely a Sabbatean. And so people lined up on either side who was their favorite rabbi that they would defend, and it was like a rather major controversy in the 18th century. Similarly, the case of a great well-known figure, the fantastic Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, also an 18th century thinker. He's perhaps most well known as the author of Mesilat Yesharim, phenomenal ethical treatise that continues to be studied today. I myself have gone through it many, many times. I think I've gone through it 27 times now, primarily because I heard once that the great Vilna Gaon studied it 101 times. And I'm hoping that if I go through it that many times, maybe I will, turn out to have real worthwhile ethical behavior. At any rate, the Mesilat Yesharim was written by a man who is principally known perhaps for this ethical work, but he was at heart really a Kabbalist, and he wrote some tremendous Kabbalistic works, but he was accused of infusing his Kabbalah with the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. He was hounded out of his native land in northern Italy, and he sought refuge in Amsterdam. And on the way to Amsterdam with his family, he was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt by critics who suggested that he was a late follower of Shabtai Tzvi. This is like, a good 80 years after Shabtai Tzvi has already passed away, and the Mesilat Yesharim himself is held under house arrest. All of his writings were confiscated by the local Jewish court and then buried and lost. So a tremendous amount of his work we no longer have extant. It is moldering somewhere under a cellar floor in the city of Frankfurt am Main. Nevertheless, he was able to exonerate himself from all charges, as Rabbi Yonatan Rabbi was as well. He went on to Amsterdam, later to Israel, where he passed away near Akko. But at any rate, the reverberations of the Sabbatean debacle continued throughout Europe for a couple hundred years. And perhaps the last expression of this, or the last really meaningful, organized expression of this, occurred in Poland under the leadership of someone who claimed personally to be the reincarnation of Shabtai Tzvi, one Jacob Frank, shown here. And I don't think I want to overbalance this lecture by going into too much detail with Jacob Frank, but the ironic parallel with Shabtai Tzvi is that while Frank also proclaimed himself the Messiah, unlike Shabtai Tzvi, he did not appear to have the same level of possible mental illness. He seemed to be more of the charlatan type, I think, when casual outside reading would reveal that. And ultimately, when he came under fire from the Jewish community that wished to place bans on him, ultimately they did put him in jail. They did place a ban on him, which would mean that Jews would be forbidden to associate with him in any way, to be visible with him, even to stand within 6 feet of him. He sought refuge in the home of a bishop in Poland. And one of the great criticisms leveled against him was that he was not following the dictates of the Talmud, something we discussed in the lecture a little while ago. This was something that the bishop warmed to and actually used the Frank situation as a foil to attack the Talmud as something which would otherwise be, he argued that it's a very noxious impact on the Jewish population of Poland, preventing them from converting to Christianity. So Jacob Frank obliged and actually converted to Catholicism. That's kind of like the interesting parallel to Shabtai Tzvi, who converted to Islam. Jacob Frank converted to Catholicism, largely for opportunistic reasons in connection with this particular bishop who sheltered him, and in so doing resulted in the confiscation and destruction of some 10,000 Talmudic volumes, a huge loss to the Jewish intellectual heritage in Poland at that time. He later went on, now as a nominal Catholic, but still, presenting his vision of himself as a Messiah, traveled throughout Europe. His daughter Ava, shown here, took off after him, following in much the same vein. Also, both of them involved with similar activities, credibly accused of engaging in antinomian behavior. The sexual aspect of their practices was definitely widely known, and the subject of many salacious rumors, and ultimately the entire movement ended in defeat. Eva Frank herself died penniless, but nevertheless, you see the same kind of readiness for the Messiah that characterized a certain number of the Jewish followers of both Shabbatai Tzvi and of Jacob Frank. That kind of like sums up this huge intellectual, spiritual whirlwind that had tremendous impact in the case of Shabbatai Tzvi over most of Europe, in the case of Jacob Frank, particularly in Eastern Europe. But that's where I think I'd like to leave it for today. Let me thank you all for listening to this brief overview of Excellent Day. We're going to look at the 18th century in particular, and we're going to focus on the three major intellectual movements that affected the Jews of Ashkenaz during that time. Specifically, we're going to look at the rise of Hasidism, the opposition of the Mitnagdim, and then the innovations of the Maskilim. These are three really important intellectual movements that had massive consequences for the next couple of centuries, right up until where we are today. They still continue to be felt, and the debates that raged in the 1700s and the 1800s are still very much a part and parcel of what it means to be a thinking Jew today. You know, one has to orient oneself within those three movements and triangulate, so to speak, a place for intellectual productivity and self-satisfaction. The word I'm looking for here is sipuk nefesh, the satisfaction of the soul, trying to figure out exactly how one must relate to one's God, one's community, one's family, one's self, all within these three basic modern Jewish movements. So let's go straight to the material. We had lots of long introductions in the previous lectures, so let's have a shorter one today. Here's a great photograph from a recent popular series on cable or whatever streaming services, Shtisel. It shows a couple of characters, a father and a son, having a breakfast together. And I kind of like this picture for reasons that I'll demonstrate in a moment. But we're going to be looking at essentially the long 18th century. Obviously, how long is a century? A century is 100 years. But Eric Hobsbawm, very important historian, pioneered the use of the term long 19th century, which goes from basically the French Revolution in 1789 to the beginning of World War I, 1914. So that's kind of somewhat longer than 100 years. And then he also pioneered the short 20th century, which goes from the beginning of, or the end of World War I, 1918, to the fall of communism in 1991. So it's much shorter than a century. I would like to suggest that in terms of Ashkenazi history and Jewish history at large, we're still in the 18th century in so many ways. This is a very, very long 18th century. And here are the three figures that are crucial for our understanding and their relationship to larger movements. First, we have the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. He is associated with the foundation of the Chabad Hasidic movement. I would include a picture here, perhaps more appropriately, of the Baal Shem Tov, Israel Ben Eliezer, who we'll talk about a little bit today, God willing. But we don't have any reliable pictures of him, and this is an iconic image that one sees in Chabad houses all over the world. And Rabbi Shneur Zalman, although he is really a third generation, he was extremely influential in advancing a Hasidic vision through the rest of the world, as Chabad is today, in fact. And so he's appropriate for our 18th century focus. So he represents, obviously, the Hasidic mindset, the Hasidic movement, which we will explore over the course of the next hour or so. Then there is, of course, the great Rabbi Elijah of Vilna, the Vilna Gaon, who represents really the counterpoint to that position He is the acknowledged head of the movement known as the Mitnagdim, or the Misnagdim, as would be pronounced in Ashkenazi pronunciation. Literally, that term means opponents, and they opposed the Hasidic movement, and so ironically, they derived their name from their the way in which they orient themselves to this innovative movement known as Hasidism. In reality, they could have called themselves, let's say, the traditionalists, because the Misnagdim represented the sort of follow-through of the earlier Talmudic tradition, which obviously predates Chabad by centuries, if not millennia, depending on how you want to define the traditional text-based Talmudic culture. But nevertheless, the term Misnagdim stuck, and so they're a very important element in our discussion of the three major intellectual movements of the era. And finally, we have the Haskalah, which is certainly well typified by Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, also known as Moses of Dessau. He was the first really significant Jew to articulate a new way of identifying with modernity that did not view the outside world as necessarily toxic and dangerous, but rather one in which Jews were expected to engage, one in which Jews could fully connect with while respecting the boundaries of their own ideologies and beliefs, and yet they could contribute to and be affected by the outside world. These three ideologies came into very significant conflict over the course of the 18th and into the 19th centuries. And of course, these three movements have a legacy, an intellectual legacy, which continues to affect us to this day. While we're on this picture, I can't leave without pointing out that the actors in this series called Shtisel, which is a very enjoyable series, they of course do not necessarily look the way they appear. Here's Shulam Shtisel, the character, played by Dov Glickman, rather brilliantly, but rather different physical appearance. And here is his son, Akiva Shtisel, played by Michael Aloni. I especially like including this picture of Michael Aloni because it often happens when I'm walking down the streets in Jewish neighborhoods. People walk up to me and say, "Hey, don't I know you? Aren't you that guy, Michael Aloni?" Ha, just kidding. That really doesn't happen to me. Occasionally, though, when I'm in Manhattan, I'm often mistaken for other people like Will Smith and who knows, famous actors. No, I'll probably cut this part out of the internet. But let's go straight into the next part of the lecture. It's hard to have these lectures start so early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here, and I can't see any of you in this webinar, so I'm just talking to my own face, and I'm tempted to cheer myself up with stupid jokes. Okay, so what I'd like to say about the three movements is I'd like to phrase them in terms of rebellions, because even the traditionalists, even the Misnagdim, who lay claim to be like following through on an older tradition, they also have rebellious elements because they are forced by the birth of the Hasidic movement to redefine themselves in opposition to something new. So that requires a certain amount of repositioning, as we shall see. So all three of these movements represent significant intellectual rebellions, upheavals. Let me explain what I mean. First, let's start with the rebellion of discovery, which is chronologically the earliest of these three rebellions, and that refers as a term I've used for the Hasidim. Here's a wonderful picture of Jews dancing at Tzfat, Hasidic Jews, you can see. Now, there are some Misnagdim scattered in here as well, by the way, maybe a few Sfardim. They are rebels of discovery in the sense that they're certainly traditionalists, as we shall see shortly, in terms of their orientation to the basic theological and practical tenets of Judaism, theory and practice, but they claim to be energized by something new, something innovative, something which has been discovered in the tradition, which it has ancient origins, but has recently come to flourish and find new expression in the 18th century. They perceive that innovation as a restoration or as a coming closer to a perceived core, something that has always been within Judaism, but has been, much more constrained and focused and restricted to individuals. And now with this new movement of Hasidism, it is suddenly made more available, like the overflowing of a well and spreading out of its waters to many other people. That's really what's going on. What is this innovation? What is this new thing? Well, essentially deeply rooted in Kabbalah. As we discussed yesterday, the Tzfat explosion of intellectual, spiritual, religious creativity in the 16th century had strong reverberations through the thought of the Arizal, one of the great Kabbalists of that city and that era, and found expression later in the Hasidic movement in particular. So Kabbalah gives which obviously has ancient origins, although there's some dispute over specific texts and when they were written, but the whole idea of an esoteric, mystical approach to the Godhead through Judaism certainly goes all the way back to the biblical origins. Even Abraham has these, prophetic visions, Ezekiel and so on. So the idea of bringing more of that Kabbalah, more of that tradition into standard day-to-day Judaism was something that Hasidism was especially noted for. So it is a rebellion of discovery, meaning, hey, we have this amazing intellectual, spiritual resource here. Why aren't we making more use of it? That's really what Hasidism is in terms of its rebellion. Then, to contrast that, we have the rebellion of tradition, which is associated with the great Talmudic schools in Lithuania in particular. The rebels of tradition look at this innovation, they look at the Kabbalah coming into daily practice and say, wait a second, that's not right. Kabbalah is meant to be only for the holiest of holy. They're not saying that the Kabbalah is somehow incorrect or not representative of Judaism. They're saying that it should be more restricted, that the Hasidim have stepped over their acceptable boundaries by offering this body of ideas to a much larger population of people who are not ready and who are not, spiritually refined enough to receive it. They perceive that innovation of bringing those restricted ideas and practices to the masses as fundamentally antinomian, meaning against the law, things that should not happen because they could have disastrous impact. And just to give you a sense of how this can really be couched in terms of a rebellion rather than a mere opposition, one of their great heroes is the famous Chassam Sofer, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, very important thinker of the era, in which in his clash with not so much the Hasidim, much more the Haskalah, he laid down a very basic principle, which I want to explain. It'll take me a little bit of a second. Let's just go back for a second to the biblical practice of not eating wheat during a certain time of year in the summer. There's a particular crop of wheat during the summer harvest that's called Hadash. In Hebrew, that means new. And that new wheat may not be eaten during a certain period of several weeks during the summer. It's just one of those biblical laws. And so, as the Talmud puts it, Chadash asur min Torah, or as you would say in Ashkenazis, Chadash asur min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. So Rabbi Schreiber, the Chassam Sofer, used that passage from the Talmud to describe anything new as being forbidden by the Torah. Simply saying, Chadash asur min Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. You can't innovate with this new introduction of Kabbalistic ideas, but in particular, you maskilim who want to bring an organ into the synagogue, want to move the Sabbath to Sunday, want to revise the laws of keeping kosher, no way, Chadash asur min Torah. Anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. So that's kind of like a pretty strong statement. And I don't think that some software meant it literally and universally, but it was definitely a way to kind of coalesce thinking around an approach to these new ideas. So it is a rebellion, but it is a rebellion for tradition. And then finally, the last group, the Maskilim, the so-called enlighteners, so we'll have much more time to discuss in the Q&A, hopefully. The enlighteners, the Maskilim, are, I like to term them as rebels of expansion, meaning they say, here we are in the 18th century, and we sort of have a particular way of life and a way of relating to non-Ashkenazim, specifically the non-Jewish world around us, but also to, non-Ashkenazic Jews, which there will be a significant new influx after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. And they say we should rather be expanding our horizons into other areas of political, social, especially cultural and intellectual endeavors that we've never really engaged in before. This background image is a beautiful medieval representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess together. Chess was seen for much of the second millennium of the Common Era as kind of like a leveling factor, that regardless of one's ideological background, one could engage in a game of chess without necessarily sacrificing one's personal beliefs and practices. So it was seen as kind of like a safe meeting place for ideologically divergent players like Jews and Muslims, Jews and Christians, Christians and Muslims, and so on. So this rebellion of expansion sees innovations in the tradition as corrections, as ways of addressing artificial phenomena that had developed over the centuries that may have been intrinsically harmful to the advance of Jewish civilization and thought. And their great hero is that we will see some of the 18th and 19th century figures who were involved, but they tend to look backwards to figures that they feel are well representative of their values, such as Moses Maimonides, who was one of those very unique figures who, of course, lived quite a bit earlier. We're talking about 8 centuries before the time we're talking, maybe 6 centuries. And Moses Maimonides, however, was one of those rare Sephardic geniuses who was adept both within the Jewish intellectual tradition and extremely creative, writing things like the Mishneh Torah, the Guide for the Perplexed, but at the same time, very, very active in the secular world. As a physician, he wrote many treatises in Arabic on various medical conditions and so on, and he's seen as kind of like a golden age individual and a prime figure for modern Jews to emulate. It is not inconsequential that many schools that sort of lean towards this Maskilic approach name themselves after Maimonides, Rambam schools, because he's seen as one of these figures who's able to, join general and Jewish knowledge together in such an appealing way, while certainly not sacrificing his rigor in either area. So those are our 3 rebellions that will occupy us for the next, really the rest of this lecture and the next one as well. Now, let us not forget the background, which we have explored in somewhat greater detail before, but let's just touch on these things because very important to understand the context in which the 18th century develops. Certainly, one of the most important elements is the Spanish expulsion and later the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497, which also resulted in significant demographic change as Jews fled or were pushed out of the Iberian Peninsula to many different locations, including, as you see on the left of this map, a las Americas, right, to the South America in particular, also some to North America, and quite a bit going to free cities like Amsterdam and so on, where they had considerable more leverage in terms of how they practiced their orientation to their traditional faith of Judaism, many of whom had already been converted, forcibly or otherwise, to Christianity. And they brought with them to these Ashkenazic lands an unusual intellectual flexibility as a result of their very divergent range of experiences with regards to faith. Let us look, for example, at the tragic case of Uriel da Costa, someone upon whom I meditate frequently, actually, and I've spoken about him in a few different lectures. He is shown here in this fanciful image as the dark, brooding man who has the young boy on his lap, who's supposed to be a figure, a representation of the earlier Baruch Spinoza. In many ways, they are quite complementary to each other. Uriel da Costa, very briefly, was a Portuguese man, Portuguese Jewish man. He was raised without being told his Jewish origins, and he actually pursued a career. He was very brilliant student. He pursued a career and received ecclesiastical honors at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Then his mother revealed to him, Uriel, I got to tell you that maybe your name gave it away, but we're actually Jews. We've been crypto Jews since the Spanish, the expulsion, the forced conversion of 1497, and even the Portuguese Inquisition that was started in the early 16th century. He was initially delighted. He said, wow, that's great. I'm so fascinated. By the way, crypto Jews typically did not tell their children when they were very young about their Jewish origins because there was a tremendous danger should they reveal it to other kids in the neighborhood. So they were typically only enlightened as to their true status when they were young adults. His mother and he managed to leave Portugal, and they ended up in Amsterdam, where Da Costa was thrilled to be part of a real Jewish community, and he was so excited. However, the weakness that he carried with him was that his perception of the Jewish people was entirely based on the documentation he was able to access in Portugal, which was basically the Bible. And so he's reading about great figures like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph and King David and so on. And he's saying, wow, these Jews must be remarkable people. And when he gets to Amsterdam, he finds that, you know what? They're not quite as remarkable as he thought. You know, there are some that engage in, inappropriate business practices, and some that engage in intellectually dishonest activity. And he finds himself in a situation where he is a kind of a Baal Tshuva, right? A penitent, a newly religious person, but he finds that regular FFBs, religious from birth individual, that's a contemporary term, from birth, meaning religious from birth, they don't necessarily behave with the standards that he expected. He gets into a lot of conflict with local authorities. He actually writes some books which are critical of the Jewish tradition. His intellectual genius was coupled with, unfortunately, a mental instability, and he is excommunicated several times. He actually moves to another community, tries to settle in there. The same kind of thing happens. The end of the story is he went back to Amsterdam with kind of a resolution that, as he put it, I have to live in a community, so I agree to live as an ape among apes, meaning he will give up his personal view of what Judaism should be and what Jews should believe, and he'll live within this regular community because he simply can't live all alone. He was terribly attached to his mother. He wanted to be near her and so on. In the final excommunication, the Beit Din of Amsterdam decided that if he were to be accepted back, he had to undergo a ritual of humiliation. They said to him, Uriel, we've done this several times. You say you're sorry, and then right away you go back and do other terrible things. You'll have to view my video on this to understand a little bit more of the practical details. But specifically, they said, if you really want to come back, then this is what you've got to do. You've got to come to synagogue, you've got to confess in front of the entire congregation. You will endure a symbolic flogging. It was not a flogging like, to draw blood and things like that, God forbid, but it was nevertheless in the middle of the synagogue to be flogged, to see such a public, visible sign of public condemnation. And then he would have to lie down on the steps outside the synagogue and have the entire congregation walk over his prone form. Terrible humiliation. He goes through with it, then he goes home. He sits down and he writes a 12-page suicide note. called, which has been published later, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of a human life. And then he pulls out a gun and he kills himself. Very, very tragic story relating to the question of identity, layers of identity, his earlier Christian identity being added, underlying his newer Jewish identity, the disconnect between his imagined Jewish identity and the identity of the Jews of Amsterdam among whom he lived. Very tragic, and I think quite relevant to the modern day. Is actually dramatic versions have been staged multiple times. So it was a very popular a very popular play in Europe. Anyway, he's a great example of the kind of intellectual yeast that was brought into Ashkenazic lands by the Portuguese expellees in particular because of their earlier Christian status. Recall that this is a process that took place over a century or two, and so there are people who have been Christian for generations who then finally make their way to Ashkenazic lands in order to join a Jewish community, and they've already been colored by a very, very different experience than traditional Ashkenazim have received. Of course, the figure on the lap here of Baruch Spinoza, who is shown in this brilliant painting by Hirschenberg as being so different from the brooding, dark Acosta. He's in light clothing, blonde, and holding on to flowers as they both gaze at a book. Acosta with this penetrating thousand-yard star, with Spinoza with kind of this casual offhand glance. He, of course, essentially repeats much of the story of Acosta. Here is another work by Hirschenberg, who was just as fascinated by these individuals as I. Spinoza would also suffer an excommunication from the court in Amsterdam, one that seemed to pain him far less than that of Da Costa. You can see in this image where Hirschenberg portrays him as simply walking along the street, engrossed in his studies, whereas the traditionalist Jews of Amsterdam are cowering. One appears to be reaching for a stone to perhaps throw at him, and Hirschenberg is definitely sharpening his axe with this rather polemic image, but nevertheless, it points to the narrative that I want to describe here of intellectual ferment that's going on in Ashkenazic lands, particularly in Western Europe, that will eventually find its expression in, at the very least, the Haskalah, and really quite a bit more, as Spinoza, of course, has a much longer arc of influence on Western thought. So we also have, as we discussed yesterday, demographic upheavals with the horrible pogroms associated with the Khmelnytsky rebellions and large displacement of peoples into Europe, where, again, ideas are circulating, as many Eastern European Jews are encountering some of these Western European ideas. And then we are immediately following the Khmelnytsky rebellion with the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which we discussed also yesterday, and that's followed up by Neo-Sabbatianism. This is one of the amulets that we mentioned yesterday, in which Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz was accused of being a Neo-Sabbatian, and even figures as phenomenal and as important as Rabbi Moshe Chaim Ritzato were accused of heretical views. So going into the 18th century, we've got so many ideas kicking around, lots of challenges to the status quo, and they will ultimately find expression in the three movements that I've described. Let's just look, before we move straight to the Hasidic movement, at the demographic distribution of Ashkenazic Jews and how that relates to the three movements that we're talking about today. This is a great map that gives you a sense of the demographic shift that we described earlier this week of Jews from the Rhineland. There are still significant populations of Jews in Germany by the time you get to the middle of the 19th century, but all Jews have also been admitted, not formally, but basically the earlier expulsion was ignored. So you have Jews making their way into the United Kingdom, but the large mass of Ashkenazic Jewry is primarily in the Russian Empire at this point. And in terms of the three movements that we're going to be talking about, the first is the Hasidic movement, that is chronologically the earliest in terms of its development, is the Hasidic movement, which is largely centered in what we would call today right bank Ukraine and southern Poland. That's where you have the great centers of Medjugorje and Berdichev, and so many of the towns that are associated with great Hasidic masters are really located in the southern part of the great homeland of Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewry. Then slightly to the north, and it's really like a Venn diagram, Hasidim and Misnagdim could live side by side in a given street in an Eastern European shtetl. Although when you move further north, you are more likely to have fewer and fewer Hasidim and more Misnagdim. The Vilna was widely regarded, Vilnius, as the capital of the Hasidic world, the capital of the Misnagdic world, primarily because it was the domicile of the great Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilna, that we talked about earlier. But there were Hasidic movements active in Lithuania as well, including Chabad, for example. So they're primarily to the north, but as a Venn diagram, they're overlapping with Hasidim. Finally, you have the Misnagdic movement, the Haskalah, which also has penetration into Eastern Europe, but is really based in the northern German region. Berlin is one of the major centers of Haskalah in the early period, and these three movements will interact with each other over the course of the 18th and well into the 19th century, and many of their arguments continue to reverberate to the present day. Well, what exactly is Hasidism? What do we mean when we say Hasidism? I did point to the Kabbalah earlier, but in terms of what's important in Judaism, how does Hasidism differ from the traditionalists? I will remind you that one of the elements of Judaism that distinguishes it from its daughter religion, Christianity, or its granddaughter religion, Islam, less so Islam, is the notion that while Judaism has some key tenets, like, for example, the idea of monotheism, the idea of life after death, these are all classic elements of Jewish thought, the anticipation of the Messiah. But these basic ideas of belief, of intellectual commitment, can be summarized in a very small number. There are various counts depending on which of the medieval authorities you look at, but you can basically count the key things that Jews must believe easily on one set of hands. It's a small number of mandatory beliefs for Jews. On the other hand, we've got a huge number of practical requirements. Judaism is in many ways much more about practice than it is about belief. Like, what do you do with your day? Judaism, traditional Judaism obviously, has a highly regulated set of rules codified in 613 commandments, which dictate, how you're supposed to live your life. So if that is the more important measuring stick for what is Jewish, how does Hasidism stack up against Misnagdim? So if we put this little chart together and we look at the practices or beliefs of both groups, let's say first, one of the key ideas is, do you believe that there are 613 commandments, meaning that the Torah comes from Sinai, from God, and that it defines these 613 commandments that the rabbis have articulated in the oral Torah through the Talmud in particular, the Code of Jewish Law? Misnagdim say, well, absolutely, that's our bread and butter, that's what we do all day, is study those commandments. And the Hasidim also say yes. So, okay, right, that's a really clear distinction. This, by the way, to jump ahead to the 20th century, certainly I could say in the 19th century, this is a key distinction with modern movements, which are now called denominations of Judaism, that might not necessarily agree that there are 613 commandments. And even though among the Orthodox there may be some discussion of, well, this particular commandment number 82 isn't really a commandment, it's just a just a rabbinic enactment, but you forgot one other that I included to make 613. That's perfectly par for the course for traditional Judaism. But in the 19th and 20th century, then there are people who would say, in the name of Judaism, no, we think that there are only 10 commandments, or we think that there are even no commandments, that it's all, later creations. This is not characteristic of 18th century Hasidism or Misnagdism at all. Let's look at some of the key parts of it, like the observance of Shabbat. By the way, the next three, this one and the next two, are really sort of like when a person wants to convert to Orthodox Judaism. These are, in my experience, limited experience with it, these are the three things that they really concentrate on, because learning and practicing Judaism in this traditional form is a lifelong endeavor. Study of the commandments itself is part of the whole package. So it's something that you really get better at as you get older. So if someone wants to convert to Judaism, they can't be expected to know and practice everything right away. They might have an attitudinal approach saying, I'm willing to practice everything, I just don't get it yet. So the three areas that rabbis typically concentrate on are observance of Shabbat, observance of Kashrut, and observance of the laws of family intimacy. So looking at Shabbat, right, which has this very complex set of rules of 39 forbidden behaviors that are essentially creative or manipulative in reality, like, wonderfully no cell phone use and, concentrating. I'm not going to go into it. So Shabbat, Misnagdim say yes, absolutely, and Hasidim say, oh, Givaldic, we love Shabbos, it's great. So they're the same. What about keeping kosher? Oh yeah, the Misnagdim, they love kosher chicken. They detest non-kosher chicken. Hasidim also, yes. Now, as we shall see, they will debate the particular details of what makes something kosher. But the concept of keeping kosher is sacrosanct for both groups. And finally, the laws of family intimacy, which we've discussed in a previous class, very basic to Judaism. The Misnagdim say, totally, we're down with this, and the Hasidim as well. They will argue over things like, what's the appropriate way to construct a ritual bath, a mikvah, which is essential, of course, to the laws of family intimacy, but they all agree that it is basic to Judaism. So wait a second. If we want to say that the primary intellectual religious commitment of believing that there is a Torah that comes from God at Sinai is the same for both groups, and all of the key elements of practice are the same for both groups, so what's different about them? Why is Hasidism something new? In large part, it is a matter of style. All of the elements of Hasidism are familiar to the Misnagdim, but there's a question of what they emphasize. Certain aspects of this very rich millennial tradition receive far more attention and energy in the Hasidic movement than they do in the Misnagdic movement. And that change in emphasis is something that really makes this a distinct group. Very, very closely related to the prior, its origins in the Misnagdic movement, but nevertheless distinct. So one way to try to understand this is that Hasidism is kind of like Jewish, but even more so, right? Like Hasidim go beyond what is required. Of course, they're going to meet the minimum standards. They want to go to beyond standards, and we can see this in all kinds of ways of life. I am personally most familiar with Chabad, and I think they're a great example of this, right? The fact that, there are young people who are willing to dedicate their entire lives to move to some remote part of the world where there are hardly any Jews and set up a Chabad house just to serve the tiny number of Jews that may be in the environs, and they dedicate their entire lives to this. That's a phenomenal level of commitment that you do not see in a similar way, in my humble opinion, experience with the Hasidic, with the Misnagdic world. I'd like to give you one concrete example that we already looked at earlier today, the case of payas. So payas literally means corners, and it refers to the corners of one's face. The biblical law, as understood through the traditional Talmudic tradition, is that one, based on a verse in the Bible, one may not use a razor to shave one's temples. Referring specifically to men, men may not shave their temples with a razor. So, as you notice, the hair inside of my head, maybe I need a haircut, a trim, but nevertheless, they're certainly not long. It's more or less the same length as whatever hair is left on the rest of my head. And that's because I'm a Litvak and just have the traditional approach, which says no razor. Okay, fine. But the Hasidim say, if we can't take a razor to that part of our head, we're not even going to take scissors to the part of the head. And we're going to let that part of our head just grow wild and free. And that's going to be kind of like an outward statement of who we are about. We are Jewish, but even more so. Now, it's not to say that it's forbidden to trim one's peyos with scissors, but in Hasidic practice, it's highly discouraged. The idea is, no, you've got to live your life. What do they say today? You be you, and your you-ness is in the Hasidic tradition. And we see this with a lot of Kabbalistic-oriented movements, because there is a Kabbalistic element to the peyot and to the beard as well. And we see, for example, here, although these are actually fake peyos, that they're applied, as we saw earlier in today's lecture, by a makeup artist. Nevertheless, it's a very distinct external feature that is readily recognizable. So it's not like this is foreign to the Snagdim. They'll certainly understand it. But nevertheless, it indicates kind of like a larger approach and style to everything Jewish. That's what the Hasidim, want to emulate in their approach. It's ironic as well to note that, there's life imitates art, imitates life. The Misnagdim in Lithuanian yeshivas, seeing what the Hasidim doing, sometimes sort of say, well, that's a nice idea, Taka, I like that. And so you will see a lot of young men in traditional Lithuanian yeshivot who are also growing their pants, maybe not as long and as curled as you would see with Hasidic groups, but they tend to cut them over their ear and things like that. So that kind of shows how there's an ebb and flow and a mutual influence of previously hostile groups, part of our 20th century. So let us look at how Hasidism has been understood by historians, and specifically looking at the question of how did this movement, which in many ways has some kind of extreme elements to it, the payas look extreme, especially if you've never seen them before, how did they successfully capture the masses? So if we look at the great historians, the major historians who have looked at Hasidism, we've got to begin with Heinrich Kretz, very important 19th century German historian, who has a traditionalist Lithuanian background, and then he kind of moved into the Haskalah, which will be the subject of our lecture after the break. And he tended to look down on the Hasidim. He tended to see them as being neo-Sabbateans, being heavily influenced by the Sabbatean ideas, and especially although he doesn't necessarily regard them as heretics, he regards them as being, credulous and poorly rooted in the intellectual tradition, buffeted by the horrible tragedies of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, and influenced by the leftovers of Shabtai Tzvi's movement. And he says, this is something we really have to extirpate. And it's not the kind of Judaism that represents really the great tradition. And hopefully there won't be too many Hasidim moving over here to Germany, where I'm writing in particular. So he had a decidedly negative approach to the Hasidic movement. Shimon Dubno, on the other hand, a great historian, also an encyclopedic historian, writing a multiple-volume history of the Jews, said, what are you talking about? Obviously, you're too far divorced from the realities of Eastern European Jewish life. The Hasidim represent the true populist spirit of the Jews. That it's true that the Hasidim down in the southern regions of, right back to Ukraine, southern Poland, were largely divorced from the great Talmudic elite centers of the north. But you know what? They're good, enthusiastic Jews who are willing to devote themselves to the larger cause of Judaism, and if they find their religious solace in this much more popular movement that has, these charismatic leaders, what's it to you, Heinrich Gretz? And so he developed a much more sympathetic view of Hasidism as kind of like a natural outpouring of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, disseminating directly from the spirit of the people who really yearned for a personal connection to God. If they couldn't get it through arcane Talmudic texts, they would get it through the singing and dancing and friendships that were developed, characteristic of the Hasidic movement. This is especially noted in the work of Martin Buber, who is not strictly speaking a historian. He's a philosopher, but he was instrumental in working with the Hasidic stories themselves, the tales of the Tzaddikim, the great leaders of the Hasidic movement, translating them into German and greatly popularizing them in the western part of the world. His treatment of Hasidism was not nearly as systematic as you would see with Heinrich Gretz or Shimon Dubno, but it was decidedly sympathetic and emphasized those philosophical elements of Hasidism which he felt were especially appropriate for the burgeoning 20th century, and wrote some very meaningful works based on those. Then you get to Gershom Scholem, who sees them much more as a new iteration of a Kabbalistic movement, really emphasizing the intellectual origins of Hasidism in Lurianic Kabbalah. But perhaps one of my favorite analyses is that of Ben Zion Dinor, a fascinating Israeli historian, who essentially looks to the Hasidic movement as an economic rebellion. There's a lot more to say about this than I have time for, but the basic gist of his argument is that, if you recall when we spoke about the Arenda in the Chmelnytsky lecture, basically noblemen owned entire towns in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And that also meant that they actually owned the right to name the chief rabbi of any particular location. It was not a right that they necessarily were, especially interested in until they started receiving bribes to name one candidate over another. And so what ends up happening in the 18th century is that you have these local rabbis who receive their position largely through lobbying efforts with the nobility, the Polish nobility, rather than through, genuine pastoral work with their congregations. Why would someone want that? Well, there's a certain amount of what's in Hebrew called kavod, of prestige, honor associated with being the town rabbi. But there's also an economic incentive, because that way you would receive the benefit of the local taxes imposed on the Jews for various services. It's called a korobka, sometimes called a candle tax, a basket tax, tax on kosher meat, all these things. So in exchange for a steady income, which is a pretty easy income, you would sit back and just let people eat kosher meat and you get the proceeds from it. They would essentially bribe the Polish nobility to get a position like this. And Hasidism, Dr. Dinor argued, was essentially a counter-reaction to this corruption in the, air quotes, rabbinic elite. And they're saying, we don't want your stinking rabbis coming from the Polish nobility. We want the rabbis who actually care about us, will actually, cry with us and console us and will advise us and will inspire us. And so these Hasidic groups develop as kind of like a counterbalance to the dry and uninterested rabbinate that may owe some of its positions to really a corrupt, perversion of authority. I think it's a very fascinating line of argument. There's a lot to say for it. Finally, Ada Rappaport-Albert, a very innovative scholar of Hasidism, passed away just recently, a great loss to the scholarly community. She said, hey, women were incredibly important in the Hasidic movement. We actually have a few examples of really exceptional women. like Chana Rachel Webermacher, the maiden of Ludmir, who was essentially functioning as a Hasidic Rebbe in many ways, having a tish and giving brachos and things like that. But even besides the exceptional women who attained much more leadership, the fact that there could be a shakeup of the traditional approach to Judaism, in which Jewish women had a much more constrained role, just the fact that some of the rules were kind of like looked at with a more flexible mindset meant that many women could assert new ways for them to be involved in the practice of Judaism. And she says some really fascinating things about this. And I strongly encourage you to have a look at her gender-based approach, which I think has tremendous merit. So all of these things taken together, they all have merit, of course, but they give us a sense of the complexity of how this Hasidic movement was able to race through these regions in right bank Ukraine and southern Poland with such rapidity and rapidly gain the trust of the masses. Okay, let's just talk a little bit about the origins of the movement, and then we'll take our break. We're going to pick up this lecture after the break, and then continues to the Haskalah as well. One of the most important contributions to the study of early Hasidism comes from my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman at Bar Ilan University, a really great historian who has done some pioneering work in a lot of areas. And one of the questions he asked was, almost everything we know about the founder of Hasidism, who lived in the first half of the 18th century, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov, is based on teachings of his students, testimonies of his students published much later, and often without critical rigor, and there are contradictions in some of the accounts, and some of them are hard to place or believe. What do we really know about the Baal Shem Tov with using the tools of modern historical analysis? Now, it happened that he started really asking these questions at the time when the Iron Curtain fell in the 1990s. And so he was one of the first scholars to get over there and start looking in the post-Soviet archives. And when he got there, he found, among other things, the Baal Shem Tov's tax forms. He actually found that there are direct references to the Baal Shem Tov, who apparently had a position of authority in this town of Najibush, where you can see enlightened, highlighted the line from the tax records that refers to someone named Baal Shem, who is called a doctor, reverend elsewhere, which indicates that he actually lived with on a particular street, a particular address, that was apparently provided by the community, and that he was a figure of significant authority, especially towards the end of his life. And so he was able to discuss in his classic work, The Historical Search for the Baal Shem Tov, to derive from Polish records a much more concrete image of who this founder of Hasidism was. And it's an amazing story. What I'd like to do when we come back from the break is begin with the precursors to the Baal Shem Tov to place him in his social and intellectual context, and then we're going to get deep into the conflict with the Misnagdim and then the Haskalah. So I want to thank you all for your attention and endurance. Thank you very much for watching. Let us pick up from where we left off, looking at the precursors to the Hasidic movement. What I'd like to do over the next hour is to move from the early Hasidic movement to their Misnagdic opponents and try to understand a certain element of the clash between these two groups. And then we're going to round it out with the third post in this triangle, which was, of course, the Haskalah, the Maskilim. So we left off discussing the historical role and the historicity of Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov, phenomenal research done by Professor Moshe Rossman. But in this context, to understand the Baal Shem Tov more appropriately, we really have to go to some of the precursors to think about how he emerged as a figure in the 18th century. One of the most significant figures in pre-Bechtian research, Besht being the acronym for Baal Shem Tov, is my colleague, Dr. Yochanan Stern, who is, of course, a great scholar at Northwestern University in Chicago. He's done some phenomenal work on many different areas of history, won the National Jewish Book Award for his remarkable work, The Golden Age Shtetl, which I highly recommend. But some of his early work in Jewish history in Eastern Europe focused on the works of the pre-Bechtian scholars who are called the Balei Shem. Let's just explore that term for a second. By the way, this is a rare archival photograph from my personal collection. I first met Dr. Bertrovsky Stern in Kiev way back in 1992 when he was working in the bowels of the Soviet archives. When he was working in the bowels of the Vernadsky Library with the remarkable collection of Pinkasim, which are communal record books going back to the period we're discussing today in the 18th century of individual towns scattered throughout right bank Ukraine. Absolutely fascinating work. At any rate, Dr. Stern wrote some remarkable things about one of these Balei Shem in particular. Hillel Baal Shem was his name. And as you see, the name Baal Shem reappears as here's Hillel Baal Shem, and then there's the Baal Shem Tov. Who were these people who were called the Balei Shem in the plural? So basically, the word Shem means name, and Baal Shem means the master of the name. This is kind of a rabbinic euphemism for an amulet maker. That is, as we saw earlier, for example, with the amulet I showed you from Rabbi Yonasan Eibeshitz, amulets are a very old tradition in Judaism. There are Talmudic discussions of them. The Aramaic term is kame'ah, and these are basically, small kind of like material culture exhibits of practical Judaism, where people would go to a rabbi, a wonder worker, a Kabbalist, and say, Rabbi, I'm having such a difficult time conceiving a child. I'm having such a difficult time getting my livelihood together. I'm having such a difficult time finding a mate, or I'm worried about my health, whatever human concerns there would be. And one of the kind of folk remedies, which again has a legitimate intellectual roots in the tradition, but it is something which is rife for corruption and inappropriate activity, is the rabbi or the miracle worker would write a small scroll or on a slip of paper some kind of, what would look like a magical incantation. And we have many examples of these. We have the Aramaic curse bowls in Babylonia. We have small devices worn. In fact, probably the earliest actual text in the original writing of a biblical passage is one of these Kameot that was written in 7th century Israel, that was discovered at Ketef Hinnom, a very small little piece of the Birkat HaKohanim, the passage from the Bible, that was written on silver foil and rolled up and worn as a small amulet. So these amulet makers were not necessarily highly trained, not necessarily salubrious individuals. Sometimes there's a market for this, and so sometimes charlatans would get involved and would take people's money without producing anything that would have true religious merit, other than perhaps as a placebo. It's beyond the scope of this short class to talk about the metaphysical import of these documents and to what degree they are efficacious. But essentially, there is an industry that persists to this day of producing amulets for people who have specific needs. And there are lots of these in right bank Ukraine, southern Poland, primarily because of the lower level of education of the population there. As I mentioned in the last lecture, the centers of Talmudic learning were primarily to the north. And I'm not sure of this, but I have a hunch that the market for Kameot is inversely related to a degree of Jewish education in a given place. I could be wrong about that. At any rate, a lot of these Balei Shem were not necessarily reputable. And that's why Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, who was also noted for his wonder-working miraculous deeds, was known as the Baal Shem Tov, meaning the master of the good name being a name of God, or the master of the name who is good, as opposed to all of those other Baalei Shem who are not so reliable. So the Baalei Shem was the backdrop for the emergence of this unusual individual, Israel ben Eliezer, who managed to bring together as a charismatic individual a circle of disciples who would follow him, and these innovative teachings of Hasidism, which I had described in brief prior to in the prior lecture. And this was essentially the nucleus of the modern Hasidic movement. It also had a lot of relationship to early book culture, because while they may have lacked some of the more formal Talmudic training, literacy was proceeding apace in this area. And with the Hasidic movement came some early publications that had a very dramatic impact on moving the whole tradition from a folk culture to more of a formal culture. We see this incidentally in the work of Hillel Bashem, who himself refused to be published in his lifetime, despite his massive writings, which remained in manuscript. So the Hasidic movement largely spread, not so much through Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov himself, but rather through one of his most important disciples, Rabbi Dov Ber of Mezerich, known as the Maggid of Mezerich. He had 5 distinct students who, as you can see from this remarkable work, the Historical Atlas of Hasidism, published by Princeton, his followers spread throughout the world. The Maggid of Mezerich really represents the institutionalization of Hasidic teachings in 5 highly distinct schools led by his disciples, but remarkable impact largely focused in his activities. One of those disciples was the Alter Rebbe, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Liadi, who was the founder of the Chabad movement. And in keeping with this burgeoning book culture, he authored the Tanya, which is an extremely influential work of the era. But the idea that these rabbis really thought of themselves as kind of like a rebellious movement, they certainly knew they were engaged in something that was innovative and energetic and was rapidly gaining steam, but they only began to think of themselves as a movement, as kind of like something which is really coalescing around a body of ideas and practices that are, distinct in a useful manner from traditional Judaism, when they began to be opposed. So ironically, just like the traditionalists received their self-definition as opponents, misnagdim, from the emergence of the Hasidic movement, the Hasidic movement itself really derived a tremendous amount of self-definition from that opposition. So they're kind of like learning to draw the lines that separate them, and that helps them focus their own energies into what it is they are all about. That opposition primarily came from the circle of the great Vilna Gaon. Here's another image of him. What exactly were the Misnagdim opposed to? What exactly was their problem with Hasidism? So let's have a look at several key aspects of that opposition. The first is that the Hasidim were organizing separate prayer groups. Part of the reason for this was the less rigorous degree of scrupulosity that was applied to the prayer times as defined by Jewish law, and particularly by the Misnagdic orientation. Let me just explain this for a second. In traditional Judaism, there are 3 main prayers of the weekday: Shacharis, Mincha, Marav, the morning prayer, afternoon, and evening prayer. And the rabbis of the Talmud, in fact, is the very first thing that's discussed in the Talmud, is trying to delineate when exactly are those times. When is morning? When is afternoon? When is evening? When do we schedule these prayers? So the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, tended to have a fairly rigorous definition, a fairly confined definition of the window of opportunity to represent particularly the morning prayer. The Hasidim, however, argued that, what's more important, the adherence to those details, which, by the way, particularly as you move further north in Europe, the higher level of latitude really changes the times in which those morning prayers may be recited. Do you really want to drag yourself into this kind of prayer in the summertime, which will be really super early, too? So do you really want to drag yourself in where you're not even awake and mumble these words without any contemplation as to what they mean? Perhaps it's more valuable to God to, wake up refreshed, to spend a little time in contemplation, maybe even eat a little breakfast to revive yourself, and then go to synagogue and pray like a mensch, like a human being. And so the sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct times of prayer meant that a specific community had to have a separate prayer house, a Hasidic prayer house. And this level of division within the community was regarded very negatively by the Misnagdim, and they took issue with it. And so related to that is sometimes they're just ignoring the mandated prayer times. By the way, Hasidim would counter, of course, that no, we're not ignoring the regular prayer times. What we're doing is we're making sure that the minimum requirement of certain prayers, like the Shema prayer, are actually recorded and actually recited within the mandated time. But the fuller prayer is really only recited perhaps a little bit later than the traditional time, but it's recited with kavanah, with intention and with meaning, and that's far more valuable. They argued that another element that contributed to this separation, this fracturing of the community, was that the Hasidim were adopting a different prayer rite, that of the Ari, the great Arizal, who we discussed earlier, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the great Kabbalist of the 16th century. And this was distinct from the prayer book that was used by the Misnagdim. Again, if you were a Martian landing on the planet and you asked someone, can you please explain to me what's the difference between Hasidim and Misnagdim? And you would show him, we assume this Martian is a him. I don't know what pronouns they would use, but you show him the regular sitter and the Ari sitter, and he would say, well, it's not like there's a huge amount of difference here. The percentage of words that are different or in different places are I'm guessing, single-digit percentages. Is it really that huge a difference? And, of course, they would say the Martian heretic, right? Because it does mean a lot. But the Misnagdim had an issue with the Hasidim for changing the rite of prayers. Here's a more significant issue. And, by the way, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this, but Ben Sion Dinor really did dig deeply into each of these issues to look at the economic roots of all of these shifts and how that had implications for the revenue streams that were generated by the Jewish population, and more significantly, to whom did those streams flow? Did they flow to the traditional rabbi who may have received his position there as a result of bribing a Polish nobleman, or did they flow to this charismatic, popular Hasidic rabbi who received his position by popular assent, particularly in the early 18th century? So one of those most taxed issues was kosher slaughter, right? Because when you have a kosher meat produced, then there's taxes that have to be paid to cover the supervision and things like that, and also that not all animals, when they're slaughtered, are slaughtered correctly, or they turn out to be healthy enough to be consumed for kosher stipulations. So that means an element of loss for the kosher butcher. What is he supposed to do? So that's why there's a huge tax applied to try and offset those costs. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim differed on a fairly fine point of Jewish law regarding the sharpness of the blade that is used to slaughter the animal. If it is too dull, then it requires the slaughterer to forcibly push on the animal's neck with more pressure than is appropriate, and that causes the animal more pain. But the thing is, if you make the knife too thin, you sharpen it too much, then even the slightest ding, if it hits the table incorrectly or something, that can cause a tiny nick, which would rip the neck of the animal rather than slice it. And as a result, that would also cause the animal pain, and these have implications for whether or not the animal is kosher. So the Hasidim and Misnagdim disagreed to the degree at which the knife was honed, and therefore Hasidim said, well, we really, since we differ, we need a separate shochet, we need a separate slaughter, or ritual slaughter to prepare our meat, and that, of course, has implications for the revenue stream. One of the charges laid at the feet of the Hasidim by the Misnagdim was that they disregarded the study of the Talmud, that they were so deeply involved in the ethereal wisdom of the Kabbalah that they weren't studying the Talmud as deeply as they should. This is probably true for the early period, especially because, as I've described, the nature of the distribution of higher education in the Jewish world at that time. But certainly as you go through the 19th century, it's no longer true. And Hasidim are just as likely to be deeply involved in the Talmud as Misnagdim are. But related to that was, instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying Kabbalah. And as we mentioned in the last lecture, this was like, oh my gosh, the Kabbalah is like super advanced study. We respect the Talmud, the Kabbalah, say the Misnagdim. We consider it the Holy of Holies. But it should only be studied by a very, very limited coterie of highly advanced students who are highly qualified, who have already completed the entire Talmud and all of the commentaries and things like that. What are you doing giving the Kabbalah to regular people like this? Even in kind of like popularized versions like the Tanya, which took, esoteric doctrines of the Zohar and elsewhere, and then sort of digested them in a much easier format for popular readers. You can't do that. That's not okay, says the Misnagdim. And then they get a little bit more serious and they say, you know what, we heard about these Hasidim? They engage in raucous, unruly, even drunken behavior, doing things like turning somersaults in the middle of the synagogue, wildly gesticulating during prayer, clapping during prayer. They engage in farbrengens, which are like gatherings with a lot of alcohol, and they sing all kinds of songs, but then they go into other tangents which are really not appropriate, and they argue about the general sense of decorum that the Hasidim manifested, which they said was totally against their much more sober, staid, rigid Lithuanian behavior. It's kind of interesting to look at Hasidim and Misnagdim today because, they've kind of borrowed from each other. Hasidic prayer today is certainly, with some exceptions, there are certain groups that definitely have some rather unusual practices, but most Hasidim pray today with a lot of the discipline that the Misnagdim were cherishing, and a lot of Misnagdim, on the other hand, can also, shuckle and, bow back and forth with great violence and intention. That was probably an influence of the Hasidic movement back in the 19th century. So they really borrowed from each other quite a bit. Finally, one of the most nasty charges was that they were breaking laws. They were not following halacha, and they adduce a variety of things, big and small. And even they were following the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. It's kind of interesting that usually the charges are laid out in a similar order like this, which goes from things which are much more objective and easy to quantify to things which are much more kind of fuzzy and theoretical and people aren't really sure about. But it certainly gave a certain amount of impetus to the nature of the charge against the Hasidim. So how did they respond? So the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the Tips said, wait a second, what is going on here? They went to meet with the Vilna Gaon to explain where they're coming from, to say, no, we're not trying to represent a different movement. And a lot of these things that you're saying are like not true, like the Sabbatean things and things like that. But the Vilna Gaon would not meet with them. The Misnagdim pronounced a formal ban in 1772 and even burned some Hasidic texts in consequence of that ban. This is, by the way, something that will happen quite a bit in 18th century Eastern Europe. They'll be banning a lot of the Maskilic texts shortly as well. The Hasidim, who are now, demographically quite strong, they issue counterbans and their own book burnings. So it's pushed back onto Misnagdim. And both groups begin to reify their relative positions to each other. A very, very strong social ban was reissued in 1781 against the Hasidim in an attempt to kind of extirpate this nascent movement, but it was already too late. The movement had already found so many willing and happy adherents in the southern part of the continent, and it just was not going to go away. And perhaps one of the most focused moments of dispute was when a particular rabbi in the city of Pinsk, a traditionalist rabbi, lost his position to a Hasidic candidate in 1794, and then this Pinsk rabbi took the drastic step of going to the secular authorities, the Russian government. We shall discuss the implications of what that meant shortly, and said that the Hasidim are essentially rebels not only against the traditionalist Jewish community, but by extension against the state. They represented a disruptive element in Russian society writ large, and they had to be controlled. And as a result, the Alter Rebbe was arrested and interrogated. He was ultimately released, which forms one of the many release from prison holidays that you'll have in the Hasidic tradition. But by this point, the movement had really bifurcated from the Misnagdim. It was very difficult to repair relations. Although that would be coming, it would be several decades away. So the Misnagdim, during this period of the late 18th century and the early 19th century, are seeking to define themselves primarily in opposition to the Hasidic movement. This is one of the great centers of the Misnagdim movement. It is the yeshiva of Volozhin in northern part of the region in Lithuania. It is perhaps the greatest of those yeshivas. It was founded by the principal student of the Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin. So what did they emphasize? The Misnagdim said, okay, we have to define ourselves well. In our revolution of tradition, our rebellion of tradition, we have to refine ourselves and define ourselves against these Hasidim. So what do we believe? First of all, we believe in text, right? They said, you know what? All this stuff, these stories, these maisalach, these drinking parties that are disguised, say the Misnagdim, as religious gatherings, that's not for us. We're all about what is actually stay here in the book. So a tremendous amount of emphasis devoted to really re-energizing the emphasis on the Talmud itself, on its commentators, and so on. So really huge commitment to the text. And in fact, in common parlance, when a Litvak says that there's, someone says a Dvar Torah, an interpretation of some Torah passage, and it's kind of sort of stretched, then people might say, well, that sounds a little bit Hasidic to me, meaning it's not really true, it's kind of inventive and maybe clever, but it's not the real deal. What does it actually say? That's what we want to know. That's kind of more of a Lithuanian cultural orientation. The Talmud in particular is elevated as the text bar none of the Lithuanian tradition. But that does not mean, and this is not something new, this is kind of a reinforcement of something which was true prior, but it receives even more emphasis and much more strength in the community. Things like children are taught the Talmud earlier, are expected to reach higher levels of Talmudic study as a result of this cultural orientation and so on. But that doesn't mean that the Kabbalah is ignored. As I mentioned, of course, the Lithuanians revere the Kabbalah. So they say, okay, yes to Kabbalah, but very, very carefully. And in one of the most fascinating books of the Misnagdic tradition, something that really affected my life deeply, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin writes this book, the Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. His first name, of course, is Chaim, so it's also the soul of Chaim. And this is, in many ways, the Misnagdic response to the Tanya. The Tanya, deeply dipping into the wells of Kabbalistic wisdom and offering a book for a wider reading public, proved to be an extremely popular work then and now. And so the Misnagdim countered by saying, hey, don't think that there's no Kabbalah in our Misnagdic movement. Have a look at this book, which is truly an amazing book. Let me just tell you one personal story about it. I remember when I first went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I came to it as an adult, so I did not have a strong childhood background in Talmud. And I was doing fairly well. I was enjoying it and so on. But after a few months, I was speaking with my senior colleague, Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who I'm privileged to count among my teachers in Talmud. And I was speaking to him on the phone, and he says, "How's it going?" And I said, "Well, it's okay. It's kind of interesting, but we're doing a lot of Tosfos, and it seems a little bit like, I sit down, there's a crossword puzzle in front of me, lahavdil, to make a distinction. I'm just giving a metaphor. It's a crossword puzzle. I solve the puzzle. I go on to the next puzzle. I come home, go to sleep, then go back, another crossword puzzle, right? And I was seeing it largely as a kind of a dry intellectual exercise that wasn't giving me kind of like the charge that I wanted spiritually. So Rabbi Becker said to me, "Okay, I'll tell you what to do. Get a copy of this book, Nefesh HaChaim," because I was studying a Lithuanian yeshiva. This is a very Lithuanian book. And he said to me, "Just one thing, don't read it for more than 15 minutes a day. Just focus on 15 minutes, read it deeply, but don't get too crazy about it." So I picked up the book and I fit it into my day, because I would normally take the bus from where my wife and kids and I were living to the yeshiva. It was about a 15-minute ride. And I would say, "Okay, on the bus, I will read Nefesh HaChaim." And I read it, and I was so engrossed, and it was impossible to tear my eyes away from it. It's so impressive. It continues to have an impact on my thinking today, that I frequently rode way past my yeshiva stop, and when I finally looked up, I was like in the middle of, Shuafat or some distant neighborhood of Jerusalem, and I had to get off the bus and then get on another bus going back the other way, because I was so engrossed that I could not stop when I was at 15 minutes. Anyways, that just gives you a little bit of a sense of how the Misnagdim are reacting and shaping themselves and doing very creative things in an attempt to meet the Hasidic challenge. And they are also, as we've mentioned several times now, carefully borrowing from the Hasidim. They were loath to accept the idea of the tzaddik. And there are certain aspects of the behavior of the tzaddik being the leader of a Hasidic dynasty, sometimes referred to as the Rabbi, depending on the specific group. There were some aspects of the behavior of certain tzaddikim, the establishment of large courts, sometimes quite lavish, almost royal in flavor, with conspicuous consumption. They were skeptical of the practice of writing kvitlach, of individual Hasidim writing a little note of petition, and then paying a small fee to the Rebbe, a pidyon, which would then be used for charitable functions and things like that. That was the theory. And then having the Rebbe include that kvittel somehow in his prayers. All of these things were viewed with great skepticism and frequently disdained by the Misnagdim. So they weren't prepared to go that route. But they did really value the level of adoration that the ordinary Hasidim would lavish on their intellectual spiritual leaders. And so the Misnagdim movement also began to move more in that direction, where the Rosh Yeshiva was someone, the head of the academy, was someone who began to receive an inordinate level of veneration compared to earlier periods in Jewish history. So there's, again, another borrowing from the Hasidic movement. So we've had a chance to look at the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. There's a strong degree of conflict that develops at this period, but now we've got to go to our final section, the third pillar, as it were, of this conflict. Let's look at the period of the Haskalah and the activity of its adherents, known as the Maskilim. So this particular picture is a famous one. It shows on the left the great Moses Mendelssohn, the father of the Maskilic movement, and he's engaged in a game of chess with one Father Lavater, who was in a very sad moment in European Jewish history. They had maintained a personal friendship in which they spoke freely and openly, and then all of a sudden Lavater came out with a publication that scandalized Berlin in the 18th century, saying that Moses Mendelssohn has basically indicated to me that if he had his way, he would abandon key elements of Judaism and maybe even convert to Christianity. And so therefore he charged him publicly. He sort of claimed to be outing him and said that he demands that he either convert to Christianity or submit to a debate. Really an unfair kind of thing to do. We don't know the degree of veracity of whatever they actually said to each other, but Moses Mendelssohn was scandalized by it, refused to participate in the debate. He later wrote some very sophisticated works, including his key work, Jerusalem, which is a defense of Judaism and a repudiation of Lavater's charges, so much so that the figure in the background, Lessing was his name, if I remember correctly, wrote a dramatic work called The Three Rings, I seem to remember it was called, in which Mendelssohn was lightly disguised as a wise king who somehow managed to mediate between the three great faiths. But let us go to the historical roots of the Haskalah. We got to go back further again to some elements of Jewish thought that I think really can be traced quite directly to an earthquake that occurred in Ferrara in northern Italy in the year 1570, where one figure named Azaria de Rossi, who was basically a copy editor, a proofreader in the early age of publishing, not an especially profound scholar at that time, but there was this horrific earthquake in his town of Ferrara that required all of its population to decamp from the ruined city, which was still being affected by aftershocks, and live for a period of time in the fields outside the city. Outside these fields, a lot of populations that didn't have a lot of time for open-ended conversation suddenly came into enforced contact with one another, and Del Rossi had some remarkable meetings with some Christian monks. And in that context, he learned a lot of really cool things, was able to identify that they had access to the letter of Aristeas, which he was able to identify, really some phenomenal things. And they had very, very effective conversations about a whole range of scientific, theological, and other aspects. And he kind of like worked into the way of thinking that we see in Maimonides of accepting truth from whoever speaks it. He came out then with a great book called Neo Enayim, which was in many ways the first really maskilic book that advocates for the greater appreciation for what non-Jewish culture has to offer, and this will prove to be an extremely influential work. Then we have to add to it the Portuguese Jewish diaspora, which we discussed in the previous lecture. Jews who had already been soaked in Christian intellectual traditions and had ipso facto a kind of flexible view of identity and varying perspectives. And when they finally reclaim their Judaism in their far-flung diaspora, they bring a very different ways of thinking to both the old world and to the burgeoning new world, where there are a lot of Portuguese Jews living well. By the time you get to the 18th century, you have figures like Moses Mendelssohn, who personally, he represents kind of like a formative liminal figure between two periods. He himself was scrupulously observant. He was a halachic Jew in the full sense of the term, and he never deviated from what we would call today, the term is anachronistic, but he never deviated from Orthodox status. However, he managed to attain unprecedented heights in Enlightenment culture in Germany. He mastered the German idiom of the day, which was not that common among Jews who were speaking primarily Yiddish, very closely related to German and can be understood by a German speaker, but kind of has the patina of a medieval peasant dialect to German of the era. And not only that, he mastered it to the level where he was actually able to engage in high-level literary discussions engaged with Immanuel Kant in literary essay competitions, in which Mendelssohn fared actually very well. And he was regarded as something of an anomaly, that here was a Jew, which Christian society largely regarded as being backward and primitive and having, very little cultural merit. But he was able to really contribute to the highest levels of European culture of the day. And so he was, widely regarded and celebrated by German liberals in particular, adherents of the Enlightenment tradition. And one of his principal arguments, both in his own person and in his writings, was that the artificial boundaries and limitations that are placed on Ashkenazic Jews in Germany should be lifted. The term that would be used for this is emancipation. That's an American term that's widely used in historical literature today. It isn't really emancipation like, a freedom from slavery, because Jews were hardly slaves at this time, but they were laboring under a huge body of varying restrictions, some of them which were quite anti-Semitic in nature, restrictions on residency, restrictions on what fields they could enter, economically, restrictions on higher education, numerous, sometimes humiliating restrictions, like the requirement to take a special oath, because if they were called to court, their word was not accepted, and they had to have a special, special text, sometimes with humiliating rituals that went along with it. And so Mendelssohn argued that all of these things are backward and irrelevant and should be dispensed with. For our purposes, as we're really focusing on the question of engagement with larger society and the intellectual exchange, he argued that Jews should be accepted into the intellectual streams of discourse of his era, and that was his principal, thrust of his raison d'etre. Now, as the movement progressed, many of his followers would not accept the bargain that they could remain in the traditional Orthodox lifestyle and still be accepted by general society, and they argued for greater adaptations to Western society, which included jettisoning of Jewish beliefs. And one of the principal proponents of that approach would be Solomon Maimon, a fascinating individual who left behind a really entertaining autobiography. In many ways, he was Mendelssohn's peer in terms of his mastery of the German idiom, but unlike Mendelssohn, he chose to abandon his Jewish roots, and although he made a career essentially out of being an ex-Jew and what he had to say as being an ex-Jew, he could describe with ridicule the Jewish experiences that he had. And when he was a youth, he was quite a bit of an intellectual seeker, so he actually spent time in the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezrich himself. He actually portrays somewhat of a sympathetic portrait of the Maggid, but nevertheless he moved on from that and he went to Germany. He never had the same degree of acceptance or of success of Moses Mendelssohn, but he represents kind of like the different direction that the Haskalah took, which represented a moving away from Judaism. Mendelssohn strived with limited success to create a movement that absorbed some elements of Western society without abandoning Judaism, but there's a very strong movement, the Maskilim, who simply said, you know what, it's too difficult. If we really want to get into Western society, we have to give up our Jewish identity. So in Western Europe, this was perhaps most well illustrated by a fascinating moment in the late 18th century, which really brought Mendelssohn to the fore. And it was the premature death controversy of 1772. Basically, a number of figures, including a rather unusual non-Jewish individual and an early Maskil, and I have a separate lecture on this, so if you're curious, go have a look at my YouTube channel for the premature death controversy, and you'll see the whole thing discussed there. approached the local Duke, Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, and said, there's a horrible problem. People are being declared dead and buried before they're actually deceased. And the Duke said, that's terrible. Are you kidding? I can only imagine the horrible fear that would result from such an event. And they said, and you know who's the worst at it? The Jews, because the Jews have this custom, which is observed to this day, that it's considered disrespectful to allow a body to remain in state longer than necessary. And rapid burial in Israel, for example, within 24 hours is considered the norm, is much more preferable, particularly from a philosophical and Kabbalistic region, because the rapid decomposition of the body is believed to be associated with the process of atonement, and so therefore it's considered a kindness to the body to bury it as soon as possible. But that means that the Duke said, if this is happening, then Jews are being buried without proper, supervision of their death certificates. He therefore made a public health decree that Jews may not bury their dead until they wait 3 days from the moment of expiration. They've got to wait 72 hours before they bury their dead. By the way, the image that you're looking at here is part of a whole host of really unusual devices that were sold not only in Europe in the 18th century, but into America throughout the 19th century, of like emergency signal that you're not dead devices, like this coffin that shows on the left a man lying in his coffin in some kind of deep coma. But when he wakes up, as you see the picture on the right, he squeezes a little bulb and this flag goes up. In other versions, there's a string and he can ring a bell, and people will be alerted to the fact that, hey, there's someone who is prematurely buried, and they will go dig them up. So the Jewish community turned to Moses Mendelssohn and said, you got to help us out here. They also turned, by the way, to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who was a traditionalist, but Rabbi Yaakov Emden said, you know what, I think you're better off going with Moses Mendelssohn in this regard. Moses Mendelssohn wrote a document that convinced the Duke to modify his position, and so there was a temporary reprieve from that particular decree. But Mendelssohn then wrote back privately to the petitioners and said, you know, I did this for you, I got it done, and I'm glad to hear that. But listen, the truth is, it's not such a bad decree. I mean, the risks to public health of premature burial, that's pretty awful. And he pointed out that Jews had historically practiced a kind of delayed burial. As you see in one of these catacombs, I believe this is from Beit Shan in northern Israel, but we have them in Europe as well, in Italy, for example, where Jews would practice kind of like shelf burial. And then in some cases, they would actually return to collect the bones after decomposition occurred and rebury it, reinter it in a family crypt. There's lots of ways in which Jews practice burial. We don't have to necessarily do this 72-hour thing or this 24-hour thing. And he used science and the Torah, really the history of Torah and tradition, to say that, you know, we actually got it done this time, but I'm not sure we should really be interfering with public health dictates like this. We should be more engaged in civic society. We should be, part of Germany itself. Even though they don't recognize us as proper Germans yet, we should nevertheless demonstrate to them that we can be proper Germans. Now, sometimes, perhaps in the vein of Solomon Maimon, this went really far. And one of Mendelssohn's students, David Friedlander, shown here, you know, in their long struggle to receive emancipation in Germany, which, by the way, in France was delivered almost immediately. 1789 was the revolution, and then by 1791, Jews were emancipated. There's obviously a lot to say about how effective that was, given the Dreyfus Trail 100 years later, but I don't want to go into France right now, let's stay in Germany. David Friedlander said, you know what, the truth is, all of these things that you're saying, Moses Mendelssohn, are totally true, but the Germans just aren't going to accept us until we do something pro forma. And so he actually advocated the so-called dry baptism. Meaning, you know what? Why don't we just, we don't really believe it. Why don't we just go along and convert to some form of Protestantism, some form of Lutheranism, maybe, that would be a nominal Christian identity. Look, we've seen with the Portuguese Jews, it works. And we'll keep to our own behaviors. No one's going to bother us. No one's going to care if we go to synagogue rather than a Lutheran church, or even if we go show up in church every now and then. What's the big deal? And he said we should just, abandon this, strange crusade era rigid acceptance of our refusal of baptism, and then we'll get everything we want socially, legally, and so on, with only this minor compromise. Officially, no Jewish movement accepted this, but unofficially, Jews voted with their feet. And so you have a very significant phenomenon of German Jews in particular choosing a nominal baptism in order to provide social and economic advancement, especially for their children throughout the 19th century. And this is kind of like the underside of the Haskalah, that it's hard to kind of, when you're saying we should be open to the Western European tradition, it's hard to kind of draw the line and say here and no further. The no further was frequently adopted as an option. Some people, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, a very important thinker who influenced, by the way, he was a teacher of Heinrich Gretz that we discussed in the last lecture, he said, we can't stop this train. It is overwhelming. There's too much of value in Western European civilization to hope to keep the Jews boxed in. And so therefore he argued that what we should do is rather articulate a clear set of boundaries. What are those things that Jews may sacrifice in adapting to Western norms? And what are the things which are sacrosanct and must be maintained? And so he actually developed a form of what would later be called modern orthodoxy, meaning it was both modern, Western European and engaged in society and so on, but at the same time it was orthodox, keeping fast to the core tenets and mandatory behaviors of Judaism, carefully shaving off those practices which were felt to be merely customary in nature and historically determined and of little theological value, but steadfastly defending those elements which were nevertheless mandatory for Jews. By the way, many felt in the era that Samson Raphael Hirsch, Rabbi Hirsch, was looked a little bit too modern with this image, so you'll see versions of this same picture where he has a much more healthy kind of like, that's really an Orthodox beard there. Don't go with the other one. That's basically what's happening in Western Europe, right? The Ashkenazim of Western Europe are having difficulty finding that space where they can maintain their Jewish identity without completely submitted, sometimes in a very slavish way, to European norms, including conversion. And a smaller group, sometimes with great internal dissent, separating from the larger group and saying, no, we have to maintain something like the community that was defined by Rav Hirsch's principles. In Eastern Europe, we have a rather different phenomenon. Let us not forget, as we discussed in the last lecture, very big difference in the population density of Jews in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, it's a fairly thin number. You can see lots of yellow numbers here, which is 1 to 4% Jewish population. But as you move to the east, you're seeing 5, 10, more than 15% Jewish population. That big purple blurb there in Podolia and Bessarabia is really the heartland of the Hasidic movement, especially in northern Hungary too. You can see more purple over there. So the dynamics of the Haskalah shake out very differently as Mendelssohn's ideas move to the east. There's also a huge difference in the political context. Whereas in Germany, where much of the Haskalah activity was happening, there was the potential that Jews might be accepted. There was a strong movement of liberal Christians who advocated for that. Christian Willem von Dohm, for example, who said that, the way we're treating Jews is not really appropriate. We should move forward with this. So there was political possibility for a significant advance of Jews, kind of like the carrot just dangling in front of their eyes. There was a lot in German culture that these Maskilic Jews revered. The great poetry of Goethe, Schiller, the music of Beethoven, the philosophy of so many figures, Hegel and Kant and others. So saying, you know what, there's a lot to choose from here in German culture. So they were very attracted to it. The Haskalah was deeply attractive. And of course, the linguistic affinity of Yiddish and German, it was not such a big chasm for Jews to jump over that. And Russia, on the other hand, very different. Politically, forget about it. We're talking about the period of the Tsars, which was, generalizing, but in the 19th century, really quite repressive. Jews were still regarded as inozemnych, as foreigners. They were, they were not participating in the Russian narod, the peoplehood of the area, and it was an autocratic state with very little possibility of serious change. In fact, that change would only come in the 20th century. The restriction of Jews to the Pale of Settlement in the late 18th century, that would become quite onerous as you move forward through the 19th century. There was a very different and hostile attitude in Russia in comparison to Western Europe. Culturally, the Jews were not as thrilled with Russian culture as they were with German culture. Russian culture of the 18th century in comparison to Western culture, German culture, is no comparison. They didn't have the same literary heft as the Germans could going into the 19th century. It's true, the Russians will really surge forward in the 19th century. People like Tolstoy and Pushkin and Turgenev and Dostoevsky. But at this period, there is less attraction in Russian literature for Jews. And linguistically, Yiddish and Russian are much further apart. It's true that Jews mastered enough Russian for, what minimal contacts they needed for business. But also, let's not forget that Russian is not even the dominant language except in the cities. In the countryside, it's all Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and those are the languages in which Jews find some utility in terms of day-to-day communication. So there's far less, kind of like attraction of Ashkenazi Jews to the Russian environment in those contexts. Whereas in Western Europe, the consequence of much Haskalah is assimilation, outright conversion to Christianity, and abandonment of Judaism. In the Eastern part, they see the value of some of those ideas, but they think about acculturating themselves, meaning like, yeah, we're going to stay the way we are, but maybe we should adopt just little pieces of it and find a way to articulate a distinctly Jewish modern way of thinking. And so where you see that, for example, is in the advance of Yiddishism as a culture, the advance of the secular study of Yiddish culture, the growth of secular Yiddish writings like Mendel Malchus Forum, Shalom Leich, and others, the development of a distinctly Jewish political viewpoint, Zionism, and the addition of Jewish values to the burgeoning movement of socialism. All these three things, by the way, will be discussed in much greater detail in the next lecture, so don't be worried by the fact that I'm zipping through them right now to conclude our 18th century talk. Some examples of this is people like Joseph Pearl, who was a very important masculine in Eastern Europe, who, as you can see from this picture here, remained an Orthodox Jew. He was a great proponent of education and set up a network of schools, very significant, as Tarnopol was one of the most important centers of this, children's schools, to give them kind of like modern European education. He also was a brutal opponent of the Hasidim, and he wrote under pseudonym some nasty attacks on the Hasidic movement. But nevertheless, Haskalah in general is more closely related to the Litvaks than to the Hasidim. Let me just conclude with some really important points here about the government. I may go a couple minutes over, I apologize, but I want to bring us to a conclusion. In Russia and Eastern Europe, I mentioned the horrific nature of the persecution under Tsar Nicholas I in particular. This is a period in which Nicholas I, who emerged as a leader immediately after the assassination of his father in an abortive rebellion, December's rebellion, he adopted a policy of autocracy in Russia, which meant that Jews were to be forced to fit into the model of understanding of what it meant to be part of Russian society. And it was not an easy fit at all. There were several policies that Nicholas I adopted, including the destruction of the Kehillah, that we discussed way back in the second lecture in 1844, and especially the notorious Cantonist decree. Now, the Cantonist decree was this rule that Jewish children as young as 12, legally, and frequently even younger, were to be impressed into the Russian armed forces on a strict quota. Prior to 1837, Jews could pay a different tax and then would be exempted from conscription. But we should understand that Russian conscription was 25 years in length. This was essentially a lifetime commitment. The 25 years would not begin when a Jewish child was impressed at 12. They would have to spend 6 years in a mandatory training camp called a canton. It means a region, but they were in these regions, and hence the term cantonisten. They would spend 6 years in these training camps, and then they would spend 25 years in the army, and that was basically, say goodbye to your son. You would never see them again because they would be lost to the Tsar's army. They were frequently, exposed to conversionist sermons by the staff there and so on. And the whole idea of this horrible decree was to try and accelerate the assimilation of the Jewish population. But that was the stick. The carrot was similarly placed before them, and that carrot was unfortunately poisoned. Bringing in people like Max Lilienthal, a well-meaning but naive individual who wanted to offer the Haskalah to the Jews of Eastern Europe, they set up a system of crown schools where they said to families, you don't want your son to go to the army? I can understand that. But we do want him to learn certain values so they can be productive members of Russian society. So therefore, if you send your child not to the local cheder, not to the Hasidic rabbi, but send him instead to the crown schools where they will receive a well-rounded education in the sciences and the literature and so on, then your son will be exempt from the draft. But these schools, as Lilienthal himself found out to his dismay, were also very thinly disguised efforts to expose the children to Orthodox Christian propaganda and conversionist efforts. And Lilienthal left in disgust, and he ended up in America, actually. And the crown school system was widely excoriated by the Jewish population. But during this period, really 1837 until World War I, Jews were living under some form of this horrific Cantonist decree that certainly pitted not only Jews against the state, but also pitted them against their own communal authorities, because in a diabolical twist, Nicholas I, with his very inefficient government, placed the responsibility of choosing the conscripts on the Kehillah leadership itself, which meant that it was the leaders of the Jewish community themselves who had to apportion those conscripts to the Russian law of death and to decide which children would be taken away. In some cases, not surprisingly, corruption seeped in, and you had the children of the weak and the poor and orphans. They were the ones who were sent before the children of the wealthy and the powerful, which led to a tremendous corrosion of the belief of the traditional Jewish community in their Kahal leadership and their traditional rabbinic leadership. It was a horrible moment in Jewish history when the Jews as a whole felt that their own leaders had betrayed them, and we can see this playing out in the enthusiasm that would be expressed for really quite different movements like Jewish socialism a few decades later. But we'll get to that really in our next lecture. But to wrap this up, what I'd like to show you now is a photograph of Eliezer Zweifel. very interesting individual who wrote a remarkable work looking at the grand scope of this triangular conflict between Hasidim, Misnagdim, and the Haskalah. He wrote a book called Shalom Al Yisrael, and in there he wrote, God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. A Hasidim in Volhynia, which was in the south, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. And then finally, the great Moses ben Menachem, that's Moses Mendelssohn, in Germany, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. And ironically, what would happen with these three groups is that first, the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, who were at each other's throats at the beginning of the 19th century, they began to make common cause when they realized that the Haskalah moving in from the West represents a far greater threat to the values that they hold in common, that they begin to dampen their own concerns against the Haskalah. And one would only see kind of like an incorporation of Maskilic values towards the beginning of the 20th century, which will be more of our topic in the next lecture. But ultimately, these three groups begin to find a modus vivendi with each other that's really more characteristic of the 20th century. When I say a modus vivendi, I do not mean that Jews agree with each other over these very deeply cherished values that relate to intellectual origins in the Hasidic movement, the Misnagdim movement, or the Haskalah, but nevertheless they have realized that there are far greater external threats that are brought to bear on the Jewish people. That means that the arguments are certainly muted when you compare them with the very fractious late 18th century and early 19th century. I'm sorry for going a little bit over time. We will continue with this discussion tomorrow. Actually, it'll be on Monday. We'll continue this discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time, and it's 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to continuing this discussion with you next week. Today we're going to look at the 19th century in particular, kind of like the long 19th century, which begins with the emancipation of Jews in France in 1791, and then we're going to move forward right up until the early 20th century. So it's a long 19th century, to take kind of the phrase that was coined by Eric Hobsbawm, great. So first of all, what do we mean when we say emancipation? This is kind of like an unusual term. It's a term that's actually borrowed from American scholarship. Emancipation is used to describe the liberation of the African slaves in America, which was clearly of a very different character and quality than the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Nevertheless, that term has been well accepted into the historiography, and we will work with it. Just kind of like we'll talk about tomorrow, the term Holocaust also has some difficulties and why we should use that term, but it has been widely accepted, and so we will work with it as well. What exactly did emancipation address? Well, we should recall that right up until the late 18th century in Europe, and well into the 19th century, depending on which country we're talking about, and even into the 20th century, if we look at the former Russian Empire, Jews labored under a second or even third class citizenship status. They were typically understood as resident aliens with varying levels of rights that could be quite precipitously removed from them. Really basic rights like residency, right? There's the phenomenon of Jews being expelled from one region or another would persist through the 19th century, and particularly in the Russian Empire, right up until the 20th century, that Jews could be simply excluded on the basis of their religious affiliation. And the whole notion of religion and peoplehood and this burgeoning idea of race are all coming together now. So even people who are abandoning traditional religious attitudes associated with Judaism are nevertheless still lumped into this community against their will. And that the only way to remove the stigma of this historically was conversion, which was obviously a pretty drastic choice for Jews to make. But in the 20th century, even conversion is no longer acceptable, as we'll see tomorrow when we talk more about the Nazi period. So Jews labored under the kind of tenuous situation in much of Ashkenaz, both in the traditional Rhineland region and also in the much larger expanded region of Eastern Europe, where their residency rights could be taken away at any time, their right to pursue careers was limited. Higher education was frequently blocked off from their palette of options, that they could not pursue certain professions, or that if they pursued certain professions, they had burdensome additional taxes based on their communal affiliation, all kinds of things like this. So all of this changed quite dramatically in France in the revolutionary period. This image that you see here dates from 1806, as you can see, and it refers a little bit later than the period that we're going to talk about first. But I love starting with this image because you see Napoleon, who is portrayed as some kind of like Caesar-like figure, and he is raising up the fallen Judaism as various biblical type figures, including one with a very distinctive hat. We're going to return to him in just a moment. And the Judaism is kind of like this hopeful woman who's been knocked on her rear by the force of events, and she's holding onto the two tablets of the law. The menorah from the temple is in the background, and far off in the background you see like the Judean desert, and Napoleon, who is holding in his right hand, very Moses-like, another set of tablets, or one tablet that says the law. Actually, what does it say there? The law given to Moses. He's holding up the law given to Moses, and he's raising her up from her fallen status. So in many ways, certainly this is the way Napoleon liked to think of himself, as being the one who finally gave Jews the rights that they deserved in society. And Jews were very happy to encourage that kind of image, as we shall see, because it reflected well on them as if they were deserving of this elevation to equal status. But how did we get to this point? And by the way, we're going to skip over some of the developments in the Ashkenazic diaspora today. Of course, this had happened for different reasons entirely in what would be the United States of America, and similar kind of things were happening in England, but just for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on France, and then we're going to move eastward. So France, of course, had this dramatic revolution in 1789, which was founded on this brilliant new idea, very Enlightenment-oriented, of the equality of all people living in France. They issued this very important document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. And I translate that very carefully because later it was proposed by a woman named Marie Gouze. Hey, this, you've used gender-specific language in this text. Shouldn't it say the rights of humans and citizens? And of course, the word citizen can be declined either male or female in French. And they thought about it and said, no, we're just talking about men. And so women were not formally included in the rights of man and citizen at this time. But within those parameters, at any rate, there was this basic idea that all French men were theoretically equal before the law and had certain rights as opposed to merely responsibilities as subjects. So the Jews essentially said in 1789, hey, what's wrong with us? We should also have the same kind of rights. Why should we be excluded on the basis of our religious affiliation, especially because the early revolution would have a very strong anti-clerical attitude, that they would actually be moving away from the theistic understanding of the world at large. Anyway, they proposed this rights of man and citizen, and the Jews said, "What about us?" Now, let's think about the problem that France had in facing this question. There are really two major concentrations of Jews in France in the 18th century. There was this concentration to the south, somewhat smaller, of largely Sephardic Jews. It actually continues a little bit further to the right of where I've shaded the region here, but it's basically Jews just over the Pyrenees from Spain who had been making their way over there, certainly after the Spanish Inquisition in the late 15th century, and they had been settling in the south of France. And these Sephardic Jews, in keeping with the kind of cultural orientation that's often associated with Sephardim, they were quite capable of adopting many norms of non-Jews among whom they lived, including the French language, including French manners of dress, including a whole host of little cultural markers that indicated that they really were part of the larger society. And so when the question came before the French legislature, they were a little bit quicker to extend emancipation to these Jews. In fact, it happened in 1790, within the first year after the revolution itself. They confirmed, yes, the Sephardic Jews are Frenchmen, so we will include them in the rights and privileges of emancipation. Much more difficult is the far more concentrated and larger population of Jews living in the region which would be called Alsace-Lorraine, where you have all of these Ashkenazic Jews, right, our protagonists. Unlike the Sephardim, they were different from the French in many ways. Linguistically, their overwhelming language remained Yiddish, although they had some fluency in French, of course, particularly for business purposes. Their principal language was this Germanic language. And let us not forget that France and Germany are frequent enemies. They're neighbors, of course, but they have, regular conflicts. They would have several conflicts over the course of the 19th century and huge conflicts, of course, in the 20th century. So there's a suspicion of these Yiddish-speaking French Jews. Would they be loyal to France, or would they potentially be loyal to Germany, particularly because Germany also has a large population of Yiddish-speaking Jews just across the border? Do the Jews consider themselves, Frenchmen wondered, as a distinct people whose boundaries, the boundaries of their continuous sort of nation, span the French-German border, which could present significant issues both in terms of potential conflict with Germany, or similarly in terms of economic relations with Germany? Would the Jews abide by the French law and not, significantly undercut the sovereignty in economic and other terms of this new democratic nation? So there was a lot of debate and argument over whether or not the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine should be allowed French citizenship, and it took an additional year for them to be able to actually achieve this. So in 1791, the French legislators said, yes, we said the rights of man and citizen, and as I mentioned, we're not ready to talk about women, but we are ready to talk about Jews, and we can actually confirm now, as of 1791, that the Jews of France, of Alsace-Lorraine, may be, in fact, permitted to have citizenship. Now, what happened was a lot of Frenchmen, particularly in that eastern region of France, were not at all happy with this decision. And over the course of the next decade, there's petition after petition to the legislature saying it was a mistake, giving the Jews free access to the economy, removing all boundaries to their economic activities, has been ruinous, that they've taken advantage of their far-flung international connections. They've taken advantage of some of the significant skills they have culturally, such as their literacy and numeracy, we've mentioned many times. And we are finding, said a lot of Alsatian non-Jews, we are finding ourselves overrun with Jews who are now, beginning to dominate certain aspects of the economy, particularly in finance, money lending, things like that. And so there was a significant and pressured outcry. Ultimately, this came before Napoleon, the beginning of the 18th century, and we won't go into the details of how did Napoleon get involved in this. I thought we were talking about a democratic republic. But what ended up happening is Napoleon, in his, characteristic manner, said, I'm consistently bothered by these petitions coming in. I think we're going to have to turn to the Jews and settle this once and for all. So the whole question of emancipation for Jews was opened up again, but Napoleon did something radically different. He said, do the Jews have a representative body that we can ask them some really basic questions about who they are and what they want? And his advisors indicated that yes, they have this thing called the Great Sanhedrin. And he said, I heard of that. And they said, yeah, the only thing is it hasn't met in like 2,000 years. The Sanhedrin was the great, assembly of 71 judges that would decide all really important cases way back in the ancient period when the Jews still were sovereign in their own land, and the very latest under Roman domination. So he said, well, no problem. Je suis Napoleon. I am Napoleon. Let us reconvene the Great Sanhedrin. And so he had a call that reverberated throughout Europe, saying that Napoleon is going to be reconstructing the Great Sanhedrin because he has to ask it some questions related to the possibility of French emancipation of the Jews. So remember that the Jews had just barely received emancipation at that time, and now it was being questioned, so people considered this with great alarm. There was a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, particularly among circles of the Maskilim, who said that finally we're going to get a chance here to really demonstrate our potential for the larger state, and in fact we will be able to perhaps move our entire community forward in the intellectual direction that we wanted. So they brought together not only from France but representatives from East Central Europe as well. This assembly, which was initially called the Assembly of Notables, and at its head was this man, the Venerable Rabbi David Sinsheim. Now, a lot of rabbinical authorities issued the Assembly of Notables and later the Great Sanhedrin. They felt that it was somehow blasphemous, like, how is it? This is not the Sanhedrin. This is not how the judges are appointed. And look at these other guys who are joining it, these maskilim, these people who, barely believe in traditional observance of the Torah, and they're going to be our representatives. And so there was a significant boycott, particularly from the more right-wing elements, right-wing religiously of the Jewish community of Europe. But David Sinsheim, who was a very respected scholar, he'd written a major commentary on the Mishnah, for example. He was, kind of like an elderly figure by tremendous gravitas, and his decision to participate elevated him to the president. He got this amazing hat. I mean, I wish I could wear a hat like this, but I don't think I carry it off. And he served as the president of this organization. Basically, they met in the early 19th century, and Napoleon gave them 12 basic questions. And Sinsheim, together with this Assembly of Notables, had to draft responses to them. The questions were quite fascinating. The questions essentially, all together, they were really trying to drill down to one question, which was, hey, Jews, do you consider yourselves French or something else? Do you consider yourselves allied with France, true sons of France, willing to defend France? By the way, at that point, when the question was read out loud, the minutes of the Assembly of Notables say they all stood up and cried out, Jusqu'à la mort. to our deaths, meaning, of course, we will defend France. And then, but the questions with some really interesting kind of things that look like tangents, but were really basically the same question. Like, for example, Napoleon was very interested in Jewish marriage law. Would Jews consider marrying non-Jews, for example? And of course, in Jewish law, this is forbidden. But the Assembly of Notables were no slouches. They realized that Napoleon wouldn't like an answer that, no, we're forbidden to marry non-Jews, which of course was not quite so much in the 18th century, but would be happening on a very large scale throughout the 19th and into the 20th century. So they sort of said, well, we have traditionally dissuaded Jews from marrying non-Jews, and then they really kind of twist themselves into pretzels to say, but if it happens, we don't really interfere. And that's really what Napoleon also wanted to know. Do the Jews have their own police force? In other words, will they subject themselves to French law, or will French law be subordinated to Jewish law? And as we saw when we talked about the communal structure of the Kehillah, this is a real question. Like, which law is primary? In Eastern Europe, when the Kehillah was very large, it was not really that big a question because the government was not especially interested in getting into the minutiae of the behavior of individual Jews. And most of the areas in which they would be concerned, they were very simple areas that were certainly covered by Jewish law in the same way. But here, Napoleon is developing a modern state and will be dealing with individuals on an individual level rather than a communal level. And so he was very concerned, if the state imposes a particular rule or law, will Jews follow it if it contradicts the Torah and the way it's interpreted by the rabbis? So the Assembly of Notables understood exactly what Napoleon was getting at with all of these questions, and they provided for him an answer which satisfied him on all these areas. Perhaps the most significant response focused on a basic principle in traditional Talmudic law, the notion of dina, the malchuta dina, meaning the law of the state is the law. This is a discussion that was advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel in Babylonia during the period of the Talmud, where Jews were a minority in Babylonia. And there was a long discussion in the Talmud of what if the state imposes laws that are, not included in the Torah and in the Talmudic discussion. Do we have to follow those laws? And he basically ruled, yeah, we got to follow the laws of the land. It's a complicated discussion. What happens if the law of the land is wicked and it imposes a law that contradicts the Torah? I'm not going to go into that intellectual pursuit, but for our purposes today, the Assembly of Notables essentially offered Napoleon the answers he wanted. So Napoleon said, fine, I'm going to confirm the decisions of 1790 and 1791. Jews are definitely emancipated. We're not taking that back at all. But by the way, just to make sure that they're not abusing their new status, I'm going to impose a whole bunch of new laws just to make sure that they're kept within their bounds, which was considered by many Jews to be a bit of a betrayal, because after all, if they're emancipated, they should have total freedom, total equality. Napoleon was not quite prepared to do that, and so there were some lingering legal aspects on their economic activity, conscription, and others that Napoleon wanted to impose, at least for a temporary period. But the bottom line for our purposes, it was a huge leap forward, because here was a confirmation of the French idea of emancipating the Jews, which would echo throughout East Central Europe over the next 2 centuries. For their part, the Jews were just delighted with this, especially those elements of the Haskalah. Not so much necessarily the extreme right religious orientation, many of whom felt that Napoleon was representing some kind of great evil force. You see that, for example, among many Hasidim in Eastern Europe, which would be exacerbated by the fact that Napoleon would go on this massive Eastern campaign to invade Russia later on. But Some Jews actually viewed this as the beginning of the Messianic era, and they looked to his name, Bonaparte, which can be translated into Hebrew as Chelek Tov, good portion, which is understood as a reference, perhaps, to the coming of Messiah. Here's a medallion that was coined by Jews to celebrate the granting of emancipation to the French Jews. You can see on the left, of course, says Emperor and King Napoleon. This is like a big change from the original republic that was established in 1709. And on the right, amazingly, you have the figure of Moses, who is kind of like crouching down in an almost servile fashion, tentatively reaching up to receive the 10 commandments from none other than Napoleon. And this is like one of these astonishing images. It's a medallion that actually portrays Napoleon in a godlike fashion, being the great lawgiver, presenting the law finally to the Jews. It just boggles my mind that people would actually think this is somehow appropriate, but nevertheless, Azoi State, as they say in Yiddish. Now, let's move a little bit to the east and see how this new status really affects the rest of Ashkenazim. I'm going to skip rather quickly through much of this region and then focus in on how Jews expressed it in terms of political movements. So here's an image of the great Kaiser Joseph II, who was especially associated with the similar kind of emancipation that was happening in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, particularly the patent of toleration that was issued in 1782. And it was different from French emancipation of Jews in many respects. It did not go as far as the French example by formally declaring Jews citizens. Rather, as the name implies, the patent of tolerance formally agreed to permanent status of Jews as tolerated within the regime. So all kinds of rules that Jews were habitually nervous about, like residency status and like confirmed privileges to study certain subjects in higher education or engage in certain practices, while the mildly discriminatory limitations were placed on them because of their Jewish status, nevertheless, the state said formally, you don't have to worry about these things. We are going to keep them permanent. And this is extremely important to understand because Jews as a minority often flourish in environments in which they suffer from moderate to mild discrimination, as long as they can depend on the consistency and legitimacy of the rule of law in that state. The German term for this is a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society that is governed by law. In other words, let's say, for example, Jews are not allowed to open certain kinds of businesses or not allowed to live in certain areas of a city. So that mild discrimination is actually, in a way, good for the Jewish community because it provides a little bit of kind of like a forced inward focus that Jews know that they are not the same as everybody else, and so therefore endogamy is encouraged, marriage within the community is encouraged, communal self-help is encouraged because they realize they can't rely on the state for welfare type handouts and things like that, and so there's like a little kind of like we have to take care of ourselves mentality that reinforces the idea that the Jews are a distinct community by dint of those moderate discriminatory practices. But at the same time, let's say you're not allowed to open a particular business in a particular part of the community or something like that. If someone were to break the window of your store and then run away, you could rely as a Jew on the police to investigate, and if they caught the criminal, then he would be tried and would be sentenced, and you would be eligible to receive compensation. So there would be basically a law that was put in place that would protect their somewhat limited rights and privileges, right? So this is a really key point, that a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, God forbid, but a little bit of anti-Semitism from the outside, nothing that really harms people, but that sort of restricts them, that actually encourages Jewish growth, both internally and potentially even demographically. And at the same time, it only works, though, if there is a Rechtsstaat that guarantees that everything else is stable. The worst thing that the Jewish community can face is anarchy, where there are no predictable rules, where there are a minority that can be targeted with impunity, and that there's no follow-up, there's no police, there's no law, there's no compensation for damages. That's really the worst fear of the Jews, like any minority. So essentially what was happening in East Central Europe was much more the model of, the Jews have lived here a very long time. We're not ready to open up our society like those crazy French people are, but we are definitely committed to living in peace with this Jewish minority, which was perfectly acceptable for a large number of Jews living in places like the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But the idea of French equality was really quite tempting for large swaths of the population at large. And so you will have, over the course of the 19th century, a lot of liberal struggles to try to bring that system of government to East Central Europe. Of a major revolution in 1848 that points in that direction. It turns out to fail. And so during this time, Jews are kind of buffeted by sudden swells of liberalism, followed by contractions of conservatism. And over the course of the 19th century, they're struggling with, is society going to liberate us like France? Are they going to continue to tolerate us like Austria-Hungary? Or are we going to be subject to the anarchy that's associated with the revolution? Significant worry for Jews overall. But the trend as a whole moves towards emancipation, moves towards the idea of giving Jews equal rights with all other members of society, and ultimately that's what would happen. By the end of the 19th century, Jews were emancipated throughout the entire region of East Central Europe. Only Russia maintained that strict distinction between Russian citizens and Jewish subjects, as we shall continue in our second lecture today. This back and forth of what's going to happen to the Jews in East Central Europe had interesting, implications for the Jewish community. Among German Jews, those who were committed to the idea of achieving emancipation began to experiment with internal reforms. We just began to touch on these last week, but here's when you have the development of what would be later called denominations within Judaism. The Reform movement, which was called the Liberal movement at this time in the early 19th century, said, essentially one of the reasons why we are struggling to receive emancipation is because we're perceived as being so different from regular Germans. If we would just adopt things like those Sephardic Jews in southern France to show that we are good Germans too, then emancipation will be extended to us. And so the liberal movement was much more prepared to adopt changes in Jewish religious practice. Synagogue architecture was changed to be more church-like. Mixed seating of men and women was introduced. The liturgy was significantly edited to remove, for example, yearning for Zion. The idea that Jews are ultimately in exile in Germany was considered inappropriate because, after all, you only emancipate people who intend to live there for their home. You don't emancipate travelers. So references to Zion were removed from the liturgy because it was seen as a kind of a dual loyalty that was unacceptable. And we can go on and on with the various changes. One of the most significant ones was linguistic in nature. Should Jews continue to pray in Hebrew, a language foreign to the vast majority of Germans? Or should they move towards German language worship so that, if a typical non-Jewish German were to walk into a synagogue, he or she would understand basically what is going on? And so in the 1840s, when the Reform movement moved significantly towards using German, the movement called the historical positivist movement, now called essentially conservative Judaism. It's a little bit different, but that's the term used in America. This led by a man named Zacharias Frankel said, that's too much already. And so a splinter group from the Reform movement broke off and said, we do believe in reforming Judaism, but at a far slower pace. And so you have now three distinct orientations of Judaism very active in Germany. You have the traditionalists who wouldn't be called Orthodox for some time, but they're probably known as Altgläubiger, the old believers, who are essentially retaining medieval traditions. And then you have the very large grassroots movements of liberal Jews, aka Reform Jews, who are willing to see changes in Judaism in order to adapt to German sensibilities. And then finally, you have the conservative movement, which was saying, we believe in the basic tenets of changing Judaism to adapt to modernity, but not as fast as our Reform colleagues. There's much more to say about this, but I want to concentrate more on politics than on the denominational arguments. Now, related to these changes, there was a significant backlash developing, particularly in Germany, against the German Jewish advances for emancipation. And one of the figures that really highlights the opposition to this movement towards emancipation is a renowned historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who in the latter part of the 19th century, looked at what was happening to Jews in Germany, and he was especially incensed with Heinrich Gratz's major multi-volume history of the Jews that was appearing at the time, which he felt maligned the Germans as the traditional hosts of the Jewish community. And he argued in a very trenchant series of essays and polemics that went back and forth between Gratz and Treitschke. He said famously, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück." The Jews are our misfortune. That if we had, sort of granted them the limited rights that we did in the medieval period and left it there, that would be fine. But von Treitschke said that, just allowing Jews to consider themselves German was a great tragedy and would ultimately result in the downfall of Germany. Obviously, this particular intellectual trend would have huge implications for the 20th century, as that slogan, "The Jews are our misfortune," would be picked up by the Nazi Party. But we will return to that, God willing, tomorrow. Now, let us go to Eastern Europe, which is hugely important, not least for the fact that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe at this time. Eastern Europe would include the Great Russian Empire, massive territory. The Romanov dynasty had been controlling it for about 300 years, and would also include Poland at this point, because Poland was swallowed up by its neighbors in the late 18th century, and the largest single chunk of Jews was absorbed into the Russian Empire under Empress Catherine II, also known as Tsarina Catherine the Great. And so that's where you have the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews living. Now, we touched on some of the history that was happening there under the previous Tsar Nicholas I, and the degradation of the Jewish community there by the destruction of the Kahal, the imposition of the Cantonist system, the crown schools that we discussed last week. When we get to the 1880s, there's a dramatic development with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, shown here in this picture, seated. He was traveling in a carriage with his wife, and a bomb was thrown at the carriage by an early socialist group called Narodnaya Volya. Contrary to popular opinion, it was not actually thrown by a Jew or any kind of Jewish group, although one of the main co-conspirators was a Jewish pregnant woman who was later executed for the assassination of the Tsar. The Tsar died at the scene, and this rumor just spread throughout the Russian Empire in 1881 that had no basis in reality, that the successor Tsar had given the population permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, these 3 days actually extended to about 3 years, and pogroms just dotted the countryside. You can see this remarkable map from an article that was written by Irena Grosfeld, Sehon Orkan-Sakali, and Ekaterina Zhorodskaya. I'm going to show you some other graphs from that particular article that just gives you a sense of the scope of these pogroms that seem to be entirely out of the control of the Russian Empire completely. And in fact, one of the revelations in historiography in the 20th century in particular is that, for a long time it was believed that the Russian Empire actually orchestrated these pogroms. Some thought that maybe they did this as a way of kind of distracting the peasantry from, burgeoning dissatisfaction with the Russian Empire. But archival research has demonstrated that no, that's not in fact the case. Not to say that the Russian government was so friendly to Jews, but that these seem to be like spontaneous outbursts of violence that were perpetrated largely by unmarried men who were riding the rails from town to town and attacking Jewish communities at will, sometimes multiple times. These horrific pogroms, which were limited in scope in terms of the degree of violence compared to what would occur just 40 years later with the Russian Revolution, which would overwhelmingly be far more brutal, and then those pogroms would in turn be way overwhelmed by the Holocaust. Nevertheless, these pogroms had a major impact on the Jewish self-image, and as a result, Jews in the Russian Empire said, you know what, enough of this, we have to do something radically different. And I'm going to show you the 5 distinct strategies that Jews adopted. Before I move on, though, just have a quick look at the map. You'll see that a red line that sort of overlaps the modern boundaries that are shown there. That's the map of the Pale of Settlement at its greatest extent. The Pale of Settlement represented the region in which Jews were legally allowed to reside under Russian authority. There were Jews who were allowed to reside outside of it in Russia proper, but they were exceptional Jews, either there because of some special skill that they could offer the Russian government, like doctors or major financiers, things like that, or in the cases you can see on the Baltic coast in Latvia, these were veterans who had gone through the Cantonist system and were allowed, upon their release from their 25-year military service, to reside anywhere they wanted. So many of them formed these unusual communities in Latvia and Estonia. But the vast, or it's also possible Jews were living illegally in some of these other places. Actually, a fairly large number of Jews living illegally in Kiev, for example, Kiev, which was actually legally closed to Jews for much of this period. So that's the Pale of Settlement where most of these Ashkenazi Jews live. I want to point out 4 charts from this remarkable research that appeared in 2019. One of the things that's fascinating when you look at the pogroms, so here, take a look at this, which shows the number of pogroms that occurred during the late 19th and early 20th century. You can see this huge wave of pogroms in 1881, which are larger in extent, like in number, but not nearly as vicious, as murderous as the later pogroms. And then there's a significant wave in 1903-05, and then a terrible wave in 1917 to 1920, which smaller in the number, but much larger in terms of its victims. Murder was much more common in the later ones. Now, the authors of that article correlate these pogroms with crop failures. As you can see, that there is definitely some correlation, but there were many, many years where there were crop failures, where there were no pogroms. And then they look at another factor. They look at political turmoil, like, after the Crimean War and things like that. And you see that, yes, similarly, there is some correlation between political turmoil, like the post-assassination of Alexander II, and pogroms, but not always. There's lots of times, like Napoleon's advance to Moscow, where there are no pogroms. However, brilliantly, if you include both of those variables, and you say, well, what happened in those years when you had both political turmoil and crop failure? Bang, there you go, pogroms. So that's a very clear graphic representation of how economic reversals and political upheavals equals pogroms in the Russian Empire. Quid est demonstratum, as they would say. Now, what did Jews decide to do about this? So one of the things that really changed as a result of those 1881-82 pogroms is that Jews began to question the traditional leadership in a very big way. The traditional leadership was hugely harmed by the Cantonist decrees that we discussed last week. The Kehillah was not nearly as trusted. The traditional rabbinical authorities lost a lot of their authority in a rapidly secularizing Jewish society. And so Jews said after 1881, we are no longer going to accept the situation as is. We are going to adopt one of these 5 strategies. These are the 5 ideas that they articulated, and I'll explain to you how they were described in Jewish political activity. The first theory was, or the first decision was, perhaps the most traditional: let's leave. There's no room for Jews in Russia anymore. And in fact, this is a period where we have massive emigration from the Pale of Settlement, as shown here in this map, from 1881 to the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. 1.75 million Jews moving to the United States. That number would increase by about another 250,000. 70,000 going to Canada, where they heard there was going to be some really good universal health insurance, things like that. Very significant populations to South America, to South Africa, and to the early Yishuv, the pre-state community of Jews in Israel, and of course, 250,000 moving to Western Europe, kind of retracing the original migration path of Ashkenazi Jews from 13th century onward. Now they're moving back to Western Europe because the Russian Empire is no longer so comfortable, and a small number moving to places like Australia. The second major strategy was, no, let's not move, let's not leave the Russian Empire, let's change the Russian Empire. And in this area, you see the huge influence of socialist ideology that is expressed in a lot of Jewish thinkers from the period, perhaps most famously by this man, Leon Trotsky, who was a major figure in the 1905 revolution in particular. Later, he became the leader of the Red Army during the revolutionary years, as we'll discuss, God willing, in about an hour. And one of the things that's less known about the Russian Empire is that from this photograph, a mugshot of his arrest, actually, you can see that it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire at that time. I like to say that. I hope that's about it. Third, there are people who said, wait a minute, you're going to, try to change Russia. You're going to, try and, adopt a totally different political system, that of socialism. It's just going to be another problem later on down the way. And who says that this new political system is any good? What we need to do is stop history. We have to have all Jews, rather than moving to some other country and repeating the whole process again, let's move to our homeland. Let us return to Israel, and that will be the final homecoming of the Jews. This proved to be an extremely popular movement, the single most popular political movement of Jews in the Russian Empire, and would ultimately be successful in establishing the state in 1948. Fourth, a smaller group of Jews looked to the historian Shimon Dubno for inspiration, and he relied on the model of the Council of Lands that we discussed a few lectures ago on the medieval structure of a Jewish community existing as a strong community within a larger state. And he said we should create a kind of secular version of that. It's essentially this movement did not have a tremendous amount of traction, but it ultimately informed what would be the federation movement of North America and much further. The idea that Jews should communally organize themselves and try to assert their rights as a community rather than as individual citizens. So it had a huge impact, not so much on the Russian Empire, although, by the way, it was attempted in Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and to a certain degree in Poland during the interwar period. Finally, a large group of Jews said, wait a second, this is totally off the charts from how we've behaved for 2,000 years of exile. We have to stick close to our traditional values. We have to hold fast to the Torah, to the Talmud, to our rabbis. But these Jews realized that they could not exist in this new democratizing environment unless they had a way of articulating their beliefs and of engaging in mass dialogue. And so therefore, these so-called renewed traditionalists essentially adopted the tools of modern political discourse, forming political parties to be able to communicate their values to the population as a whole. So those are the 5 big strategies that Jews chose to adopt after 1881, after the pogroms that so uprooted the Ashkenazi community. How did that express itself into political movements? So I'm going to take the final 7 minutes of this lecture to walk you through. It never gets more complicated than this, but stick with me, okay? So here we have a political spectrum that you will be familiar with many discussion of 20th century politics. On the left, you have socialism, right? The idea that there should be, the further left you go, you have the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moving a little bit more to the center, you have the ideas of things like universal health care and unemployment insurance, and a lot of things that are really adopted in contemporary democracies that have socialist roots. But basically the idea that the society as a whole is responsible for each individual member, and there should be some kind of social safety net for everyone. And then on the right, you would have capitalism, which to its extreme says, like, you're on your own, buddy. It's all about your individual responsibility. You've got to take care of your own health and pay for your doctors yourself. If you lose your job, too bad, right? This, to its extreme form, it's like kind of savage. But as I mentioned, most democracies, like the United States of America, does not go anywhere near that far, although you can hear those tropes in debate. So that's kind of like a basic sort of political spectrum. Among Jews, it is considerably more complicated because while you also have this socialist and capitalist debate among Jews, you also have a y-axis in which you have a conflict between those Jews who believe in political activity here, which was called Yiddish dol, here, in this place, meaning in the diaspora, here in Russia, here in France, here in Germany. This is where we have to engage in politics. And there are others who say, no, it should be dort, over there in Israel, meaning don't bother investing in politics in the land where you were born, because we all have to return ultimately to the land of Israel. So why waste your energy focusing on political activity when you're just basically a traveler, you're transient? Okay, thousands of years you've been living there, but you're going to go to Israel. So that's a huge debate. Do we invest here or do we invest there, meaning in Israel? So where the political parties fall out, and when I say political parties, they're really movements. Sometimes they are clandestine, illegal movements because the Russian Empire forbade them from existing, but nevertheless, they were formed. We can place them within these 4 quadrants. Here on the lower left, the major party that was close to both socialist values and very stringent about here-ness, Dorkite, meaning we want to change Russia. Don't give us any pipe dreams about Israel, the Middle East. That's ridiculous. We're going to do it all here in Russia. This would be a group called the Bund. The Bund is essentially, it was a social democrat party, which was the same organization from which the much larger Menshevik and even Bolshevik parties had affiliation. So it believed very much in socialist values, communal collection of property, things like that. But it was conducted, as this amazing sign indicates, in the Yiddish language. It was specifically directed to Jews to convince them to adopt what would later become a kind of a communist worldview. Communism is sort of the most extreme form of this socialist expression, but it's on the same spectrum. Then if we move over to the right, where you have groups who are saying we should invest in this country, but we should essentially not change the economy, that would be the Vereinigte Party led by the historian Shimon Dumna, who essentially, as we said in the last slide, was closely associated with what would later become the Federation movement. We should not change too much, just focus on changing the Jewish community and its structure, and that was essentially his platform. It was not a very popular platform, even though it had very strong ideological roots and would later be adopted by some Jews and other populations. Of course, you have the Zionists, who said we should have the general Zionists, I should say. There are many flavors of Zionism. The Allgemeine Zionisten, the regular Zionists or general Zionists, believed in, let's all go to Israel. Let's not get too involved in the specific economic political discussions. Let's just get to Israel. And of course, the leader of that was Theodor Herzl, who was the founder of modern political Zionism. Some debate over contemporary characters, but basically he's certainly the most famous father of it. But there are some who are more extreme, who felt that we got to go to Israel, we got to be capitalist, but you know what? We've got to adopt a really stringent reliance on ourselves. We cannot rely, as Herzl would, on heads of state of European countries, of well-wishers in the non-Jewish world. We've got to really do it ourselves, even if it means violence. So you have the revisionist movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here, and this would eventually become the roots of the more right-wing parties in Israel's Knesset as well. And then finally, not actually finally, there's a trick to this, but finally, if you look to the quadrant where they should develop Israel as the direction for Jewish settlement, and it would be a shame if you just went to Israel and created another capitalist country. It should be socialist. So the socialist Zionists, the so-called Poalei Zion, were perhaps the most famous of them, the workers of Zion, established a network of kibbutzim, which are essentially kind of like neo-communist ashrams where Jews would live according to communist values, and they adapted them considerably over the course of the 20th century, but highly experimental structures of communal living and things like that. Now, this is complicated enough, but I have to add in, I'm afraid, a z-axis, right? We have an x-axis, a y-axis. We also have a z-axis, which is religious values. There were religious organizations as well. The first would be a group that was associated with the name Mizrahi, which means east, and it was associated very heavily with Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who is shown here, who said, you know what? A lot of rabbis are opposed to this idea of Zionism. They look at the people who are promoting it, and they say, hey, these guys are basically secular free thinkers. That's not us. And what about all those passages in the Talmud that tell us essentially to be patient and wait for the Messiah before we move to Israel? And Rav Kook suggested, well, maybe the fact that these secular Jews are coming back to Israel, that is in itself a sign that the Messiah is near. And furthermore, we have so many examples of miracles that occurred in the Bible because people took the first steps. That it wasn't nihilo, that things happened because Jews took the first steps. Like, just off the top of my head, lighting the Hanukkah menorah, right? The idea that there was one cruse of oil and they lit it and it lasted for 8 nights. A lot more to say about that in ancient history, but in terms of the metaphor, this was a very powerful one. And so many religious Orthodox Jews said, yeah, we're going to be on with this as well. But then finally, and this is really finally, you have a group that said, no, let's stick to our traditional understanding of the Talmud, which says, don't force the issue. It's a chutzpah. It's bold and unfair to God to demand that he send Messiah. We have to be patient in the diaspora. And this is a group called the Agudat Yisrael, or the Community of Israel, that was really focused on traditional Torah values. Later, of course, with the horrible impact of the Holocaust, they had to reevaluate some of their stance towards Zionism, and actually they ended up becoming very strong in Israel per se, but their central core message is unchanged, which is dedication to Torah itself. Perhaps the most famous example of their activity is in the Great Daf Yomi program, which they really pioneered in the 1920s, studying one page of Talmud a day through a 7-year cycle that results in a grand celebration at the end. This is the most recent celebration at the MetLife Stadium in New York. I was actually seated myself kind of off to the right of this picture, and it's celebrated all over the world, this worldwide study of the Talmud. So that's kind of like a quick overview of the many different complicated political orientations that Jews adopted at this time, an expression of a reaction to the pogroms of 1881, 1882. Thank you very much for your attention and endurance. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. At this point that we've had kind of like a general overview of the expression of political opinion among Jews for a snapshot in time, really from 1897 till about 1912, we should go on to understand how this was filtered through the experience of the Jews of Ashkenaz in the 20th century. I'd like to focus the next hour specifically on the Soviet experience, which is one of the most significant, demographically certainly the largest chunk of Jews in Ashkenazic territory, or the descendants of the Ashkenazic Jews from the Rhineland in Eastern European territory. That'll be our occupies. That will occupy us for the next hour. Let us begin first with the fall of the Russian Empire. So if you look at this map here, these two maps actually, you see on the left, this is what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. You can see that it's dominated by three major empires, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire. And that big sort of like puzzle piece sticking out to the left is Poland, Greater Poland. And then just a few years later, all of a sudden, it's radically changed. As you can see on the right-hand side, the map is completely unrecognizable. You have the German Empire is significantly shrunk. There's a section called East Prussia, which is actually the wrong color in this map. It should be the same color as Germany, but it's got a land bridge that separates it from Germany proper. That land bridge is a whole new country, Poland, which had not been seen on the map since the late 18th century. So all of a sudden, Poland is back, and it's taking up quite a bit of territory. It actually will have a very large proportion of non-ethnic Poles living within its boundary. And to contrast that, where is Austria-Hungary? That empire is dismantled significantly. There are tiny remnants of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in a country called Austria and its neighboring country, Hungary, but they are just a tiny fraction of its original size when it was a dual monarchy. Now, all of a sudden, the majority of the former citizens of Austria-Hungary find themselves in totally different countries. A couple of them are actually completely new countries, like, for example, Czechoslovakia, which is now the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. That represents a totally new country that took the northern part of Austria-Hungary to Austria-Hungary to exist. Romania is significantly expanded, and look at this, Yugoslavia, the South Slavs, a totally new country that takes up quite a bit of the old Austria-Hungarian Empire, and also encompasses Serbia, and it's just things have changed so dramatically. And all of these things are going to be extremely important tomorrow morning when we look at the Holocaust, because, of course, the Germans and the Australians and the Hungarians, and for slightly different reasons, the Italians, they are all practicing a form of revisionism. They want to revise the peace treaties that created these new countries immediately after World War One. But that will be a topic for tomorrow. For now, I'd like you to look at the very edge of the map on the right side of your screen, where you see Russia has disappeared. And they've labeled this map, not entirely correctly, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, but really it's referring to the new Soviet Union, which ultimately would be created from 15 actually, constituent republics. One of them would be the Ukrainian SSR, the other one would be the Belarusian SSR, but basically the old Russian Empire has disappeared. So that's what we're going to look at first. What happened to the Jews of this region when the Russian Empire disappeared? So there's really two revolutions that remove Russia from the map. The first one occurred in February of 1917. The second one occurred in October of 1917. Now, ironically, they're referred to in Russian historiography as the February and especially the October revolutions. But if you were standing where I am right now in New York, at the time the revolution happened, they would have been referred to as the March Revolution and the November Revolution, respectively. The reason for this is because one of the unusual quirks of the Romanov Empire was that they relied on the Julian calendar rather than the Gregorian calendar then used in the West. And it was literally losing a year every century, I believe, since they had the switch. So they were 11 years, they were 11 days behind the Western calendar. Russia was quite literally behind the West chronologically. It was only later in 1918, I think, that the communists said, okay, let's use the same calendar as the West, and that's how we are synchronized today. But back then, they were actually distinct. So the first revolution occurred in February, and it seems to have started from a food riot. Let us recall that World War I has been going on now for 3 years, right? It erupts in 1914, and it's the first really major global conflict involving, forces from all over the world, literally, and Russia is involved, but they are not doing very well. They lose almost immediately a massive amount of territory to German forces that's cut off on the Western Front for Russia, and they don't seem to be able to gain those back. Ultimately, the fact that these regions were behind German lines would contribute to their ability to establish independence after World War I, because Russia is not able to assert its control over Poland and the Baltic states, for example. So they're not doing well. They're outfitting their soldiers extremely poorly. Soldiers are unmotivated, finding that they don't have enough to eat. They don't have enough clothing to wear in the winter, that famously or infamously, they were not even properly equipped for the war. One of the infamous quotes, I'm not sure if it's apocryphal, but it certainly captures the mood, that Russian soldiers were told to use their bayonets first, meaning to use the knives that were mounted to the end of their rifles to fight first, because they had a lack of ammunition and they couldn't afford to waste it by shooting at the enemy. So in other words, they had to physically get close enough to the enemy to use a bayonet, while their enemies, the Germans, are well supplied and can use bullets for a lot longer than it takes for the Russian soldier to approach. So they were really doing very poorly. And at the same time, internal supply issues was facing a lot of the civilians living in Russian cities who simply did not have enough to eat. So on International Women's Day, there was a food riot that erupted when apparently a woman in the city of Petrograd, Peter's city, named after the patron saint of Peter the Great. By the way, this name, Petrograd, is significant. It used to be called St. Petersburg, after St. Peter, the patron saint of Peter the Great. Tsar. And then the word Berg is a German ending for a city. So therefore, during World War One, to be more patriotic, they named it Petrograd, Grad being a Russian suffix meaning city, so it doesn't have the German ending. Where I grew up in northern Ontario, there was actually a town, an Indian village, Cree Indian, that called Swastika. And during War II, they decided to rename it. I think it was called Churchill for a few years, very patriotic name. And then after World War II, it went back to swastika because that was a word in the Cree language. At any rate, so they named it Petrograd, and then the communists would later name it Leningrad. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, it would return to its original name, St. Petersburg, which is the name we use today. But at any rate, in what was then Petrograd, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window because everyone was starving and hungry. This erupted into a great riot and ultimately got out of control. And the Tsar himself was arrested. And suddenly, without anyone really understanding how this happened, the Romanov dynasty fell. And that was the end of the Russian Empire, almost in the blink of an eye. What was established in its wake was a provisional government, which was run by this man, Alexander Kerensky. And the main challenge of the provisional government was that it wanted to establish a permanent government. They still had to figure out what they were doing about World War I. It's still ongoing for another year. They haven't figured out are they going to stay in the war, remove themselves from the war. For the time being, they decided to stay in the war. But they had to try and pull together a representative body to allow citizens of the Russian Empire to vote on their future. This so-called constituent assembly, it's a very noble kind of democratic ideal to hold, to get the vote of the population. It turned out to be their downfall because while they were, slowly, laboriously creating this constituent assembly, the much more nimble, smaller, and unscrupulous Bolsheviks were able to outmaneuver them, and ultimately they would take over the Constituent Assembly before it could be properly seated and declare a totally new government in October. But during this brief interregnum between February and October, as Kerensky was trying to pull together this Constituent Assembly, one of the most important things he did was, and the very first decision actually, was to destroy the foundations, the legal foundation of the Pale of Settlement. Here you can see it in kind of like in the brighter white color against the gray. The Pale of Settlement, the restrictions on Jewish citizenship, restrictions on Jewish residency were abolished by the provisional government, which made it, a great. It made it heroic in the eyes of many Jews, although it was very short-lived. Here, by the way, is a period map from 1901, which gives you a sense of the relative populations of Jews, the concentration of Jews in the several gubernii, or the provinces of the Pale of Settlement. You can see very strong concentration, more than 17% in the eastern part of Poland and the central part of Poland by Warsaw, very strong concentrations in the region of Lithuania and in right bank Ukraine. That is the right bank of the Dnipro River, the western half of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. For small concentrations as you go further to the east. So what happens after the February Revolution is this man, Vladimir Lenin, the driving force behind the Bolshevik movement, organizes local councils in factories, in villages, and elsewhere. They were called Soviets, which means councils. And with their support, he storms the Constituent Assembly with an armed force, declares it disbanded in favor of all power to the Soviets, and proclaims what would eventually become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the first communist state in Europe, and a bold new experiment in attempting to establish this form of government in Europe. The notion that supported Lenin's popularity was the idea that this new, totally new, radically new form of government would ultimately cleanse Russia of its various, corruptive elements, including the monarchy, including the church. It was a very, very anti-clerical, anti-church movement, anti-religious in general, as we shall see, and also its capitalist movement. You can see at the bottom of this image that literally shows Lenin cleaning up the globe, because then he felt that once communism started in Russia, it would eventually expand to fill the entire globe. This is really at the heart of the confrontation between United States with its vision of democracy, that the United States believed that democracy would eventually, conquer all regions of the globe, and the Soviets felt equally aggressively that communism would actually be the dominant political modality of the entire globe. At the very bottom of the globe here, you see the capitalist. He probably looks familiar to you as a Monopoly Man figure. The Monopoly Man of the famous Barker Brothers game is based on a traditional iconic idea of the ultimate capitalist with the waistcoat and the top hat, and here the bag of money, somewhat rotund, but rather more appealing in the board game version, but nevertheless the same kind of things. This is often used, by the way, as kind of like a stand-in for Jews in general, sometimes made explicit for the Star of David, things like that, but Jews and capitalists very highly identified in the communist mind, particularly when it leans towards some anti-Semitic interpretations. I know, it's very ironic that communist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being capitalists. Capitalist anti-Semites accuse Jews of being communists. You just can't win. But that's the reality of anti-Semitism. It just does not have to make sense. Here is some propaganda directed against the communist movement by the White Russians. The White Russians, there's two different definitions of this term. The term Belarus literally means White Russia, and it's a region of the former Russian Empire, now the USSR. And so people who come from there are called Belarusians, or literally translated White Russians. But in the context of the revolutionary movement, the communists were associated with the color red, right? The Reds are the Soviets. And so those forces that opposed the communists, sometimes either openly monarchist, wishing to bring back the Tsar, sometimes a little bit more moderate, wishing to defend some kind of provisional government sort of idea, they were called the Whites, to contrast them with the Reds. Has nothing to do with the territory of Belarus specifically, it's more a political orientation. So the Whites and the Reds were engaged in a very ferocious civil war, along with many other combatants, as we shall see shortly. And the Whites were perhaps most notorious for their anti-Soviet propaganda, some of which was explicitly anti-Semitic. So this particular example compares the early communists to Aztec priests performing a human sacrifice. The human sacrifice is supposed to represent some kind of monarchic figure there, but it's being sacrificed, meaning the Holy Mother Russia is being sacrificed before the altar upon which Karl Marx sits, right, the founder of socialism, and it is labeled international, right? The Communist International, the Socialist International, meaning the whole idea of communism that was organized in an international group. Russia was about to be sacrificed, a human sacrifice towards this idea. And the various figures you can see, they're labeled at the top in Russian. Lenin, of course, the central figure in the bright red robe. Right next to him, the butcher, is Trotsky, right? Remember that Trotsky is Jewish, and Trotsky is all, along with actually a few other figures here, and Trotsky is also especially feared by the whites because he is leading very effectively the Red Army. Ultimately, the whites would be defeated by Trotsky's army. There's also this representation here of what are clearly ex-Hasidic Jews. You can see that the one on the left is still bearing his earlocks, his beos, although he's bareheaded at this time, which suggests a more secular orientation. And he's holding a bag with the number 30 on it, which is certainly a reference to the betrayal of Jesus by Judas for 30 silver pieces. I think it was silver. So the whole idea is that the message is that the Jews are somehow betraying Russia as well, contributing to this. And in fact, there's a major staple of Russian propaganda white Russian propaganda was that the Jews had somehow sold out Mother Russia to the communists, and we're going to explore that in some detail in just a moment. What I'd like to do is actually take us into the Civil War itself, because it's highly significant for the entire region. And ironically, considering the focus of the world today is on Ukraine, this is an area that's extremely pivotal to Ashkenazi Jewish history because of an unusual experiment that occurred in Ukraine at this time. As you can see from the note in the back, one of the several examples of early Ukrainian currency during the very brief period when Ukraine attempted to develop an independent country during the Civil War. It would ultimately fail because of several reasons, but it would be swallowed up by the communist movement that would wipe out the groups that were striving for Ukrainian independence and would establish instead a Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. But as you look at this document, you can see on the upper left, it has in Russian the word 100 karbovantsiev, which is the karbovanets, which is the unit of currency. On the right, it has it in Polish, both official languages of the Ukrainian state. And at the very bottom, you can see the word in Yiddish, 100 karbovantsiev. And this is, in fact, a fascinating aspect of the period. Yiddish was established as an official language of this very brief-lived Ukrainian state. So let me back up a little bit by telling you that, ironically, I actually know a little bit more about what we're talking about today than most of the times I'm actually speaking, because my PhD dissertation was on this particular period. You can see here, as published by Harvard, a prayer for the government of Ukrainians and Jews in revolutionary times, 1917 to 1920, because I specifically looked at this very unusual rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians, who you would think would have some, very negative history, some baggage that had to be dealt with before they could affect the political rapprochement. We have the Khmelnytsky rebellion that we talked about a while ago. We have the extensive pogroms that occurred in the 1881 period. You will also have pogroms in 1903, 1904 in Ukrainian ethno-Muslim territory. How is it possible that they were able to cooperate on the creation of a state? But in fact, this happened. Here's the Ukrainian translation that appeared just a little while ago in Kyiv. I'm very proud to have it being available to the Ukrainian public as well. So basically what's going on is if you look at this map here, you'll see where Jews are living in Ukraine. The blue line is the present-day boundary of Ukraine. That is, of course, before the Russian invasion of 2014 and their annexation of the Crimea, and also their attack in the eastern part of the Donbass, which it still seems to be up in the air. But you can see there's very large concentration of Jews in right bank Ukraine. That is the western part of the country, and bleeding over into neighboring countries as well. More than 15% of the population in these regions. And let us not forget that the Jews are quite distinct from the Ukrainians in a lot of key demographic areas. The Ukrainians, hugely agrarian. Majority of the population involved in traditional agriculture. Jews, on the other hand, overwhelmingly involved in commerce, living in villages, towns, and cities. Ukrainians primarily knowing the science of the land and its rhythms and so on. Jews, on the other hand, educated to be literate and to understand how numbers work, mathematics, and so on. And so the Ukrainians, in their attempt to create a state which would be focused around an organization that they would call the Centralna Rada. Rada is the Ukrainian translation of the word Soviet, meaning council, but it really had a very different character in this period. Their activity around this Central Rada was fully aware that the small Ukrainian intelligentsia that was also ironically concentrated in the western part of the country was insufficient in numbers to be able to effectively govern a territory of this size, second largest country in Europe, that has today about 44 million, I believe. In the beginning of the century, they had something closer to 40 million, but it's a massive territory. How are they going to be able to manage it? The Russians and the Poles, who also had significant populations, also primarily in the cities, all had different interests. The Russians, of course, had allegiance to the former Russian Romanov dynasty, and many of them wanted to see the creation of a Russian federation dominated by Russia. And the Poles, of course, were struggling to create their own country to the north out of the ruins of World War I. They had reasons not to be so necessarily loyal to this burgeoning Ukrainian state. The Jews, on the other hand, had no other loyalties that were that was automatically attached to them, and it stood to reason that many of them would see the benefit in specifically associating their energies with this new nascent state in Ukraine and helping it to thrive and grow. And so, to the surprise of many observers, the dominant Jewish Ukrainian mood, which can be measured in several ways, actually was in favor of this new Ukrainian development, which had promised many communal rights to Jews. Just to give you an example of one document that illustrates those promises and the difficulty they had in creating them, as I mentioned, Yiddish became an official language of this nascent Ukrainian state. But how do you actually run a government with Yiddish when the government itself is barely able to write anything in Ukrainian, its first language? So here's one typical document that I discovered in my archival research. It's a letter written to the Jewish community of Riven. And if you look at you can see it's obviously written in two different scripts here. There is a typewritten Ukrainian script, but if you look carefully at it, you'll see that many letters are actually handwritten into the document. And that is because the Ukrainian language has an alphabet which is similar but not identical to the Russian alphabet. They're both Cyrillic languages, but there are some letters that Ukrainians have the Russians don't have, and vice versa. They also pronounce certain letters differently as well. One of the letters that's missing in the Russian alphabet is the letter that we would recognize as the letter I in the Roman alphabet, or I with an umlaut, with two dots instead of one. And so you can see that what they've had to do, the typists had to use a Russian language typewriter, because there are very, very few Ukrainian language typewriters. The Russians had engaged in actually a tremendous amount of energy in the late 19th and especially early 20th century to try to control the spreading and standardization of the Ukrainian language. They really wanted to preserve the Russian language against a popular movement to turn the vernacular into a formal written standardized language. This is ironically, as my father, Oliver Schelling, would say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. One of the things that Putin is demanding of Zelensky in his current war on Ukraine is that Ukraine has to protect the Russian language, right? The worries that Russia will somehow be, the great Russian literature will be lost if Ukrainians don't make special protections for it. At any rate, here you can see more of the reality of the situation. The vast majority of the population, especially the agrarian population, especially in Western regions, are much more likely to speak Ukrainian amongst themselves, although Russian was the formal language of government. So by trying to recreate Ukrainian, they've had to use a typewriter that has only Russian Cyrillic letters, And every time they come to the Ukrainian letter I, or the I with the umlaut, they have to leave a blank space. And then afterwards, the typist has to pull the paper out of the machine and write in the letters directly with a pen. By the way, I'm assuming that everyone watching this video or attending this class is old enough to remember what a typewriter looked like. It's kind of like a word processor that you cannot, simply hit the backspace key to delete anything. Whatever you type once is actually printed onto paper, and you can't take it off unless you use some kind of physical device like literally a white paint to paint over the letter. It sounds absurd that I actually have to explain this, but that's the situation. So it's a Russian typewriter, and I had to use it to write Ukrainian. What about Yiddish? Don't even think about it. There are hardly any Yiddish language typewriters in Ukraine during this war era and the Civil War. So the typist has to save a space, draw a line, and then carefully write in the message in Yiddish on the right by hand. So this should give you a sense of the tremendous efforts that they were willing to engage in to be multicultural, but at the same time, it's chaos. They're having tremendous difficulty, for example, getting Yiddish literate or Yiddish fluent operators on the telephone switchboard and all kinds of things like that. But they are nevertheless making a good faith effort to try and include Jews in this new government. Okay, well, what ends up happening is the whole experiment, however well-meaning, ends in terrible failure as the entire region is absorbed in a pogrom wave that was far worse in 1881, 1882, far worse even than the Chmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And if it were not for the Holocaust that occurs 20 years later, it would have been, it would be remembered as one of the worst periods in Jewish history. The pogroms were focused especially in the revolutionary year, the Civil War year 1919, but they began already in November 1917 and they extended into 1921. But 1919 was clearly the worst of them. The war ends in 1918. The Germans retreat in a disorganized manner, just selling their weapons for food to find their way back to Germany. The Russians invade from the north. The nascent Ukrainian state tries to defend itself, but it's ultimately reduced to operating out of a series of trains moving in a triangular region in the western part of the country before they're finally driven out. And you have many other forces active in Ukraine, including the White Russians I described earlier, also a group known as the Greens, the anarchists, and there are several foreign armies that are active there as well. So it's a period of amazing, awful chaos. Earlier this morning, we talked about the importance for Jews of living in a Rechtsstaat, a society that even if it is moderately discriminatory, nevertheless, it is governed by law and there are predictable rules and enforcement of those rules. 1919 was the polar opposite of all that, as you have pogrom waves just washing over the entire territory, many communities being hit multiple times, and the degree of violence, the murderous nature of these pogroms dwarfs anything that was experienced prior to this period. It is truly a horrific time for Jews, and those Jews who have not chosen to leave for America or elsewhere prior to this are distinctly motivated to do so after this terrible period. Now, one of the great ironies of this period is that 40%, the plurality of the pogroms that are recorded with a known perpetrator at this time, were perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time engaged in extending all kinds of unprecedented communal rights to Jews. In other words, there were Ukrainian pogromists affiliated, however loosely, with this man, Simon Petlura, the leader of the Ukrainian government, which was called at the time the Directory, who were at the same time attacking Jewish civilians in the villages. And this is like one of those hard to understand paradoxes. How is it possible that Petlura himself is in a government that has a minister of Jewish affairs, that has Yiddish as an official language, that has all kinds of these wonderful policies, which of course are kind of like mainly on paper because the government itself is barely able to hold itself together. And they have such a pro-Jewish approach, and at the same time, their army is attacking Jewish civilians. The reasons for this, I discuss it much longer in my book, but I should at least give some sense of it here. Petliura succeeds in amassing a remarkably large array of forces early on in this period, specifically in the winter of 1919, bringing together over 100,000 troops. But they're mainly made up of, peasants who grab pitchforks or whatever they can find. They have no uniforms or anything like that. They have very poor command and control structure, but they declare themselves for the Ukrainian National Republic and for Petliura. And then by the time you get to the end of the spring, those 100,000 odd troops have diminished to about 16,000 under the pressure from the Soviets, the Whites, and the several other parties active in the region. So it appears that the peasants' understanding of what the Ukrainian National Republic was all about was very, very thin, and it was very easy for them to associate the Jews with the enemy. And this became a self-fulfilling prophecy because, ironically, of the various forces active in Ukraine at this time, the one force that was pretty reliably unlikely to commit a pogrom were the Soviet army under the Jewish leader Trotsky. They're only associated with 2% of the recorded pogroms. So it's not like there were not pogroms that were affected by Soviet soldiers, but there are very few of them. They were far more disciplined. And so what ends up happening at this time is that the Soviets experience a surge of support for the Red Army from this Jewish population, so much so that they had to scramble to try and create training centers that could work in Yiddish with these, yeshiva boys who are running out of yeshiva, their pay is flying, never having touched a rifle in their life, but they want to join the Red Army in order to protect their communities or to effect revenge on pogromists that would quite often attack the same communities over and over again as their front lines moved back and forth. There was a surge of Jewish support for the army specifically, but there was also a smaller surge for communism in general, as many disaffected Jews felt like Judaism had failed them, and that communism as a kind of secular messianism would actually come to their rescue. Now, in terms of Petliura himself, it's important to note that later historians have often characterized Petliura as the architect of these pogroms, a kind of like early version of Hitler. And in my research, I discuss at some length how I do not feel that is an appropriate way to understand his role in the violence. Petliura himself actually had published some very pro-Jewish things well before the war. He wrote some very favorable reviews, for example, of plays that dealt with Jewish characters, things like that. And it seemed really out of character for him to do that. Moreover, during the war, as Ukrainian apologists will often point out, he published all kinds of decrees forbidding pogroms and promising to punish anyone who violated those rules and things like that. But what ended up happening was he was assassinated in 1926, and in a dramatic trial that occurred in Paris, the image of him as the designer of the poems emerged. The story behind his assassination is really quite dramatic. The man shown in this photograph standing on the left is named Schwarzbart, and basically at this time in 1926, the Ukrainian National Republic has lost its bid for statehood, and the key figures in the government, including Petliura, have fled to the west. He's living in Paris. Petliura walks out of a cafe one morning on the Rue Racine, and this man, Schwarzbart, walks up to him and says to him, "Who's Mr. Petliura? Are you Mr. Petliura?" And he says, "Oui." And Schwarzbart takes out a gun and shoots him dead on the spot. He is arrested and put on trial. But in a brilliant legal move, his defense argues that he was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that had affected the Jews of Ukraine. That Schwarzbard should be viewed, argued his defense, as an avenger of Jewish pride, and rather than making a trial about Schwarzbard, who was actually, an assassin in the open, who killed him in cold blood on the street, the trial became one of Petliura and of his role in the pogroms, and it hinged on whether or not Petliura was guilty of creating this pogrom movement. And as I've argued in my book, but I'll state it very briefly here, I do not feel that calling Petliura the architect of the pogroms is historically valid. I do believe that Petliura chose to remain silent at a key period of several weeks in the spring of 1919, and he failed to take a rapid action to condemn the pogroms early on, and this allowed the impression to spread throughout Ukrainian troops that in fact the pogroms were, if not tolerated, then perhaps even condoned. And this was the key culpability that Petliura bears. In my humble opinion, it's not one of commission. It's highly unlikely that he actually ordered anyone to commit a pogrom. It does not make sense. There are some historians who point to documentation that would say that, but that documentation has actually not been found. I would say that his culpability rests in one of omission, that he failed to take the actions necessary of the titular head of this government, however fragile, for fear of losing the loyalty of his troops. This allowed the pogroms to expand and to wreak such havoc on the Jewish population. At any rate, just to finish the story with Schwarzbard, he was exonerated. Under French law, he was required to pay damages to the widow of Petliura, and so he was fined 1 franc, incredibly insulting, slap on the wrist for killing a man. But Jews worldwide celebrated this as a huge victory of finally being able to stand up to mete out vengeance against someone who was responsible for the pogroms, even if that responsibility was highly attenuated and was focused perhaps in a different direction by the trial. Nevertheless, that's the ultimate result. But if we return to the period under discussion of 1919, we should recall that 40% of the pogroms were in fact perpetrated by the Ukrainian troops, and the whole enterprise in a rapprochement ended in miserable failure. And many Jews saw the Red Army being a far more effective control on the violence, so therefore support for the Red Army grew significantly. By 1920, the Ukrainian experiment in statehood ends in failure. Its leaders are mainly exiled to the West, and Ukraine is now absorbed within the Soviet Union. And Ukraine, at this point, constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union, because the Jews who lived in Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania, and to a certain degree Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding of Ashkenazi culture in the Soviet Union. So what does the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at this time, there is a lot of flux going on in the new country known as the Soviet Union. They go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts till 1920. It overlaps the Civil War. And it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring this overwhelmingly agrarian society rapidly into a communist future, which, Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the march towards the progress that he called communism, he really didn't anticipate that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make these backward agrarian communities behave like modern technological industrial communist states. And so they decide to back off and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of agriculture and things like that. And that proves to be the breathing room that a lot of people need to begin to rebuild the economy after 4 years of World War and 2 years of Civil War. There's also a tremendous change at the top of the political establishment. Lenin, who we've described as the mastermind behind the communist revolution, has a stroke. And the last 2 years of his life, he's debilitated. So that leaves a kind of a gap, a vacuum in power, in which both Trotsky and Stalin and another figure, Bukharin, are all jockeying to take advantage of. Ultimately, the winner would be Stalin, as we shall see. But for now, we should talk about the Jewish aspect of it. Stalin is not a friend of the Jews at all. Stalin definitely harbors a very distinct anti-Semitism that will eventually express itself to its fullest later on in his reign. But this time, he's still too weak to really, articulate it. And more moderate, sometimes Jewish-inspired ideas dominate the party for its first decade. They establish something called Yevsektia, which is a Russian acronym for the Jewish, it is actually, it is a Russian acronym, not Yiddish. It is a Russian acronym for the Jewish section of the Communist Party. The idea being that the Jews, because they are a highly distinctive population, very different demographically, economically, religiously, linguistically from the broader populations, they need a special communist party in order to move them towards communist ideals and recognizing their special, sort of complexion. Ironically, they're paralleled by a women's section of the Communist Party for similar reasons, which would also have exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. It would all be done by 1930 as Stalin consolidated power and said, enough of this, to use the Yiddish term, Narishkeit, enough of this silliness, let's move on with real communism. Yevsektia was specifically set up. The man in this picture here is the head of the Yevsektia, a former Chabad rabbi named Simon Dimenstein, who would abandon his Jewish identity, abandon his religious identity in order to lead this effort, and it had some interesting kind of plans. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the Yevsektia was initially its determined attack on Jewish religion. Right? Remember that the Communist Party is adopting a distinctly anti-religious stance based on Marx's ideas. The fact that Marx himself was born a Jew, later baptized by his parents, is irrelevant. He's perhaps one of the most notorious self-hating Jews of modern history. The whole idea of religion in the Marxist and socialist and communist mind is that it is an opiate of the masses, meaning it is a drug that keeps people stupid. What specifically does it occlude from their vision? It obfuscates the importance of class in their lives, and that their true enemies are not the adherents of rival religious movements or nationalist movements, but in reality, their true enemies are their class enemies. And so doctrinaire Marxism teaches a complete atheism in order to allow people to see through the veil of religious promises to the fact that they are being manipulated by upper classes for the control of scarce resources. So there's a determined, ironic expression of this organization called the League of Militant Atheists directed at Jews. This organization was known in Russian as the Bezbozniki, the godless, I like the term. In Jewish terms, they were called simply apikorsim, heretics, but they distinctly strove to try and extirpate Judaism from the masses, which was a difficult task because although this is a changing and evolving society that is adopting a more and more approach, is still the heartland of traditional orthodoxy, and they were fighting against a major demographic current. They would have, however, significant success, aided by the upheaval of the Holocaust and so on. And the image on the left, which is more of a anti-Christian image than an anti-Jewish one, Jesus is giving out alcohol to all the guests, the common peasants at his party, and they're drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate masses is very well encapsulated in this picture. So with regards to the Jews, there was decided emphasis on trying to extirpate religion. Sometimes they would be co-opted, like they wrote special red Haggadahs that were designed to try and teach Jews that they really weren't rescued from Egypt by Moses. They were actually rescued from the Russian monarchs by Stalin. I mean, crazy kind of transvalued messages. But the overall approach of the party in the 1920s was one called korenizatsiya. This term, it's hard to translate into English. The word koren means a root, like a root of a tree or something like that. And so it means indigenization, or developing the true origins, the true culture associated with the people before it gets poisoned and twisted and warped by outside influences. It was at its core a belief that if you went back to the original folk culture of the peasantry or whatever, you would find a culture that was very amenable to socialist values, and that you would find a culture that, would naturally be communist. And so you see this policy of korenizatsiya being applied to many different peoples, not just the Jews, but in the Jewish world, it was especially known as a period in which Yiddish has a remarkable renaissance. Yiddish was regarded, unlike Hebrew, the religious language, right? No religion there. Yiddish was regarded as the true folk language of Ashkenazi Jews living in Ukraine and elsewhere in the Communist Union. And so therefore, anything that was Yiddish was good. And there was tremendous amount of resources poured into like developing Yiddish literature and Yiddish plays and Yiddish poetry and all kinds of things like that. Remarkable flourishing of Yiddish, so much so that many Yiddish intellectuals who had already emigrated to America chose to move back to the Soviet Union in the 1920s because they saw a tremendous cultural renaissance of the language. Now, there are some funny things associated with this. Like, for example, Yiddish is about 15 to 20% Hebrew. Lots and lots of borrowings from Hebrew, the religious language. And that was considered to be somehow tainting of the language. And so the Yiddishists of the period, working with the policy of korenizatsiya, tried to edit Yiddish so it would not have that Hebrew root. So, for example, Hebrew is not, unlike Yiddish, a phonetic language. It doesn't have vowels. The nekudot, the punctuation points, it's hard to exactly describe what that is. You're not familiar with Hebrew, but they're added later. If you read the Torah in the original scroll, it will have no vowels. You literally have to memorize the various possible pronunciations and understand which pronunciation is appropriate for this particular sentence. There's lots more to say, but I don't have time to say it. So what they did was the Soviets, when they tried to work with Hebrew terms in Yiddish, they either forbade them, or if they couldn't forbid them because they're so important, they would transliterate them phonetically using Yiddish. So, for example, the word emet, truth, very important word. It was the name of a famous publishing house, for example, but it was spelled in Hebrew. So they respelled it, instead of Aleph, Mem, Taf, they respelled it Ayin, Mem, Ayin, Samech, which is pronounced MS in Yiddish, and is completely unrecognizable to a Hebrew reader unless they are aware of the bizarre transcription change. The Ukrainians had it even worse in some ways because, as I mentioned earlier in this lecture, Ukrainian Cyrillic and Russian Cyrillic are slightly different. And under korenizatsiya, they also wanted to try and bring the Ukrainians closer to the Russian language. Although they're encouraging Ukrainian because of korenizatsiya, they also want specifically to assimilate the Ukrainians to Russian, so they made the letter G in Ukrainian illegal. They make a letter illegal. That's because the the Ukrainian letter G is written differently than the Russian letter G. And the Ukrainians have a different letter called the letter H in English, which is pronounced in Russian like a letter G. I know it's complicated, but I think it's so ironic because if you look at this book here, this is the cover of the Chabad Siddur, the Chabad prayer book, and it is in a Hebrew Russian translation. And if you look over here, you see that it's called Tehillat Hashem, and the sound H for Hashem, meaning the name of God, it doesn't have a Russian equivalent. So the Chabad movement added a special accent on the top of that letter to let Russians know that even though it looks like the letter G, you have to pronounce it like an H. So it's a little accent they've added. So ironically, the Russians try to take a letter away from the Ukrainian alphabet. The Jews instead add a letter to the Russian alphabet. I think that's kind of fun. They also, at this time, towards the end of this period, even attempt to replace the popularity of Zionism with a bizarre experiment, something called Birobidzhan, which is declared a homeland for the Jews, a Jewish autonomous oblast located way out in the far east, not too far from the Chinese border and the Pacific Ocean. The only real thing speaking for this territory is its proximity to authentic Asian food, and the fact that it could have been a huge refuge for Jews had Stalin allowed it to be so during the Holocaust. But of course, that was not Stalin's thinking. And although it became officially a Jewish autonomous oblast with Yiddish as its official language and for a time a center of publishing and culture, nevertheless, it was not successful in saving the many hundreds of thousands of Jews who could have used it as a refuge during the war. So all of this ends in 1930 and beyond, as Joseph Stalin is able to consolidate his control over the Soviet Union. He embarks on a series of 5-year plans in which he brutally attempts to force the Soviet Union into a rapidly industrialized phase to make a catch up with the West. Among the incredible tragedies associated with this is the Ukrainian Holodomor, what's called in English perhaps the terror famine, an artificial famine that was occasioned by Stalinist policies related to his aggressive push for industrialization that killed literally millions of people in Ukraine. There is still some doubt as to the true scope of it, but 3 or 4 million is considered a very low estimate. It could easily have exceeded 6 million people. It is a remarkable phenomenon that is not nearly as well studied as the Holocaust, but it had a searing impact on Ukrainian memory. And the fact that one of the key figures behind the implementation of Ukrainian policies, Stalinist policies in Ukraine, was a Jewish communist named Lazar Kaganovich, certainly did not help the overall impression of Jews, as we shall see tomorrow when we turn to the Holocaust. But it turns out that in the later part of the 1930s, the Soviet Union goes into this terrible phase of the purges, which I won't go into detail now, but the Jews, like all Soviets, were caught up in this bitterly, and it was a period of great horrors for the larger population. But at this point, I've got to end for my hour. Tomorrow, we're going to look, God willing, at the implications of the Soviet popularity among Jews in the so-called bloodlands, the region that would be between Nazi Germany and Stalin's Soviet Union, and we'll see how that plays out in the Holocaust. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. In this penultimate lecture, we'll look at the most difficult chapter of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and that is, of course, the history of the Holocaust. And thankfully, it is the penultimate chapter because we will have one more lecture after the break in which we're going to look at post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Thank God there is a post-Holocaust Ashkenaz. Yeah. So let us begin just with a couple of preliminary remarks about the terminology and the scope of this very brief treatment of such a colossal event in Jewish and in world history. First of all, the term Holocaust is somewhat problematic. Several terms were coined in the course of the years after World War II in an attempt to describe the magnitude of this tremendum, this earth-shattering and unprecedented genocide. There were prior genocides. We spoke briefly about the Ukrainian Holodomor, for example, but there are certain unique aspects that set the Holocaust aside, including, for example, the application of modern bureaucratic industrial methods to the slaughter, the sheer scope and scale of the Nazi dark ambitions to destroy all of the Jews of Europe. These are things that cry out for specific terminology, but we struggle to find the correct terms. The term Holocaust has largely been accepted in the scholarly and certainly the popular world, but it has its limitations. It's basically a Latin translation of the Hebrew word olah, which is a type of sacrifice offered to God as described in the book of Leviticus. The olah is a sacrifice which is completely burned. That is, sometimes you see it translated as burnt offering. And there is certain levels of kind of a poetic rhyme to it, in the sense that, so many, but certainly a minority of the victims of the Holocaust were in fact completely burnt up in the crematoria. But it has problematic aspects as well. For example, if we are comparing the victims of the Holocaust, specifically Jews in this context, although of course there are many other victims. Roma, for example, suffered very heavily. And people with mental and physical disabilities were singled out. Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, whole classes of people, and of course the general enslavement of Slavs and their massacres in many contexts. But if we are somehow to use the term Holocaust to describe this phenomenon, when you look at it in context, the God receives a pleasing aroma from the olah, whatever that exactly means. So does that mean that somehow the sacrifices of the Holocaust were, God forbid, desired by God? That's certainly a very problematic thing. And if the victims of the Holocaust are the burnt offering itself, then does that mean that the Nazis are, God forbid, somehow the high priests? Very, very hard thing, or the priests, I should say. Very, very hard thing to tolerate. Several other terms are in some usage among Orthodox Jews, particularly those of an older generation. They tend to use the Hebrew term korban, usually pronounced with the Ashkenazic Yiddish pronunciation korban, which ties the Holocaust to the great destructions of the temples in Jerusalem in ancient times, and that gives you a sense of the magnitude that with which they regard this event. In Israel, the term Shoah is very popular. That has a kind of a generic meaning of destruction in general. It is also a biblical Hebrew term, but it lacks the problematic association with the sacrifices. But we will work at any rate with the term Holocaust for our purposes. Now, I only have, an hour to go through this horrible event, and I'm going to rush through it, unfortunately, to try and give a succinct overview, especially for those of you who are in this audience who are not well familiar with the Holocaust. But I would like to point out that I have an online course which is free and open to the world on my website, which is henryabramson.com. And I certainly encourage you to sign up for that course so that you'll be able to dip into it at any time. Certainly, you can watch the dozens of lectures I have there on many aspects of the Holocaust to be more well educated on this terrible moment in human history, which has implications for us all, Jewish and non-Jewish. But for today and for this purpose, we're just going to take 1 hour to try and survey the entire event. Let us begin with interwar Germany. So in the last lecture, we spoke about the implications of World War I. And specifically, we looked at the map of Europe after World War I, after the peace treaties had redrawn the entire map. Now, there were big losers in World War I, specifically Germany and Austria-Hungary lost a tremendous amount of territory. They were essentially blamed for starting World War I, although if you look at the unfolding causes of that world conflagration, it's not entirely clear that they bear sole responsibility for the chain reaction of events that led to those incredible hostilities. But at any rate, that's the way the victors determined the post-war era. Many Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and so on were very upset with this. To be, it's understandably so. And many of them chose to seek intellectual refuge in the political ideologies associated with revisionism, meaning they wanted to revise those peace treaties. The element that is specifically attached to a kind of anti-Semitic impetus is this thing that the Germans called the Dolchstoß, the stab in the back. Basically, the argument went that the German troops and their allied forces were actually doing fairly well in the war. It had bogged down on both fronts, but nevertheless, they really did control a much larger amount of territory than they started with when the war broke out. And then because of internal weakness and war weariness within their countries, that according to those who advanced this theory really pointed to Jewish peace agitators and communist agitators in some cases, they prematurely surrendered. And they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. And you can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely defends the front from any attackers. But unbeknownst to him, there's these dark storm clouds that gather, and this grotesque woman with a strange kind of French-style hat. And in case you missed the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips and the forelocks, the payos on the sides of the head, there's a Star of David on the hat, so you won't make any mistake. And she stabs him in the back, betraying the entire country and allowing the enemies to overrun the borders. Right? That's the idea of the Dolchstoß. And this resentment over the anti-war movement really consumed a lot of the Axis powers at the time, and ultimately contributed to Hitler's rise to power, which is a fascinating topic in itself, but takes us a little bit further away from our focus on the Jews of Ashkenaz. So I refer you once again to my totally free and open to the global community course on the Holocaust. Here's another example, from Austria in the early post-war period. It's an election campaign poster, and you can see it says, actually there's a piece that's cut off from the top that says you should vote for a particular party, and it says German Christians and save Austria. You see also here they use the term Deutsche, German, and in this context doesn't mean of the nation of Germany. It means those who participate in a larger culture of the Germanness, which of course Austria and Germany share, and that will contribute to Austria's eventual joining with Germany in the Anschluss. But looking at the iconography, You see that there's the Austrian eagle there, and it's being strangled by this strange worm-like constrictor snake that is clearly identified as the Jew, with the hooked nose, the thick lips, the payos, it's a trope for the era, a yarmulke, in case you're not sure, and smiling as Austria is choked by this Jewish influence. Hitler capitalizes on this rising anti-Semitism, which he records in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, My Struggles, a book that he wrote while he was in prison for attempting to take over the government in the beer hall putsch of 1923. And he proves to be, kind of rock star popular with Germans. He never wins a majority in any of the elections in which the Nazi Party runs, but he does win a plurality, the largest single minority chunk. And so when he is able to finally take control of the government, he then imposes essentially a form of martial law, the Enabling Act, and that's the beginning, really, in 1933 and onward, of the Nazi control of Germany. In 1935, they established the Nuremberg Law, shown here in graphic form. This was a key element of the unfolding of the Holocaust, because if one is to move from, mere inflated rhetoric, from, bombastic statements which Hitler was prone to make, including in January 1933, a threat to hold Jews under gas, which many scholars feel is not necessarily foreshadowing in an intentional way the use of Zyklon B in the gas chambers, but rather is a reference to his desire that Jews should suffer the same kind of gas attacks that he and other German soldiers had suffered during World War I, specifically chlorine and mustard gas. But nevertheless, if you're going to move from this kind of bombastic demagogic statements, you need to identify the Jews if you are going to persecute them. So one of the very first efforts in this regard was this law, the Nuremberg Law, which clearly defined this eternal question: who is a Jew? And as you can see on the left, you have Deutschblütige, or German-blooded. These are Germans who have no Jewish grandparents. And this is extremely important, because what's going to happen as the interwar years continue and you go into the Holocaust, German citizens will have the onus of proving that they are not Jewish in order to advance in various elements of society. So you have a huge industry of genealogy that develops. Then you have, moving to the right, you have the Mischling of the Zweite Grade, a second-degree mixed race, and this is defined as someone who has only one Jewish parent. In Jewish law, the maternal line has a special consideration that if one's mother is Jewish, one is Jewish. And this goes back, of course, all the way through the maternal line. But the Nazis didn't care about that. They're working with this quasi-scientific new racist ideology in which it didn't matter whether it was paternal or maternal. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first-degree mixed race, is someone who has two Jewish grandparents. And then as soon as you get to the point where you have a person with three Jewish grandparents, that's called a Jew. Right? You can see it labeled in the second from the right and the right-hand column with four Jewish grandparents. Those are Jews. And the reason why this was significant and important is because Germany had actually a very high intermarriage rate between Jews and non-Jews over the last half of the 19th and into the 20th century. Nowhere near the intermarriage rate that pertains, for example, with American Jews or with the Jews of the former Soviet Union, but nevertheless, something in the neighborhood of 30%. And so that meant that a lot of people were partially Jewish, and the state had to identify them and to categorize exactly which restrictions would be applied to them. Ultimately, they and their spouses were subject to persecution right up to murder in the death camps. But once you had a definition of Jews, then you could start laying on all kinds of ostracizing techniques, such as, there's just a sampling of setting aside benches that say only for Aryans, or you can put up signs outside town saying Jews are unwelcome here or are unwelcome guests and things like that. And you can slowly start, isolating them from the larger community, which you see in a whole series of laws that are imposed after that Nuremberg rally, excluding Jews from civil service, excluding Jews from working, for example, as teachers in public schools, and of course, excluding them as children from the public schools themselves. All kinds of things that were imposed upon them through legal discrimination. But the lowest point before the war is undoubtedly a massive nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht that clearly had advanced planning by the Nazis. They were just waiting for some kind of pretext in order to unleash these plans. But there were hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities on the night of November 9th, 1938. Right, that's the original 9/11 of the era, which was a very clear signal to the Jews that situation was escalating. The scope of murder was comparatively small when you think about the later depredations. Something like 262 Jews were killed, but there was and that, of course, is an incredible 262 tragedies for those individuals and their families, but still viewed against 6 million, we can understand how to differentiate the scope and the scale of this massacre. Tremendous property damage. The reason it's referred to as Kristallnacht, which means, the night of crystal, or really the night of broken glass, refers to the tremendous number of shop windows that were broken as the rioters went through the towns, led by some of the hooligans of elements in the Nazi party. There's, literally glass all over the streets, littering the streets, and so that's why it acquired that particular name. This signaled to Jews, without any doubt, if there were any questions beforehand, that they had to leave Germany. And as you can see from this map, about 130,000 of the 500,000 Jews living in Germany at the time managed to flee before 1937, even before Kristallnacht. The great challenge, however, was that most nations had been closing the doors to immigration over the late 1920s and into the 1930s, and it was very difficult for Jews to gain visas to be able to actually immigrate to some other safe climate. One of the most terrifying examples is the voyage of the St. Louis, or St. Louis, which was a boat carrying Jewish refugees in this time from Germany to Cuba. And from Cuba, as was the custom at that time, there was a brief window where people could get transit visas to Cuba. And then once they were in Cuba, they would attempt to immigrate typically to the United States or to South America, or some might even stay in Cuba. But the United States objected to this ship, which was not even going to land on its shores. And it was moored off the coast of Miami Beach for weeks as diplomats wrangled over it. Ultimately, the St. Louis was sent back to Europe with all of its passengers, most of whom were killed in the Holocaust following. So terrible, terrible period, and one upon which we should really reflect as we have such a massive displacement of refugees in the Russian attack on Ukraine. Now, the war actually breaks out September 1st, 1939. One of the key diplomatic events that makes the war possible is a secret pact called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that is signed by the foreign ministers of the Soviet Union, Molotov, and the Third Reich, Ribbentrop. And this was essentially a non-aggression pact between two erstwhile enemies. I mean, the Nazis representing fascism on the one hand, and the communists representing, socialism on the other hand. They were like bitter enemies. But when Hitler proposed to Stalin that they should cooperate, and the prize for both of them would be the acquisition of the territories that separated them, Stalin was very happy to accept. And so what happened on September 1st, 1939, is in a coordinated attack, the Nazis invaded Poland and the Baltic states from the west, and the Soviet Union invaded from the east, and they met at a border that at which point they had previously agreed not to attack each other. And so why this is especially important for German purposes is this meant that the Nazis had a safe eastern front in 1939. Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west in the attack on France and Belgium and elsewhere, and ultimately that's what he did. Later in 1941, he would double-cross Stalin, taking him by surprise and invade the Soviet Union, but that's a little further down the line in our story. But for now, what happens is you get this map that you're looking at here, a Polish language map, and the key line for us is the red line, which demonstrates the non-aggression tract boundary was defined by the Soviet Union and the Nazis prior to the war. The territories on the left side, the west, were taken over by Germany. Some of them were outright annexed, but basically on racial grounds. If the dominant population there were ethnically German, then they were simply annexed to the Third Reich, and all undesirable populations, including Jews, were pushed out into that green region in the center, which is extremely important, the so-called general government. This was not an area that was annexed by Germany, and in fact, the Nazi bureaucrats in charge of it were not entirely clear what they were supposed to do with all of the Jews that were being forced into the region. We don't have space or time to go into this in greater detail, but it is important to recognize that the Third Reich was an unusual combination of chaotic, spontaneous, impetuous leadership with a very dedicated, detail-oriented bureaucracy. It's a very unusual combination in which, Hitler would essentially approve radical initiatives and then hand it off to the bureaucrats who would go and actually figure out how to operationalize Hitler's will. And if Hitler would change his mind, then the bureaucrats would have to undo what they had been doing or work on something else, and they did so with great fidelity. But it also meant that at the highest levels of the government there was chaos and often contradictory impulses. But we won't go into that in greater detail. Anyway, the general government is going to be extremely important because that is the region where Jews would be heavily concentrated, and they would work towards their plan called the Endlösung, or the final solution. The first thing that's happening in this region is they establish numerous ghettos. And as you can see, they're scattered throughout the region. This map shows the post-1941 period when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union as well, and they were able to establish them within what would be Soviet territory. But the first group, the green, the yellow and black ones here, were established when the Nazis first invaded. And at this time, they had not clearly articulated and defined what they were intending to do with the Jews. They certainly wanted to control them, and the ghettos were a subject of some debate in the internal Nazi hierarchy. Ultimately, of course, they decided in favor of them against the arguments that, it would spread typhus and things like that, foment rebellion, which all those things, of course, were true. But This points to a much larger issue in historiography of the Holocaust as well, that uh, sort of pits two major bodies of thinkers against each other. And it's very important to understand them. Let me just mention them briefly here. One school of thought, which really emerges from the immediate post-war era, the Nuremberg war trials, was a school of thought called intentionalism. And this was pioneered by great historians like Lucy Davidowitz, for example. And the argument was among intentionalists that Hitler and his Nazi party intended from the earliest period to murder all the Jews of Europe. And they certainly can draw a pretty straight line from statements that Hitler made and decisions that were laid out, that it was all kind of an unfolding plan to destroy the Jews of Europe. In the 1970s in particular, however, a new interpretation began to emerge among historians called the functionalist model, of which there are many scholars. Martin Broja is one of the early ones. Christopher Browning, my own teacher, Michael Maris are in that camp, in which they say that, yeah, there's no question that Hitler and his close associates were incredibly virulent anti-Semites of, a colossal order, and they certainly would not have, looked askance at the idea of this mass murder. But did they really actually plan this from the beginning? Were they that organized? They point to all kinds of contradictory elements, like, for example, the plans to resettle Jews in the Lublin region, or the plans to, take the island of Madagascar and expel all Jews there. And the fact that Jews were actually free to leave the Third Reich right up until 1940, well into 1940, October, if I remember correctly. If they're really intending to murder all of them, why would they be pursuing these ventures? And furthermore, the first real smoking gun document that clearly indicates the Nazi desire to murder all the Jews of Europe is dated quite late. It's dated January 1942. How is it possible that they don't have any documentation of this plan until that late a date? So functionalists argue that while, again, recall, this is not diminishing the anti-Semitism that was present in the Nazi Party and its leadership, but they argue that the plans to murder all the Jews of Europe grew out of a function of the war, meaning as the war was progressing and Nazis began to experiment with different policies and procedures, they began to see that actually murdering all the Jews of Europe was possible. And though they slowly moved towards this idea through experimentation and through testing the waters and things like that. So that's a major difference between intellectuals, being intentionalists and functionalists, that characterizes much of the historiography. There's no question that the dominant interpretive mode that most scholars use today leans towards a functionalist interpretation, and it helps explain a lot of the internal contradictions that seem to be going on in the Nazi Party. But to return to our narrative, in developing these ghettos, first in the German controlled regions, and later after 1941 in the formerly Soviet regions. And they seem to have a divided opinion as to how exactly they are to be run. And there are two main models that seem to coexist with each other. Once again, an indication of the lack of clarity among the Nazis as to what they're supposed to do with all these Jews piling up in the general government. Some of those ghettos seem to follow a model which historians have called productionist, which is one in particular that's example, where the thinking was that, the reason for the ghettos, and again, Hitler's not really outlining these things for anybody. Local bureaucrats are trying to figure out these issues on their own. So Łódź was regarded as an example of using the Jews for slave labor, meaning like, why would you destroy all of this human capital? Let's make use of it for the war effort. So Łódź, which had a tremendous reputation as a textile center, and Jews were heavily concentrated there in that industry. It was a very traditional kind of industry for Jews to be involved in. And so the key to survival in Łódź, at least for most of its duration, was to get a work permit, to be useful. And Jews were employed in slave-like conditions to produce, military uniforms and warm linings for German soldiers on the Eastern Front and all kinds of things like this. Ultimately, the productionist model would fail because those Jews would also be sent to the gas chambers. But for much of the early period of the war, that seems to be the way that they thought they were supposed to operate. Others, like Warsaw, notoriously, were operating on a model which scholars have called attritionist, meaning the Jews were essentially to be rounded up, concentrated in areas, and then allowed to die of starvation and disease, which also happened. Warsaw did not have any major industries that were especially useful to the Nazis. They were given sparingly from time to time a ridiculously low ration of food, like 150 calories per person, which is absurd. No one could survive on that. And so the Jews of Warsaw strove to figure out ways to smuggle in food from the outside, to engage in bribery with local Germans and Poles to try and bring in more food, but it was subject to tremendous depredations, people simply literally dying in the streets of hunger or of typhus and other things. So the ghettos are the dominant way in which Ashkenazi Jews appreciated the Nazi policies. That sounds so strange to say it like that. The ghettos were the way in which Jews experienced Nazi policies from 1939 until the summer of 1941. That would change dramatically with something called Operation Barbarossa. And before I continue, though, I reminded myself, the Holocaust is basically an Ashkenazi story, but it is not exclusively an Ashkenazi story. The Nazis would, of course, control many Sephardic areas. The coast of North Africa, with its Jewish populations, is especially significant. And they would also control the smaller pockets of Sephardim that are living, for example, in Greece and elsewhere. The general rule of thumb is that Nazis really didn't care about the cultural distinctions between Ashkenazim and Sephardim, although the policies that they implemented were different between Nazi-occupied Europe and North Africa. The experience of Sephardic Jews was by and large rather distinct, certainly one of persecution, certainly one of abuse and murder, but not to the same degree that the European Ashkenazim and those Sephardim who lived in regions of German control in Europe experienced. That is not to say that Sephardim were not on the list, that Nazis did not intend to impose those similar policies had they had the wherewithal to extend the same degree of control to North Africa and other Sephardic centers, Constantinople or Istanbul and elsewhere. But the war simply ended before they could impose such rules. Nevertheless, this is basically an Ashkenazi story, and Ashkenazim constitute the overwhelming number of victims. But let us return to Operation Barbarossa. Very important development in the war. The date is significant, easily as significant for the Holocaust as the beginning of the war in September of 1939. The date is June 22nd, 1941. And it's a good example also of another important thing to bear in mind when we talk about the Holocaust, and that is the understanding that the Holocaust and the Second World War are not identical. They are overlapping historical phenomena, but they are following largely parallel tracks that, developments in the war had direct influence on the Holocaust. But it's clear also, for example, if we look at Hungarian Jewry, that the Holocaust, the war against the Jews, to use Gustavitz's pungent phrase, was primary for the Nazis and even more important than World War II. In other words, when the Nazis had the choice between diverting resources to protect their eastern flank and on the other hand, diverting those resources to murdering more Jews, they amazingly chose in a suicidal manner to make sure that they could murder more Hungarian Jews rather than protect themselves from the assault of the Red Army, which just shows how diabolical and how this was a phenomenal death cult that absorbed the entire Nazi hierarchy at that point. Anyway, here, have a look at this map, please. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler sent his troops into the Soviet Union, breaching the treaty that he had signed with Joseph Stalin in August of 1939. Evidence indicates that Stalin was completely taken aback and surprised by this attack. They had not prepared for the Nazi advance, and the Wehrmacht, the German army, made phenomenal inroads in a very, very short period of time, taking over all of what will be today the boundaries of Ukraine, of White Russia, the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and penetrating well into Russian territory per se, approaching the city boundaries of Moscow, and placing Leningrad under a punishing siege that was absolutely devastating to the population. Now, that's the war using the army, the Wehrmacht. What he also did, and this represents a significant escalation in the war against the Jews, is he sent in 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these 4 squads they were called like a police battalion, followed behind the regular army, and their task was to spread out and go to all the tiny little Jewish villages called Städtlach that dotted the region, round up all of the Jews that they could find, as well as any other undesirables like communists or homosexuals or Jehovah's Witnesses or anything else that was on Hitler's list, march them out to local ravines, if no local ravines existed, to have them dig their own graves, and then to shoot them. This is called lately the Holocaust by bullets, which distinguishes it from the Holocaust by gas. That will be the next devolution in the Nazi plan. But as you can see from this map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and this is only a sampling of the towns that were affected, the Nazis simply sent these Einsatzgruppen throughout the region, going village to village to murder small numbers of Jews at a time, occasionally, like in Kyiv, where you have a massive Einsatzgruppe action at the ravine called Babin Yar. Yar means ravine in Russian. A ravine is like a dried out riverbed. And they would kill, if I remember correctly, it was some 30,000 Jews within the space of just a few days. They would go on to use Babin Yar for up to 100,000 victims of various other strikes over the course of their occupation of Ukraine. But it was one of the single worst massacres of the Einsatzgruppen at that point. This is incidentally the way in which my grandparents' families were all killed. The only ones who were survived in my family were those who had emigrated to Canada prior to World War II and lived in safety while their parents and siblings lost their lives in the ravines of Lithuania. Here's one of the many photographs we have of the Holocaust by bullets, and various methods were used to process the Jews in this manner. One of the most chilling books on the topic is called Ordinary Men by Christopher Browning, a prominent member of the functionalist school, who mined the archives for depositions of Einsatzgruppen members to give us a really comprehensive look as to who these people were. He calls them, as in the title, ordinary men. They are people drawn from all walks of life, and here's in their own words how they somehow justified this horrific deed. Now, what ended up happening is sometime in the autumn of 1941, moving into the winter of 1942, the Nazis changed their mind about how they were murdering Jews. There's a lot of speculation as to why they changed their minds. It may have, some historians point to the rapid, successful advance of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps Hitler was thinking in a euphoric manner, wow, my gosh, if I can conquer the Soviet Union the same way I conquered Western Europe, right? England alone was not yet conquered. They were suffering under the horrible bombardment of the Blitz, but he controlled Western Europe in a euphoric manner. He might have said to himself, you know what, maybe I can really murder all the Jews of Europe. Other scholars point to the fact that they were bogged down by what was often called what was often called Russia's greatest general, General Winter, because the Nazis were not well prepared for the climactic change of the seasons, and their advance began to bog down. And so Hitler would say to himself, according to this model of thinking, you know, if I can't win the war against the Soviet Union, at least I should kill all the Jews of Europe. And so that indicated a shift. But what is certain is that the Einsatzgruppen were having an incredibly difficult time actually processing what they were doing day in and day out. This is amply demonstrated by Christopher Browning, that, you know, it was psychologically traumatic to wake up every morning, drive out to a village, round up regular people, and look them in the eye as you put them in their graves. And, you know, they were getting drunk in the morning because they simply couldn't take it. They were relying very heavily on local volunteers, so-called Hilfswillige, from the Baltic and Slavic populations to help process this. And they had to receive all kinds of pep talks from even people as high-ranking as Heinrich Himmler, who would come out and say, you know, this is difficult, but you're doing it for the greater good of the Third Reich and so on. Generations will remember you for your heroism and things like this. So there was definitely a need to find a more efficient, less psychologically challenging way of murdering the Jews. Again, not for our purposes here, but I would strongly recommend, if you're interested in understanding this phenomenon, you have to look at the great experiments from psychologists of the later half of the 20th century, such as Stanley Milgram and Zimbardo, who've all done really useful work to show how this process, plays out in the human mind, and also how prone are we to the dangers of this, this impetus to obey authority. So what happens is, in January of 1942, there is a gathering at the Berlin resort known as Wannsee, the so-called Wannsee Conference, in which, for the first time, the Nazis sit down and they lay out a plan to count all the Jews of Europe. One of the most chilling pages of the records of that meeting that we have is a list of all of the countries that the Nazis controlled, or planned to control, including England, for example, and the Jewish populations there. And they were clearly intending even to hunt down 200 Jews living in Albania. It didn't matter, large or small, they were going to murder all 11 million Jews of Europe at the time. And the way they would do it was they were going to adopt a technique that they had early pioneered in their attempts to rid Germany of people with mental or physical disabilities, people who, God forbid, with Down syndrome, things like that, just horrific things that they would seek to harm the most vulnerable people in their society first. They were experimenting with the use of gas to murder these people, and they started developing experimental chambers where people could be murdered en masse with gases like Zyklon B, essentially a rat poison. And they established 6 death camps. These were distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that they had developed as early as 1933. The concentration camps were largely, they were scattered throughout Europe, and they were basically for political prisoners, which could include Jews as well, but that was not their main purpose. And they were abusive, and people died from malnutrition and from beatings and things like that. But the concentration camps were essentially open-air prisons that were designed to house those people that Hitler didn't want functioning in society. The death camps, on the other hand, were institutions, factories designed to eliminate human beings. In fact, the term that was used was Vernichtungslager, which means literally to make into nothing camps, as opposed to Konzentrationslager, which means concentration camps. These 6 camps were set up with access to the rail lines. That was crucial. And so rather than leaving the Jews in the ghettos, where, for example, in Warsaw, they would just be left to die, the Nazis began from the spring of 1942 deporting Jews on the rail lines to these death camps, where they would immediately be sorted according to those who might be useful for slave labor. All of these death camps also had like satellite camps where a small number of Jews would be forced to engage in slave labor, either for something like associated with the war effort, like Auschwitz had a small satellite camp where they were producing acetone that they needed for the war effort, or to house those Jews that would be used in the murder process themselves, the so-called Sonderkommando, who would have the incredibly difficult tasks of removing the bodies from the gas chambers, transporting them to the crematoria where the bodies would be burned and so on. And these gas chambers operated with, stereotypical Prussian efficiency, massacring thousands every day, far more effective for the dark, demonic plan of the Nazis than the Holocaust by bullets that we saw in the Operation Barbarossa. Jews were not the only victims. Millions of Poles were also deported to death camps. Roma and a whole series of people from, then they had a complex hierarchy of political criminals and regular criminals and homosexuals. Everyone was thrown into these camps and had to exist in this bizarre universe of suffering. When the Americans from the West and the Red Army from the East liberated these camps, they found the few Jews who were used as the slave laborers incredibly emaciated. Many of them, thousands of them, died after liberation because they were given food and their stomachs couldn't take it. But this is definitely the darkest period of the Holocaust, and I would venture that it's probably the darkest moment in human history as well. Now, we should take some time to specifically think about the populations of the region, other than those who were direct victims of the Nazis by being sent to the death camps. Let us recall that between the beginning of the war in September 1939 and Hitler's double-crossing of Stalin in Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, there was a region of territory which was taken over by the Soviet Union, as you see in this map here. These constitute the core of what historian Timothy Snyder calls the bloodlands. And it included these countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the eastern part of Poland, that had all experienced freedom and national sovereignty from World War I, and it was snatched back by the Soviet Union, which wanted to regain territory that they had lost in the revolution and war. That was originally part of the Russian Empire, and the populations there were really quite restive and unhappy about that. So when they invaded these territories, they engaged in rapid, brutal Sovietization, meaning they came in and they rapidly tried to force these countries to adopt the communist way of life, collectivization of agriculture, arrests of local intelligentsia, including especially priests. Any kind of religious functionaries were under threat. The suppression of independent journalism. And one of the ways that they justified it was they had these kind of, show elections where remarkably 98% of the local population said, oh, yes, we love communism. We're so happy that we can now be a Soviet socialist state. If this sounds a lot like Putin's advance into the Donbass, it's because it's exactly the same thing that the Soviets did in 1939. And I can't even think about that. So, not surprisingly, huge amount of resentment builds up against the Soviet Union in these bloodland territories in particular for the very harsh, brutal treatment and confiscations and suppression of religion and arrests of their leaders and all kinds of things that are happening at the time. And also, very important to understand, for reasons which are complex, more than we can go into here, a lot of these populations believed that communism was essentially a Jewish phenomenon. This was certainly encouraged by Nazi propaganda, and it was accelerated by the presence of Jews that we saw in the very beginning of the Soviet experiment when Jews joined the Red Army, largely to protect themselves against pogroms, and also in the high-ranking members of the Soviet leadership who were ethnically Jewish, although they had largely jettisoned their Jewish identity. There were several prominent members, including, for example, the foreign minister Zinoviev, who was displaced by Molotov because Hitler wouldn't sign a treaty with a Jewish minister. And the perceived presence of Jews in the Soviet secret police, then called the NKVD, later would be called the KGB, and now it kind of morphed into what the Russians call the FSB. And so there was this hostility to Jews that because of the perceived association of Jews with communism. By and large, this perceived association was incredibly exaggerated because Stalin had already purged Soviet ranks of so many Jews, but this, kind of simmering hatred would serve the Nazis very well when they invaded these territories. When they came in 1941, one of the things the Soviets did was they essentially practiced a kind of scorched earth policy, and they murdered those prisoners that they had been holding in jails up and down the territory. These were the journalists, the priests, the thought leaders of these local populations, Western Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian leaders, and then they fled. They also, by the way, fled along with about 600,000 local Jews who realized that the Nazis presented a much greater threat to them than the Soviets did. And so a very, very large number of Jews survived the Holocaust by fleeing east in time in advance of Barbarossa and setting up their homes briefly in Central Asia, places like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, even Siberia, and later they would move to the west, they would return. But for the local populations, such as the Ukrainians in Lviv, for example, one of the things they did as soon as the Soviets fled, is they went into the local jail halls and they found the murdered bodies of their loved ones and their leaders. Here's a photograph of Ukrainian women who are striving to identify the bodies that were taken out of the prisons. And there's a huge amount of truly spontaneous anger directed against any representative, perceived or real, of the Soviet Union. So you have a series of pogroms that take place right after the Soviets leave. Sometimes, as in the very notorious case of Jedwabne in Poland, these pogroms even took place before the Nazis arrived, but they really came from the population as a whole, indicating the nature of the hatred of the Jews because of their association perceived with the communists. Now, collaboration with the Nazis during this period was built largely on the resentment of the Soviets. Right? We should understand that While there certainly, like in every society, were true believers in anti-Semitism, most of the local population, those who collaborated with the Nazis, were primarily motivated by their hatred of the enemies of the Nazis, that is the Soviet Union. And the degree of collaboration was also related to the ferocity of the Nazi policies towards the local populations. Whereas in Western Europe, as you can see in this map here, which shows you the high point of Nazi domination of Europe, in Western regions like France, the Nazis largely left people to their own devices, allowing governments to remain in place as long as they reported to Nazi authorities, allowing policemen to continue doing their jobs, and they basically ran themselves in a wartime martial law kind of environment, but nevertheless they had tremendous amounts of freedoms. And to a certain degree, collaboration with the Nazis in those states is far more egregious than collaboration in the East. In the East, daily capricious death was a feature of everyday life. That people could be killed certainly for harboring and rescuing Jews, but they would also be killed for having an unregistered pig. It was an incredibly brutal environment. Public hangings, the lives of Poles and other East Central Slavs in particular were worth almost nothing to the Germans, and as a result, the motive to collaborate was even stronger. And in this context, we can also understand that many of the Slavic states at this time even developed Nazi units. The Germans, as they were beginning to lose the war, were incredibly concerned by the advance of the Red Army, and so ironically they allowed SS units, which previously had been reserved only for purebred Germans that could prove their descent all the way back to 1750 with no Jewish blood. They started admitting Slavs of a lower racial hierarchy in the Nazi mind, very trapped within this ideology, and they created divisions like the so-called Galicia Waffen-SS division, which was made up of Western Ukrainians who primarily wanted the opportunity to fight against the Soviets. This complicates the entire process of understanding and unpacking collaboration efforts among these Slavs, where you do definitely have, real anti-Semites who delighted in the murder of innocents. But most of the collaboration that we see is primarily motivated by the hatred of the Soviet Union, which may have had also war criminality involved. We could go into specific units, but again, the time is very short. And we should also bear in mind that this collaboration has to be placed against this consciousness the local people had that they were also victims. Poles in particular were invaded by both the Soviets and the Nazis, and the insinuation that Poles are all war criminals is something that rankles the Polish spirit to this day. Now, there is, as we shall probably discuss in the next lecture, some kind of ridiculous, measures to deal with this phenomenon, such as legislation that unfairly limits appropriate discourse on the Holocaust, part of a larger phenomenon. But nevertheless, it's important to understand that local populations also regard themselves as victims. And so unpacking the complicated issue of collaboration is definitely challenging. It's extremely challenging as well to try and squeeze this into 1 hour. But with your permission, I'll continue in an abbreviated fashion for at least 5 minutes. I apologize for not timing this more accurately. Resistance among Jews was fairly widespread, as you can see in this United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And since these lectures are delivered to students in Hungary, I want to point out one of the most inspirational figures of the Jewish resistance, a young Hungarian woman who had emigrated from Budapest to Israel, Hannah Senes, who was so moved by the suffering of her co-religionists in Hungary that she signed up with the paratroopers parachuted into Nazi-occupied Europe and to connect with the resistance. She was captured, she was betrayed, and although she was tortured and horribly beaten, she refused to divulge the signals that would allow her captors to use the radio that she carried with her. And it's a rather remarkable story of heroism for a very young woman from Budapest. So you do have military resistance of this form. However, one of the characteristics of Jewish resistance is that it tended to occur fairly late in the war for reasons that I'd like to explore. But we should also understand that armed resistance may have, been delayed for reasons we'll explore. There are many other forms of resistance. When you are subject to a decree that would have you die, then even choosing to live is understood as a form of resistance. And in the Warsaw Ghetto, for example, one of the hellholes of the Nazi Empire, Jews set up a tremendous network of charitable institutions that were designed to promote life rather than to allow it to fade away. They had 2 functioning underground medical schools. I mean, it's amazing. Lending libraries, theaters, all kinds of activities, orphanages run by people like the incredible Janusz Korczak, the famous child psychologist who dedicated the last months of his life to the welfare of his children. And you have the incomparable Rabbi Kalmas Shapiro, who is someone that I've studied and written about extensively, who insisted on remaining with his parishioners right until he was shot in the context of a failed rebellion. But when we look at the resistance by Jews and we try to understand it, because again, we wonder why didn't they resist early? Why didn't they rise up earlier? We have to point to several factors. Nazi policy of collective punishment is very important. Generational differences is extremely important. Older Jews were working with an older model that had served the Jews fairly well for centuries of trying to basically stay out of trouble and ride out the punishment, hoping to emerge unscathed on the other side. And this is something that the great historian Raoul Hilberg has pointed to. And it's worth longer meditation, but to state it briefly, historically, Jews living as a minority in Europe, in Ashkenaz in particular, had learned that they simply, it was, suicidal to try and take up arms against an invading authority. It happens on occasion. We do see Jews, for example, defending local cities, participating in the local defense. We do see Jews engaging in military activities in Provence, for example, not exactly Ashkenazi Jews, but nevertheless, we do see in the south of France. But for most of this period, Jews had learned that there were 2 basic ways that were more likely to ensure survival. The first was to bribe the offending local authority to offer a contribution or a gift to refrain from attacking the Jewish population, or to simply run away, to self-exile. This is what one of my students coined the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. And it worked pretty well for, a good 1,000 years of Ashkenazic history. But what did not work, and this is really the key element of the Hilberg thesis, is that the Jews did not have a mental model of what Nazism represented. Hitler's level of anti-Semitism, his type of anti-Semitism, was such that bribes were not to be considered, that this was some kind of like diabolical messianism where all Jews had to be destroyed in order to somehow save the world, and that there was no room to flee. So therefore, they simply could not compute the threat that Nazism represented. The younger generation is especially important because they were not laboring under this misconception to the same degree, and as a result, it was only after the large deportations from Warsaw, for example, in the summer of 1942, well after it, that you have in the spring of 1943, the heroic but ultimately doomed Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Okay, so with this, we're going to continue with the final chapter in the next lecture. There is, thank God, an after for Ashkenazic Jewry, but not for the 6 million Jews that lost their lives in this Holocaust. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to continuing with you in the final lecture of this series. So basically, what my goal over the last hour and the final hour of the series is to speak about the reemergence of Ashkenazi Jewry after the horrific depredations of the Holocaust, and try to understand some of the larger global pressures that are brought to bear on this society, particularly as it exists in Europe. There is a lot more to say. Obviously, if we look at the Ashkenazi diaspora, we did speak last week, yesterday, can't remember, it's been a blur, about the very significant migration from Eastern Europe in particular at the end of the 19th and early 20th century to places like the United States of America, where Ashkenazi Jews constitute about 75% of the Jews living in this continent, really, where they've obviously had a major impact on American culture. And there's a lot more to say about that, but we do have to draw some limits to this 12-week series. So let's begin by looking at the immediate post-war era, and this is the period of the DP camps in particular. DP stands for Displaced Persian. Excuse me, not Displaced Persian. DP stands for Displaced Person. A network of camps was set up in former Germany and in Italy to house the hundreds of thousands of people who were no longer able to live in their homes. This included a very large number, perhaps as many as 300,000 Jews who were displaced during the war and who were seeking refuge. These are, of course, Holocaust survivors of various types, some who had been living in hiding, some who were liberated from the camps, and a significant number that were returning from Central Asia. Because don't forget, as we mentioned in the last lecture, when the Nazis invaded the eastern part of the territory that they had divided in Poland in particular with the Nazis, many Jews fled along with the Soviets far to the east, and they were able to seek shelter in places like Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, and a lot of them then came back after the war ended, seeking not to live in their former communities in Poland and elsewhere where they felt unwelcome frequently, and they made their ways to these DP camps. We should recall that there was a certain amount of friction between the Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and the indigenous populations. There were concerns about, recriminations. There were concerns about compensation because frequently the property of Jews was simply seized by neighbors, in some places by the official governing authorities. And there were concerns that perhaps the Jews would, seek to reclaim their property. In some cases, like in Kielce in Poland, incredibly, there was actually a blood libel that resulted in a massive riot in 1946. And it sent a very clear message that Jews are no longer welcome here. And so, Jews, by and large, were not comfortable returning to homes that had been destroyed by the Holocaust, in particular communities destroyed by the Holocaust. Less so to the further east regions of European Russia, because of the Soviet Union more properly, because those were generally less destroyed than in central Poland. But, have a look at this map here. The DP camps were scattered throughout this region. They were designed to be temporary. Most of them were closed down by 1952. And they were really intended to be sort of transition camps where people would move on to new places. Many of them housed primarily non-Jews, but several of them Feldafing, for example, were especially associated with Jews and actually had, separate facilities for Jews. Ironically, many of them were set up in former Nazi concentration camps, which was rather jarring, as we shall see here. I should mention offhand, by the way, I have a special connection to DP camps through my father, Oliver Shalom, that my grandparents living in northern Canada took in an orphan who was in one of these DP camps. They brought him to Canada, and he was the same age as my father, about 15 at the end of the war, and they were raised together. So my father had a special connection with European Jewry in that regard, and he often spoke about it. Anyway, so there's the DP camps. Now, what was life like there? One of the amazing things that characterizes the Jews returning to the DP camps is a remarkable rush to rebuild. There was a palpable feeling in the Jewish communities that emerged in these strange kind of transitory camps that the Jews were so motivated to rebuild their lives. You have to realize that these people are coming from all different parts of Europe, sometimes not even having common languages, yet the urge to marry and to have families was exceptionally pronounced in the region. Here's a photograph of a wedding occurring in a DP camp. And here's a document that I have to say I find very chilling. This was something I came across when I was working in the YIVO archives, the Yiddish Wissenschaftliche Institute that's located in Manhattan. And it's a marriage contract. And as you can see, it's like Xeroxed or mimeographed more properly, and it has blank spaces where the date and the name of the bride, the name of the groom, and things like that can be inserted, and the signatures at the bottom. But at the top of the page, it has a Star of David. That makes sense in a Jewish marriage contract. But the words on either side of it are Bergen, the notorious concentration camp that was liberated by the Allies, and it was infamously scattered with emaciated corpses of Jews who had died there. And to think that you would have a ketubah that specifically has the name of this notorious camp on it is just mind-boggling. But even more frightening is this document that I came across, which I think is in so many ways illustrative of what it must have been like for the Jews returning to these DP camps. This is also from the YIVO archives, and it took me a while to figure out what exactly is it that I'm looking at. This is a document that was created for the Jews in the DP camps, specifically to deal with husbands whose wives had disappeared in the Holocaust. And they did not know if their wives were alive or dead, their first wives, but presumed dead. But their death could not be confirmed at the threshold credibility to allow the men to otherwise remarry without any complications. So this document here was essentially an assurance by the prospective husband that if his first wife showed up, he would submit to the authority of the court with regards to the disposition of his marriages. Because if his first wife survived the Holocaust, then they would still be married, and he would have been engaged in a rabbinically forbidden marriage to his second wife. And, then they'd have to sort out, well, who is he married to? With who is he divorced in order to maintain the medieval ban, which we discussed a while ago, on polygamy. The fact that this document had to be mass-produced through a mimeograph machine and that every husband had to sign it indicates the scope of this otherwise very unusual kind of problem, but something which was unfortunately very common in the war. Even more significant was the situation that women found themselves in this case, if they weren't sure what the status of their husband was during the war. A tremendous amount of energy was devoted by the rabbinical councils set up in the DP camps themselves to try and resolve those doubts so as to allow women to go on with their lives, because there was a tremendous, it's as if the Jews had seen so much death that all they wanted to do in the DP camps was affirm life. And affirm it they did in a very big way. The birth rate of Jewish women in the DP camps was totally off the charts. Literally, I'll give you an example here of the numbers. Here's comparisons of birth per 1,000 women at various points in the war. So it's not an exact matchup always, but you can see that before the war, all women in Germany were having children about the rate of 25.9 per thousand women in 1920. Because birth rate often is affected by the economy and political turmoil and things like that, it had reduced significantly by 1933 when German women, Jewish and non-Jewish, although there was only about 500,000 Jews in Germany at this time, about 1% of the population, so it's not a huge chunk of it, about 14.7 children per 1,000 women. Immediately after the war, in Bavaria, which is a region of Germany, you see that all women are having a birth rate at 7.35 children per thousand women in 1946, right after the war. Obviously, tremendous upheaval and death and all kinds of things. But if you look at Bavarian Jewish women specifically, in that same study, they're having children 29 per 100,000 29 per thousand women, which is like 4 times the rate of non-Jewish women. And if you look at German Jews overall, Jews specifically, the rate is even higher, 35.8 children per 1,000 women. They called these children born immediately after the war Mashiach's Kinder, which means the children of the Messiah. Not literally the children of the Messiah, like as the Father, but the children of the Messianic age, meaning that these children born in the immediate post-war era would herald the beginning of the end of time. That somehow this renaissance, literally renaissance, rebirthing, after the hell of the Holocaust would result in ultimately the resolution of everything unjust and the beginnings of the Messianic era. It's an amazing kind of thing to imagine what the mindset of these people must have been like. Marrying people that came from totally different backgrounds, frequently large age gaps, frequently lack of a common language, but nevertheless this shared tremendous drive to rebuild, to create Jewish families, to raise up these Mashiach's kingdom. I find it deeply motivational. This is also an example of life in the camps that's related to their drive not only to rebuild, but to regain, to go back to the study of the Torah and the traditional texts, the Talmud and so on, that were so revered. One of the things that the American Occupation Authority discovered when they were dealing with all these Jews in the DP camps was that they were desperately short of religious reading materials, that they wanted to study Talmud together, and they had no way to do it. The Talmuds were destroyed, burned in the Holocaust of the attacks on the synagogues all the way from Kristallnacht and so on, and very difficult to acquire. So the American Army generously said, no problem, let's print a new edition of the Talmud. And they printed this edition, which has been known colloquially as the Survivor's Talmud, printed on the very same presses that the Nazis had used for their propaganda. Now they were being used with Hebrew type to reprint the famous Vilna Shas of the 1860s. And have a look at this remarkable cover that just is such an evocative series of images. Here at the bottom, there's a depiction of what appears to be 2 Jews in a camp. It looks a little bit like Mauthausen, and it appears that they're collecting up bodies to be placed in this cart, a little bit like the way that the Chevra Kadisha in Warsaw had to go around every morning collecting up the corpses that were left in the street and to bring them to mass burial. And the verse at the top of this image reads, it's from Psalms I was almost destroyed, but I did not forget your commandments. The motivational verse. At the bottom, it says a labor camp in Ashkenaz in the days of the Nazis. You know, Machane Avoda v'Ashkenaz b'yamei ha-Nazim. And then you can see surrounding this image, you know, these dark motifs of the barbed wire fences evocative of the concentration camps, and it's a very dark kind of image, especially jarring to see it on the cover of the Talmud. And here you see, as you move up the page, on either side you have this Middle Eastern kind of motif with the sort of, you know, Middle Eastern architecture and palm trees and flowing brooks, obviously meant to evoke the land of Israel, which we'll talk about shortly. The tractate that I'm showing here is the first one of the entire Talmud. It's the tractate that deals with blessings, appropriate. The text here indicates that it was published by the Association of Rabbis in the American DP camps in Ashkenaz, with the help of the American forces in Germany, right? Because the Americans actually put this together using the presses, phenomenal. And then at the very top of the page, there's a stylized image of Jerusalem, the sun rising, hope anew, things like that. And it says in the text underneath also a liturgical quote, from slavery to redemption, from darkness to great light, which is obviously the overall message that this Talmud is portraying. At the recent completion of the cycle of Talmudic study called Daf Yomi, that was celebrated around the world in early 2020, they actually used a page from the last volume of this series of the Survivor's Talmud to read the last few lines and conclude the 7.5 learning cycle of the Talmud. A very, very moving experience as you know, tens and tens of thousands of Jews present at MetLife Stadium, like I was, or around the world in other celebrations, listened in on the final conclusion of that cycle of the study of the Talmud before it would immediately begin again. Remarkable testament to the impetus for life after the Holocaust. Now, obviously, this occurs in the ruins demographically of the Jews of Europe. Now, look at these two maps, which come from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. You can certainly see a lot of things, a tremendous change over time. The map on the left is 1933, meaning a few years before the Holocaust began, or let's say before World War II began for sure. And then on the right, you have in 1950, which was 5 years after the end of the war, but also reflects numbers that show population displacement. So, for example, you see that France in 1933 had 225,000 Jews. They actually went up 10,000 by 1950. That's largely because of the displaced persons making their way west from Eastern Europe. The numbers are really shocking when you see countries like Germany, of course, which goes from 565,000 to 37,000. Poland goes from 3 million to 45,000. A shocking decline in numbers. The Soviet Union loses about 500,000 Jews. It's a little bit hard to get the right calculation because the Soviet Union will absorb the Baltic states and a good chunk of Poland, or Poland as well. But the Soviet Union still is the great center of Ashkenazic Jewish demographic weight as you move into the second half of the 20th century. So overall, of course, the famous number of 6 million, which represents about 1/3 of all Jews worldwide, about 2/3 of European Jews, and a very similar number of all Ashkenazi Jews specifically. Because as I mentioned earlier, the Sephardic victims of Nazism, those who were killed, primarily in certain regions in Southern Europe, in Greece, Bulgaria, and of course they were persecuted in North Africa, but the numbers are much smaller there. The huge losses were primarily Ashkenazic in nature. So in this context, we go into the radically changed post-war era, and certainly the most significant phenomenon that affects the lives of Jews, and especially that massive bulk of Ashkenazi Jews who are living in the Soviet Union, is the imposition of the Cold War. This is one of the last photographs right at the very, very beginning of the Cold War that shows representatives of the United States in the center, and the English on the left, or the United Kingdom on the left, and of course the Communist Soviet Union on the right. This is at the Conference of Yalta, I believe, where they essentially map out what's going to happen to the destroyed Third Reich. And ultimately what ends up happening is the competition between America specifically and the West in general and the Soviet Union rapidly hardens into a standoff, especially when both parties acquire the atomic power and nuclear power, and you develop the eventually what was called this madness, literally madness, the détente affected by the policy of, or the reality of, mutually assured destruction. Right? The fact that both the United States and the Soviet Union possessed enough nuclear weapons that they could assuredly destroy the entire globe. Hard to imagine it, but that has been the situation for more than the last half century. And frighteningly enough, with the current war going on in Ukraine, it's not very far from the imaginations of people even today. But under the circumstances of the Cold War, you have what Churchill termed the Iron Curtain that descends over Europe, separating the American-led European West, or American highly influenced European West, and the Soviet-led Warsaw Pact countries of East Central Europe and the East that are under Soviet dominance. The experience of Jews behind the Soviet Union was far more negative than it was for World War II. You'll recall that we discussed that brief decade of the 20s when there was a tremendous amount of energy placed in the development of specifically Yiddish culture, although to the detriment of religious culture, which is always the enemy of the Soviet Union. And in the post-war era, there is a resurgence of anti-Semitism, although it has a slightly different character. Stalin himself, in his later years, reveals his personal animus to Jews, his fear that Jewish doctors were striving to poison him and things like that. And even after he dies in 1953, his successors retain a distinctively anti-Jewish posture that's expressed in many different ways. One of the most notorious of these is the publication in the 1960s of this almost Nazi-like anti-Semitic tract called Judaism Without Embellishment, which is just a ridiculous attack on Judaism on various fronts. And since it can only really be produced with approval of the Soviet state, it seemed pretty clear in the 1960s that anti-Semitism was now official policy of the Soviet Union. Now, that doesn't mean that they were distancing themselves from the 1937 Constitution, which granted, for example, religious rights to Jews of all religions. The Soviet Union, cynically proclaimed that it allowed the freedom of religion, freedom of association, freedom of expression, but in reality, stepping out of the lines, which were often not stated explicitly, was opening yourself up to a tremendous degree of persecution by the state. If you decided, for example, you wanted to avail yourself of the 1937 freedom to worship, and you decided to show up to synagogue, you were essentially just volunteering your name for the KGB mailing list, and your children could be followed. You could lose your employment in a state which officially proclaimed there was no unemployment, which meant that you were impoverished because no one would be able to hire you, and all kinds of awful things were happening in this what was essentially a totalitarian state that had decided that anti-Semitism was its unwritten but essentially official policy. Uh, in the 1960s, you have the burgeoning movement of dissidents against the Soviet Union. I shouldn't say burgeoning, it really had much further roots, but in the 1960s it began to find a new and very vocal expression. Ironically, this was a time when many nationalities, including the Jews, began to find their common cause against the Soviet Union. Many of the Soviet Jewish dissidents, Soviet Ukrainian dissidents, Latvian, Estonian, Lithuanian, Polish dissidents found themselves together in the penal colonies in Siberia, and they began to realize that they actually had a lot in common. This became extremely important as these various states are able to finally aggressively push towards their independence in the late 80s and in early 1990s. From the perspective of Jews, the most significant development among Ashkenazim was the so-called refusnik phenomenon, where Jews would seek to emigrate to Israel, and they would, apply for an exit visa, and the Soviet authorities would deny it. And the reasons for this are just so bizarre and complicated. The Russian government in particular, over the course of the last 200 years, they've exhibited a strange kind of deep-seated insecurity over what the West will think of them. This is part, viewing this lecture in our contemporary moment of that Russian-Ukrainian war, this is part of the reason why, cultural icons in Russia and abroad who criticize Russia have an unusually powerful sting in Russian society. The idea that sports figures could not compete in international competitions because of Russian aggression against Ukraine is frequently quite important. So there was a concern that anytime a person left the Soviet Union dissatisfied with society, that reflected badly on the entire Soviet Union, and therefore they had to be forced to remain in the country. And a whole series of pretexts would be brought to bear to try to justify their refusal. They were so-called refuseniks because they had received the refusal of the exit visa. Sometimes they were not allowed to leave because they were said to possess dangerous state secrets that were vital to the functioning of the state. And one of my own extended family members, for example, was a dentist who was refused exit from the Soviet Union because he possessed dangerous secrets. What kind of dangerous secrets would this dentist have? So he later discovered that the reason why they tagged it onto him was because in his dissertation for his dental degree, he worked with one particular alloy that was used in fillings, and that particular alloy and its chemical properties was also used apparently in some of the fighter jets that they had made. And so therefore, his familiarity with this particular alloy and its chemical composition was sufficient to deny him exit. He later was able to finally gain exit as the pressure mounted, largely as a result of very strong solidarity with the refuseniks of Jews worldwide. And as you can see here, an American protest for Soviet Jewry, which was really one of the most important elements that brought together Ashkenazi Jews with in the New World with their co-religionists living behind the Iron Curtain, was support for those Jews like Anatoly Sharansky, who were refused exit from the Soviet Union, and this movement ultimately was contributing factor in the pressures that ultimately brought down the Soviet Union, one of many factors. Now, related to all of this, the Ashkenazim behind the Iron Curtain trying to leave the huge demographic change of World War II is the incredible phenomenon of the revival of the Jewish state known as Israel. This is one of the most remarkable stories told in the modern period. And if you look at it, if you were a Martian arriving on this planet and someone told you this, it would be really hard to believe it, that this tiny people, a fraction of a percent of the world's population, would not only survive 2,000 years of diaspora with their cultural identity intact, despite the depredations of both hostile neighbors with anti-Semitism and also the internal dissolution that comes from warm neighbors that results in assimilation, that they would somehow survive 20 centuries of exile and then a persecution that was far beyond anything they had ever experienced before. When you think about the scale, 6 million Jews, 2/3 of European Jews being killed, the next closest number of violent acts against Jews would be in the pogroms of Ukraine of 1919 that we discussed a couple of days ago, that maybe took 50, 60,000 lives. I mean, horrible tragedies, all of them. And even if we were to take a more liberal estimate of maybe 100,000, 6 million, 6 million, it's overwhelming. And nevertheless, after this phenomenal attack, they're able to reconstitute themselves as a sovereign state in their ancient homeland. It is truly mind-boggling. And if I had my druthers, we would just stop this lecture right now and contemplate what that must mean, because it is overwhelming. Nevertheless, we're just going to say the words, and we'll leave the meditation for that for a later period. We can add to that the fact that they immediately entered into a war with their neighbors, one of several existential wars that they fight over the course of the next 75 odd years, and they're still there. It is, these things do not conform to the so-called laws of history. They're working in a supernatural realm. We just don't understand it. But focusing on our period specifically, sorry for that kind of like tangential rant, the pressure on the Allies to allow Ashkenazi Jews to immigrate to the land of Israel is profound. You can see here, and this is one of the many ships of Jews who are attempting to enter the land of Israel illegally. At this point, by the way, the land of Israel, called Palestine at that point, a lot of political associations with whether you call it Palestine or Israel. I'm trying to generally avoid those things, but we're talking about the same piece of global real estate. It was originally controlled by the Ottoman Muslims in the beginning of the 20th century. They lost it at the end of World War I, and it was controlled then by the British as a mandate from the League of Nations, which is the precursor to the United Nations. This British mandate occupied the interwar period, and then immediately after the war, the British wanted to leave it, just like they had left, for example, the Indian subcontinent. It's happened exactly at the same time, and so it was turned over to the United Nations for a resolution. The United Nations ultimately in 1947 came up with a partition plan that divided the land of Israel into 7 segments, because of course the Jewish immigration and the Arab population there were disputing the territory and both wanted to claim it. So the UN partition plan divided the area into 7 distinct segments. 3 of them were Jewish, 3 of them were Arab, and Jerusalem was to be an international territory. Didn't work, huge war, and ultimately Israel, the Jewish forces were able to establish a significant portion of the land under their control, although hostilities with their neighbors, of course, would persist for decades thereafter. But the pressure during the time we're looking at right now was intense. The British mandates, the British authorities were very hard pressed to try and hold these things back, and ultimately they ended up in the announcement of the state of Israel. And this changes everything because for the first time in 2,000 years, this tiny minority, the Ashkenazim and Jews worldwide, suddenly have a legitimate country of their own. And so there's always this possibility now for Jews. It's totally new. It's a de novo situation in Jewish history where, at least since the Roman era, where the Jews can theoretically return home. And this is one of there are several of these massive airlifts. For example, Ethiopian Jews making their way back to Israel in Operation Moses. But the largest and very consequential for the land of Israel was the great airlift of Soviet Jews in the early 1990s. That the pressure building on the Soviet Union to reform itself under Gorbachev for instituting glasnost and perestroika and all kinds of liberal movements to try and ease the threats to Soviet hegemony. They turned out not to work, and the Soviet Union eventually falls apart, and many of these countries within the Soviet orbit are able to declare their independence, including Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on. And so this means there are lots of Ashkenazi Jews, formerly refuseniks, or perhaps they had not even applied for exit, and now they have the opportunity to return to their ancient homeland, and you have this massive Operation Exodus that results in a huge wave of Soviet Ashkenazim to Israel, which in many ways changes the demographic balance and has lots of implications for Israel as well. So, rushing through this period, I'm basically ending with the collapse of the Soviet Union. We see that the Ashkenazim are really at the cusp of a new renaissance, both in terms of their newly adopted countries of residence here in the diaspora in the Americas in particular, and especially in the land of Israel, where a large number of Ashkenazi Jews settled in the pre-state and then especially in the post-state era. But even in Europe itself, in Western Europe and in the territories of the former Soviet Union, you begin to see a renaissance of Jews beginning to rebuild their societies. We see it in institutions like the Ashkenazium that so graciously invited me to speak to you all over the course of these 12 lectures. We see it in numerous Chabad movements in particular that are active throughout the Soviet Union. We see it in my own institution, Touro University, that maintained a campus in Moscow and in Berlin, for example. We're all striving to rebuild that Jewish life that once was so strong and flourished in Ashkenazic lands. The Jews are a gregarious, irrepressible people that historically face challenges with energy and with humor and with an ability to reinvent themselves in order to meet the challenges of the era. I've been studying Jewish history now for about 30 odd years, and I still haven't figured out the secret sauce that allows them to surmount such tremendous challenges, especially after suffering such incredible losses as we have in the Holocaust. But nevertheless, it is a tremendous inspirational experience to track them through this millennial history. I want to thank you very much for staying with me with this very short version of this millennial history. And I hope that you will continue to study the history of this people. I hope that we'll have the opportunity to interact in other lectures. I want to thank the Ashkenazium finally for this very gracious invitation, and thank my Hungarian students who have been participating with me in the seminars following these lectures. So we have a few extra moments at this point for some questions and answers. I'm going to open up the Q&A for a larger discussion. But for those of you who wish to leave, please accept my thanks and my blessings. And I hope we'll have the opportunity to speak with each other in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most consequential rabbinic decisions that was made in all of Jewish history was undoubtedly Rabbeinu Gershom's famous ban on polygamy. I'd like to spend a little bit of time looking at that decision, how it was made, and the impact that it had on Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. So this particular decision emerged from the city of Mainz, or Mayence, one of the really important heartland cities of early Ashkenaz. There are three cities that are very close to each other, really, towns, but by that context, I think cities would be the appropriate word. Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. And this third one, Mainz, is where Rabbeinu Gershom had his yeshiva. He was originally from Metz, in what we call today France, but he moved to Mainz at some point in his childhood or early adulthood, and that's where he made most of his reputation. Who is this Rabbeinu Gershom? Well, we know him primarily for the influence he had on later rabbis, and perhaps the most prominent of them is the great Rashi. Rashi was his intellectual grandson. He was the student of Rabbeinu Gershom's students. And in fact, it is Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, the great biblical commentator, who gave him the title with which he is frequently referred to. There's a passage in Rashi's writings in which he says, Rabbeinu Gershom, may the memory of the righteous and holy be for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. So that phrase, enlighten the eyes of the exile, is translated as Me'or Lagola, the illuminator of the exile, and that's what Rabbeinu Gershom is called today. Rabbeinu Gershom, our Rabbi Gershom, the enlightener or the illuminator of the exile. And to continue the phrase, all Ashkenazi Jewry are the disciples of his disciple. Of course, that last phrase, disciples of his disciples, referring to Rashi's teacher, who was in turn Rabbeinu Gershom's student. Now, ironically, Rabbeinu Gershom's writings have not survived except in snippets of citations elsewhere. There are several commentaries printed on the Talmud that are attributed to him, but scholars believe that they were later attributions. They were not actually from his pen. Nevertheless, that does not diminish the tremendous impact of his teachings. His personal life is fascinating. He was born in Metz, as I mentioned earlier, around the year 960. We know only a few little bits or pieces of his biography. According to the Or Zarua, a very important Viennese commentator and halachist, his son Eliezer was forcibly converted to Christianity and then later killed, possibly in the context of some persecutions that occurred in the year 1012. We know that he was married at least twice. There are pieces of the text of his ketubah, his marriage contract, for his second wife, Bona, that is dated 1013. I'm wondering if those 2 years, the persecution of 1012 and the second marriage of 1013, suggests that perhaps they were related. Perhaps even he was widowed in the context of 1012. Simply don't know. On the left here, you can see a grave marker at Mainz, which has a few words of honorific, and then in the third line, you can see it says Rabbeinu or Reb Gershom. And so some believe that this is in fact a stone marking his grave, although that's disputed to a certain degree. Let's now talk about the bans themselves. What exactly were these bans? So first of all, the term used is not ban, but takana, or decree. And the root of the word takana in Hebrew means a repair, meaning like some kind of edict that's passed, that's designed to try and address some lacuna or some problem in society that needs some sort of legislative fix. And there are several that he was associated with, one of which is very significant, the Cherem HaYishuv, which is basically the ban on settlement, which essentially regulated the movement of Jews into new territories to minimize competition and allow Jews who were otherwise not allowed to enter guilds, for example, to protect their own industries from interlopers into their societies. A lot of wide-ranging impacts of that particular ban. But what's, I think, fascinating about the takanot that emerged out of Ashkenaz at this time is we should realize that, this is a frontier society. This is a society where there are no major centers of Jewish activity that are older than 100 years or so. We have like scattered references to a few Jews here and there, but no major settlements. And the Takanot represent the Ashkenazi Jews getting together. They would form these synods of rabbis who would come together from multiple communities, and they would decide on rules that would basically regulate their civilization. And it is in these early Takanot that were issued 9th century, 10th century, 11th century in particular, where we begin to see the Jews attempting to regulate themselves to create that really impressive social service network that the Kehillah represented, the Jewish municipality represented, and would really flourish for the next 600 odd years. Really, really impressive things. So many of the Takanot that are ascribed to Rabbeinu Gershom could very likely have come from his pen specifically, but more probably they are just the decisions of these rabbinical synods. And Rabbeinu Gershom may have been the most prominent of people among them. In later generations, a few hundred years later, giving weight to a takana by attributing it to Rabbeinu Gershom may have caused us to think of these bands as his alone, but the more likely bands that are used by an association of rabbis getting together and making decisions collectively. Other bands that issued from Rabbeinu Gershom and his synods were the ban on reading other people's correspondence, which you would think is like, well, doesn't that make sense? But in reality, there's no mitzvah, there's no specific commandment anywhere that says that, if you receive a letter written by someone else addressed to a third person, that you're not allowed to open it and read it. You're not actually stealing anything from anyone. You are invading their privacy, but you're not actually encroaching on their property in any way, except perhaps intellectual property. Perhaps that's actually a separate body of law, hasagat gul, that's related to the idea of moving boundaries. But at any rate, as society was beginning to develop, and we're moving from a barter economy to a cash economy, and information is valuable. So that's when the synod in Ashkenaz said, under Rabbeinu Gershom, just to be safe, we're going to make sure nobody is allowed to read each other's mail. Okay. Lots of fascinating implications, by the way, for contemporary society, because information is even more available now and even more valuable now. So the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom actually has a lot of relevance to privacy laws and communication today. But let's speak to the two related bans that are most centrally associated with Rabbeinu Gershom. The first is the ban on polygamy, and the second one, very closely related to it, is the ban on divorcing a woman against her will. So let's understand those. First of all, why a ban on polygamy? Anyone familiar with the first few books of the Bible know that polygamy is permitted in Judaism. Abraham had more than one wife. Jacob had multiple wives. King Solomon, King David, multiple wives all over the place. Polyandry, on the other hand, is forbidden, but polygamy is definitely part of the ancient Jewish tradition. And in fact, in Sephardic lands, it was maintained far longer than it was in Ashkenaz. So most scholars who look at this period think of it as a way of the rabbis in Ashkenaz relating to the Christian environment in which they were living. And to a large degree, this was, an emergent society. It was an increasingly religious society. We're not at the point where the church reaches its high point, its greatest power later in the 13th century. But nevertheless, this is a society where, unlike in Sephardic lands, in the Iberian Peninsula, south of Spain, the north of Africa, the Middle East, where polygamy was, considered normal, here polygamy is definitely looked down upon. There's also a notion of the increasing perception of the status of women, which may have spurred on this development, but it's clear that one of the major impetuses, I wonder if the plural of impetuses is impeti, I don't know, it sounds sort of good, but one of the major motivations for banning polygamy is because the increasing status of women in Christian society, where the idea of polygamy, of sharing a husband among several wives, is definitely not appreciated. Now, the other thing that goes with it is that Rabbeinu Gershom and his synod ruled that one could not marry multiple wives serially as well as in parallel, meaning not only can you not be married to two women at the same time, living in the same house and things like that, but you also can't abandon one wife and then go and marry a second one and live singly with that other wife. The first wife will only accept the divorce and allow it to be to take effect according to the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom if she does so willingly. That's like a huge importance that really increased the power of women significantly for its time. That women had to consent to be divorced. Prior to this, the only actually, let me back up a little bit. If you look at the laws of divorce from the Torah itself, one of the striking elements of it is that men are the only partners that have agency. That is, a man may decide to divorce his wife, and she basically has no say in it. He gives her a bill of divorce, and it's all over. But from that point on, in the biblical period, the Jewish legal tradition is steadily moving in the direction of adding more protections to women. So you have the institution of the ketubah, the marriage contract, which is essentially a financial penalty applied to a husband in the event that he chooses to divorce his wife. He has to pay her a significant amount of money and upkeep. It deals with other things as well, of course, but that's one of the most significant elements of it. And Rabbeinu Gershom's takana can be viewed in that light as well. It is an additional protection that husband and wife have to settle all their differences in order to separate, so that the husband cannot remarry without any concern for his current wife. By the way, it's important to note that the women are under a much more significant stigma if they were to remarry without permission, which, by the way, is only possible in the medieval period if there's subterfuge involved. You would have to move to another town and hide your identity and things like that. In the modern world, of course, all kinds of things are possible, depending on which country you live in and things like that. But in the medieval world, the rabbis would pay attention to this ban and would not perform a marriage without having some assurance that, in fact, the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom was imposed. So that's basically the two related bans: the ban of polygamy, the ban on divorcing a woman against her will, that took effect somewhere around the year 1000 in Ashkenaz. This is a great early image I found of an early Chagall from 1912, a Jewish wedding, which is kind of interesting to look at many elements of it, but I think that the dancing Rabbi in the middle is a little bit unusual, but let's go on with the material. So where I think the most fascinating reflection of the impact of the ban is found is in the margins of society, particularly the borders between Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands. So where you begin to see it discussed quite a bit is when Sephardic rabbis have to deal with cases that involve Ashkenazim. So early on, 13th century already, the great Spanish rabbi known as the Rashba, he ruled that the ban was definitely in force for Ashkenazim. And he also mentioned that it had an expiry date, which is fascinating. We don't have that idea of an expiration until Rashba mentions it. And that expiration date is the year 5000 in the Jewish calendar, or in the secular calendar that we use today in the scholarly world or in the regular world, 1240 of the Common Era. So in other words, after 1240, according to Rashba, all bets are off. Sephardim could always marry more than one wife. Ashkenazim could only do so theoretically after 1240. Now that was something that he wrote in the 13th century. Rabbi Yosef Karo, writing a few centuries later, Rabbi Yosef Karo was, of course, the Sephardic author of the Shulchan Aruch, the great code of Jewish law. He held that, okay, the ban had technically expired for Ashkenazim. They are allowed to marry more than one wife, but they still kind of kept it as a custom, nevertheless. The implication being that although this was a widespread custom, what if there were extenuating circumstances? Would an an Ashkenazi husband allowed to marry a second wife, and Rabbi Yosef Karo was inclined to be more lenient about that. However, his Ashkenazi counterpart, the great Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who wrote a very important comprehensive commentary and response to Rabbi Yosef Karo's Shulchan Aruch. The phrase Shulchan Aruch, the title of the Sephardic Code of Jewish law, means a prepared table, and Rabbi Moshe Isserles wrote a commentary called the Mappa, or the tablecloth. And soon after that response commentary was written, basically all editions of the Shulchan Aruch were always printed with the set table and this tablecloth on top of it, so you can read both Sephardi and Ashkenazi responses at the same time. Anyways, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, writing from Ashkenaz, from Krakow, he disagreed with Rabbi Moshe Karo, which is pretty typical, and he said, no, it's more than just custom. Even though the ban may have technically expired in 1240, by the time we hit that date, says Rabbi Moshe Isserles, since we didn't make any movements to change it, it is now a force of law. It is a custom that has been accepted to have the status of law. So whereas Rabbi Moshe Karo was inclined to be more lenient with cases that came to Constantinople, for example, of an Ashkenazi man who wanted to marry a second wife in Constantinople after leaving the wife behind in Poland. His second wife was amenable to the fact that he was already married and he wanted simply to be able to remarry again, no intention of returning to his first wife. Rabbi Moshe Isserles would say, absolutely not. You cannot do that because the ban is in place with the status of halacha. Now, there are some interesting exceptions which guarantee a certain amount of leniency for husbands in some cases. Like, let's say, for example, an Ashkenazi man, his wife unfortunately becomes insane or in some way incapacitated, unable to fulfill the requirement of the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon, and willingly accept divorce. And so there's no way that you can actually have this man go on to marry another wife because he cannot force a divorce on his first wife according to the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon. Similarly, what if you have a woman who is, let's say we'll call her from Sarah, and then she decides to move to Syria and join a terrorist group fighting America. Wants to have nothing to do with Judaism or her American Ashkenazi husband or anything. That would be called, like, quote unquote, a rebellious wife. And she definitely will not accept the gift. So the bill of divorce. So what do you do in those situations? So there's kind of a loophole that was evolved called the Heter Mea Rabbanim, the signature of 100 rabbis, the permission of 100 rabbis, which would require the husband to schlep around to several communities and meet with 100 rabbis and get their consent to allow the ban on polygamy to be temporarily lifted, perhaps pending the healing or the regret of the insane or the rebellious wife. So then at which point the Ashkenazi man would have to divorce one of them. So this Heter Mea Rabbanim, which was much more onerous to achieve in the medieval period, getting 100 rabbis to agree meant a lot of travel and a lot of hassle. Today, you can basically put a survey online and get 100 rabbis, in 20 minutes. But back then, it was a much more onerous thing. So there were exceptions built into that particular ban. Now, two last things. There was, for some time, a movement to perhaps, allow the ban to expire. This is an interesting article from 1931. This is from the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, which is a major Jewish news source, still very active today. I write for them sometimes. And this is what they used to look like back in 1931. And apparently in Jerusalem, there was a man whose name was Alexander Lublin, who wanted to marry a second wife. His second wife, just like what we saw before in Constantinople, his second wife was aware that he already had a first wife somewhere else, and he wanted to simply go ahead and marry the second wife without divorcing the first one. And he said, the reason I'm allowed to is because Rabbeinu Gershom's ban has expired. The court disagreed, and they said, we're not going to allow you to get married, and you have to pay £2 for court costs. So this has kind of been like, it's a non-starter. The ban is definitely completely accepted by the Ashkenazic world, and it will stay that way likely for until the Messiah arrives. Now, I am speaking about the ban on polygamy, but one of the things that Rabbeinu Gershom did not address effectively, even though his ban made a huge step forward for the status of women and for really the respect for the institution of marriage, the one of the things that continues to plague the Jewish community, and especially so in the modern era, this is something with a much smaller problem in the medieval period, and that is the problem of the aguna, the so-called chained woman, where you have a situation where a husband separates from his wife, but because he wishes to punish her, or perhaps he wishes to coerce something from her, custody arrangements, money, all kinds of things, he refuses to give her a get. And there have been many, many different attempts to address this. One of the more significant efforts, which my rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Trump, heartily endorses. In fact, he refuses to marry anyone who will not go through this, is the writing of a prenuptial contract separate from the ketubah that has all kinds of provisions in place to guarantee the delivery of a get should the marriage not succeed. Now, I've heard a lot of different things about the prenups. I've heard that they are not foolproof, to be sure. If a husband really wishes to punish his wife, even after signing a prenup, there are all kinds of horrendous and immoral acts that he can take advantage of to punish her. But nevertheless, it does represent a great step forward in the same tradition of Rabbeinu Gershom. And let us hope that we have a new Rabbeinu Gershom come around who finds a way to resolve this painful issue in Jewish law. With that, I want to thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed learning a little bit about this important medieval decision and how it continues to affect Jewish life today. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read that is absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to the south of France. So let's start with this new study, which is absolutely fascinating, talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread towards the east in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand in Poland and Ukraine and eventually make their way over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? And there are a few different models of migration. Here, have a look at this map, which takes advantage of new research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact, the study that I'll look at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course, in the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz in Northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence, the south of France, and then up into the Ashkenazic heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Colonimus family settling there and so on, has always been through the Italian Peninsula. And some partial DNA results have indicated that there's support for that. DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. And one of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich, England. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazic Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazic Jews. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum in England, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces, amazing, based on the DNA evidence that we collected. They're also able to reconstruct some of their, complexion, eye color, and things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that, in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. And in fact, in Israel, whenever there's some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, they have to take all kinds of precautions. They can't immediately dive in and start, dissecting the remains of these ancient people who lived there. So there's always been a great difficulty in actually conducting this research. But I'm very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Ellie Dolgan, who is a science writer who shared with me this fascinating preprint study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious journal soon. And it gave us the results of a new study that comes out of Erfurt, Germany. Let me show you that study and explain how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, it's dealing with this site in Germany, the city of Erfurt, which has a known, well-documented Jewish community. The title of the article is Genome-Wide Data from Medieval German Jews Show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from really prestigious institutions all over the world, led by S. Waldman, putting together this amazing piece of research. It's about 100 pages long in total. It's so fascinating to read. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt, or medieval Erfurt. You can see that in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and at the bottom you see actually the discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and was much more lenient with regards to assessing the DNA in those teeth. Also fascinating, they looked at differences in the enamel and were able to identify, in fact, that some of the remains came from a slightly different location earlier. Absolutely fascinating research. But what I really want to focus on is this idea of the founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to Ashkenaz in the first place. Please have a look at this diagram, which I have painstakingly created for you, that illustrates how I see the idea of a genetic bottleneck. You've got these curving lines, and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews in ancient Israel. And at the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Erfurt research. So the Jews in ancient Israel, there's really no category of race within traditional Jewish thinking. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribal affiliation, and you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population base. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of the Moabite woman Ruth, who of course comes in and marries Boaz. Then later, one of her offspring is actually her descendants is David, King David. You have Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. He was an Idumean. You have Helena of Adiabene, who converts to Judaism and joins the Jewish people. It's actually buried in Jerusalem. You've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community later in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant historical displacement with the Roman-Jewish wars, starting with the Great War from 66 to 74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 70-odd years later. And there's already an existing Jewish diaspora community living in the Italian peninsula, so that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So beginning in the 1st, 2nd century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians and then later North Italians, and the genetic base of those Jews who are displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here into the whole discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly some of them involve conversion of one form or another. Some of them might involve forced relations, of course, rapes. But at any rate, you definitely have an admixture of DNA during the early part of late antiquity. Then you get to something which we call the founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazi heartland, central Germany, around the Rhineland. And that is genetically calculated to be about 45 generations ago. If you work with a number of about 25 years per generation. And the authors of the study suggest that that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800. And that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that the people who were buried in Erfurt, the 33 individuals discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA, to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of this genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 800 in Ashkenaz till about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observe that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile that they see among the Erfurt remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to this medieval age. I don't know what this would look like if we were to examine it again in 200 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazi Jews came to be. Have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where the number one is. You have the Jews exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman Jewish wars. They settle in Italy, and there they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way up to the Ashkenazi heartland. And the actual percentages, it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where you have a lot of southern Italian influence or later the northern Italian influence. But the authors of this study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains is somewhere between 15 and 45%, depending on the individual, like how you measure the difference between southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So that's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian peninsula. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications. As, for example, the Norwich study was able to identify specific illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, like, for example, breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that, and that may have implications for later cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, of a Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not supported by any of this research. And it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, fairly vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish. Some other population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists. They've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our Kosher Riverboat cruise to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again.
Erev Tov. It is so wonderful to see everyone. You see me as well, but it was incredibly for the Jacob, who are members. We're so happy that you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much. And special thank you to our professors, Dr. Henry. This is getting to that point of I guess production. We have three phenomenal tools that we've been able to learn from you. And really appreciate you staying up late. I know it's later for you than it is for us. But the opportunity to you and things which is so valuable. I want to express our appreciation to Jacob, Jerry, Madeline, and Eisenberg. Thank you on the wedding in your family. But tonight and this series has been sponsored by Jerry and Madeline, commemorating the 10th birthday. Our dear friend and member, Estimate that Yehuda she passed away on the 5th night of Hanukkah. And those of us after we such fond memories of her, and both as a constant presence of life and beauty and grace. And that you can build it, which you come for so many years. But also at lifelong learning. Someone who was always a person and my personal year that documented our lives through her community and the we also honor the king by mitzvah. The grandson of Jacob, our Yishai and Eisenberg, and that's coming up Hanukkah, which is this month, and especially poignant with that construction and Jewish unity, which also brand new beautiful MU great meaning that was made over the last couple of years. These are from Torah and Future, tremendous sources, really from across the globe, here for the community. I want to just this introduction of Dr. Henry. Here at Bethany, we feel like you're one of the family. Even from us down, from the Shira and history that you shared with us, this particular topic. And not only is it timely, but it's so important because the nature of our community is not like that. So many different backgrounds, so many different technologies come together for the unity of the Jewish people. Understanding where we come from, and the foundation on which we first add that. It couldn't be more pleased that we have the chance to be about with that, I again appreciate the late night for you and just express appreciation for the
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Rabbi. I was really grateful that I recorded it because this will play it for my mother later this month, especially get on this coming. And this has been a really tough last couple of weeks, I have to say. There's been a lot of it's about the Jews in the internet, the public discourse, not always in a positive way. In fact, I noted that yesterday, the phrase "the Jews" was actually the top trending word. A lot of it has to do, of course, with the topic that we're discussing today and how various celebrities and figures have made some news out of that. Our original topic, which we discussed many, many months ago, Rabbi Posen and I, was we were going to look at the topic was Jews of exotic communities. That was kind of like an innocent title that making it goes to different parts of the globe and look at communities that were perhaps less Ashkenazi, like less conforming to the expectations and standards of Ashkenazi society, which happens to be for the last 200 years or so the dominant Jewish community, but by no means the only Jewish. And then as the political and social environment began to change over the last few weeks, we decided to shift this a little bit and we're going to look specifically at the core issue that seems to be affecting so many people in a negative way in recent weeks, and the issue of color. I'm going to avoid the term race because I feel that it's not a helpful term. It has very little scientific merit. There's a remarkably little difference between the races other than what we perceive on an exterior level. But we do perceive differences in skin color, and unfortunately we translate that often into some negative attitudes that are quite harmful. And I'd like to look at the issue of Jews of color, the history of a long and really important history of multiple communities of Jews of color. Today, we're going to start with the dominant society, actually, and we're going to look at the fact that Ashkenazi Jews have a color, and it's happens to be in our society a fairly valuable color. It's white eligible, at least it has been since about the 1940s. People explore exactly what that means over the course of this lecture, but it is by no means the only color, and it is probably not the original color. As one of my colleagues at the university, a very inspirational Jew of color that I interviewed, get some sense of like, what is your experience like? How should I go into this talk? She said to me, "You're going to have a very hard time explaining to Ashkenazia that Jews weren't necessarily always Ashkenazi, always necessarily white." And that's the material that we're going to look at today. And then the plan is that we are going to obviously touch on the issue of Jews of color in contrast to Ashkenazi today. But next week we're going to focus on the Jews of Africa in particular, and the week after that, our final lecture, we're going to look at the Jews of Asia. All fascinating, very old communities, remarkable histories, and I hope that you'll enjoy it. So why don't we start with the first question: why is this even relevant? I'd like to point you to a passage in the remarkable itinerary of Benjamin of Tudela. This is a 12th century traveler. As you can see from this map here, started out in northern Spain, the city of Tudela, made his way over the top of the Mediterranean, through Provence, and then down through Italy, all the way through the major cities of the eastern Mediterranean. Spent a lot of time in Israel, and we're not exactly sure of his itinerary, but we may even have rounded the entire Arabian Peninsula. And everywhere he went, he recorded details of what he saw. Specifically, he's interested in the Jewish community, so he talks about how big the Jewish community is in these places. He talks about, the famous personalities who lived there. He describes some fascinating people in Provence. for example, great translator David Tibbon, and when he goes further east, he talks about the false Messiah David Alroy and some amazing stories that for a long time he was the only source. But he also says a lot about local trade and ethnography, and in fact, in many places, he is the only source we have for all kinds of information worldwide. He was a remarkable traveler. It's the kind of journey that really only a Jew could take at this time because he was able to travel in the post-Crusade era through Christian and Muslim lands relatively unmolested. And it is an absolutely remarkable document. It was valued as soon as it came out, and it was translated into multiple European languages. Fortunately, the earliest versions of the manuscripts we have are somewhat corrupted. They were probably edited by various handlers for things that were important to them at that time, but nevertheless, it remains an absolutely remarkable source. Now, in the context of his travels, he has something to say about the Malabar coast of India. That's on the west side of India. And it is probably someplace he never visited. He speaks about a lot of places that he didn't visit, places that he heard about from other people when he came to neighboring areas. So it does not appear that he actually saw this himself, but nevertheless, his story was told. So read Hebrew and I'll translate. So speaking about that region, it says, in those areas, there are about 100 Jews living there. The whole, actually, Haaretz Shavorim, everybody who lives there is black, according to the Bayuda. Okay, and the Jews too. They're Yehudim, Tobin, Valley, Mitzvahs, Torah, Moshe, and they're good Jews, and they perform commandments, and they have the Torah, Moses, and the prophets, the Dabar, Ulas, the Talmud, Halacha, and they also have something of the Talmud and the Halacha. So here it is in English. Basically, he's talking about a recorded speech about a place he probably didn't visit, but he heard it. Isn't it fascinating? Everybody there is black, usually traveling in a so maybe he's not traveling too heavily in Africa. So, and he says, I feel like the Jews are black there too. And the next thing he says is, like he says about every single community that he visits, what's the quality of their Torah study? How observant are they? And he just puts them in the same kind of category as everyone else. Like their blackness just happens to be an incidental factor, much like if they were left-handed. Like if you were to say, just by the way, isn't it fascinating? This community is so unusual because most of them are left-handed. Well, and now that I've told you that fun fact, I'm going to tell you all kinds of important things about them, like they are good Jews and so on and so forth. By the way, I have to look it up. Left-handedness is not pronounced in the Jewish population any more than in general populations, although that may have not been the case throughout much of the medieval period, because unlike many cultures, Judaism does not consider left-handedness to be a disability. So what I'm trying to say about this particular example is that Binyamin of Tudela, when he encountered the idea of black Jews, he just, he said that's a fun fact. But it's not really that important. It's a kind of irrelevant fact. If I said everybody had red hair, I went on to what is actually important. And in a nutshell, I'd like to do that with tonight's lecture. To look at what are the sort of unusual fun facts, as it were, and then focus on what's really important. Unfortunately, we live in a time right now, today, where these issues are of exaggerated importance and often in a very deleterious manner. Many of us have been concerned by the apparent rise of the Hebrew Israelite movement, which is a movement that has connections to Judaism, although at the same time also to Christianity. And normally, this would not present any kind of challenge to the Jewish community, as they are not the first and certainly not the last group of people who believe that they are of Jewish extraction. And there may, in fact, be some merit to that. That's going to be something we'll discuss in great detail probably next week. But what's frightening about this is that there's an unusual militancy in some of those last week here in New York State, actually the holy city of Brooklyn. And these are some of the flyers that were distributed. You can see that the argument that many Hebrew Israelite groups maintain, not all, I should say many, I should say some, they argue that they are in fact the quote-unquote real Jews, and the other people who call themselves Jews, which basically means Ashkenazic Jews, are in fact imposters. And more than that, there is an evil motive behind these imposters who have striven to displace the true Jews. There's just a lot of nonsense going on with that. I myself can tell you that I've been an Ashkenazi Jew all my life, and I've never attempted to displace anybody else with no Jewish identity. As far as I'm concerned, they are perfectly welcome to believe in whatever they want. It doesn't really bother me. I hope they don't impinge on my beliefs about my identity. And as you can see from this flyer, there's also strange admixtures of Christian elements as well. It is Israelite movements. They prefer generally the term Israelite to Jew. Borrow heavily from Christianity or lean Christian in their beliefs as well. And they tend to draw from some of the nastier elements of Christianity, like this passage from Revelation 2:29, referring to the synagogue of Satan. By the way, I unfortunately have to spend a fair amount of time every day over the past 2 weeks going through my YouTube feed and the comments to make sure that it's a little bit cleaner before my kids see it. And as soon as I see the synagogue of Satan, I'm very grateful to YouTube because now I can ban people for life from my channel. I think I have enough banned people in my list that they can have their own synagogue of Satan. They don't have to bother mine. I should say that that's not that, but let's go. It's not a joke because some of the more extreme, deranged people who associate with these movements have been associated also with terrible violence, including a shooting in Jersey City. There's some violence in upstate New York as well. Beyond the violence, we should note that there are many Israelite congregations that have very good relationship with other Jewish movements, even if there's still disagreement about who is Jewish and who is not. And a lot of this wrangling over who gets to use the term Jew to describe himself has caused chaos among the various Black Israelites. And I think this is probably the first time in my life that I've ever quoted a professional basketball player, LeBron James, but I have to say that I identify very much with what he says about this controversy. If you are promoting or soliciting or saying harmful things to any community that harm people, then I don't respect it. I don't. And I think it would be great if we all step back, listen to LeBron James' wisdom here, because the temperatures are rising far too much. I usually specialize in history, and I spend a lot of time in 2022. Which is not an area that I think trouble with historians do if I talk about it too much. So let's go more into the actual historical data to bring the conversation. So here's an important question. And it is certainly important, once again, if you judge by my YouTube comments box, because everybody seems to want to argue what color Jews were originally. Let's try and figure out that question. What does the historical data suggest? We have no clear-cut answer from biblical texts or archaeological texts, but we do have some scientific data, and we do have some very suggestive data from both biblical texts and archaeological texts. Let's start with biblical passages, for example. According to the book of Genesis, the roots of the Jewish people are in southern Iraq, very close to Kuwait. Abraham and his wife Sarah originated from the city of Ur, and that puts us down in the right in the Persian Gulf region. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram. It became in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different from all those Ur people, and we don't have evidence of any of that objection. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then you should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that they tend to have a little bit darker complexions. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. But basically, they look Middle Eastern, as we would typically think of Middle Eastern. And we look at Syrians, they're the same kind of, more or less, family of complexion, eye color, hair color. And this is probably based on the reasonable assumption that people back then sort of look like the people today in the place. And this is probably what Abraham now, there are other peoples living there, of course, and Israel in particular is at a crossroads in Africa and Asia and Europe. So there are lots of possible connections. Let's get to that. But let's look also at some artwork that we have from history as well. Here is really interesting tomb painting. A lot of the wealthier classes in Egypt would decorate their tombs with all kinds of nice artwork. And because of the way in which it was preserved in its art, we still have them. And they can be reconstructed with some clearer colors, as you see at the bottom here. This is from 1900 before the Common Era, which would be, although we don't have a really clear date of when Abraham would have made his way down to the land of Egypt, but it's definitely in this neighborhood. And here you see the or Western Asiatics, led by Hyksos figure, which some scholars even identify with. And they are coming into Egypt, led by some Egyptian figures. The Egyptian figures on the right, the two of them, you can see seem to be somewhat darker in skin tone, but the Hyksos and the Amu, Western Asiatics, which have come from the land of Canaan, the land of Israel today, they seem to look pretty similar to what we saw of the Syrians and the Iraqi today. Looking at another example, a little bit later, and this would have been more or less in the time that Exodus is understood to be set. This is the tomb of Rasmira, 1450 before the Common Era, and this is a depiction of slaves in various stages of the book-making process. And as you can see, there's clearly two different complexion families represented here. Looks like African slaves, and once again, these Western Asiatics, these Hyksos or Canaanites, they're not specifically identified as Jews, but you get an impression of a mixed population coming together to build the storehouses of Piton and Ramses. Those could very easily have been Jews. They seem to look a little bit different than the apparent Nubians. The figure leaning on the right actually seems to have a blue eye. It's hard to tell whether that's just a degradation of the color, but they clearly have a somewhat lighter complexion, but they still don't quite look like Caucasians. Get to how that comes up. Here we have finally a picture where we can say these are definitely Jews. You can tell because all their luggage they got for sale. But this is unfortunately a sad image. This is a part of the Rothschild reliefs that was commissioned by the Syrian attacker of Israel, who displaced many of the Jews out of the land of Israel to Assyria. This is in the period of time which is associated with the 10 lost tribes. It's very poignant. There's a whole family here, including children, and others are riding on these wagons, holding their infants in their arms, very touching anyways. The Jewish figure on the left, uh, it's impossible to assign a skin color with this kind of representation, but he is clearly bearded. In other parts of particular relief, you can see that they tend to have like curly hair, but it's still impossible to determine specifically what color they were. But I think we can say with some, assurance is that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that they were not white like Caucasians were. They weren't like Scarlett Johansson kind of white. They looked a little bit more like, I don't know, I don't think of a famous Hispanic individual in popular culture. They look probably a little bit more like these. In terms of biblical texts, there are a few kind of interesting passages that refer to possibly darker skin in the sense that they were at some level understood to be other, but at the same time they're also part of the community as well. Moses, for example, in Numbers 12, there's a whole discussion of the fact that he married a woman from Cush, Cush being the ancient term for Ethiopia. So on the one hand, the fact that she's identified differently, either by her place of geographic origin or possibly by her skin color, because Cushite could easily be an Ethiopian colored woman as opposed to Ethiopian origin. But at the same time, she's Moses' wife. You can't get much more into Jewish royalty than marrying Moses. So even though she's identified as somewhat other, she's also intrinsically the same. And you also have this passage in Song of Songs, which is a highly allegorical representation of the communication between God and the Jewish people. That's how it's understood in the rabbinic tradition. And this passage here, the figure representing the Jewish people says, Shechora Ani v'Na'avor, which is translated, I am black, but comely, or but beautiful. That vav of v'Na'avor and comely, or but comely, could be translated as an and or a but the context here implies that it is a black. I am different, I am black, but nevertheless I am beautiful. And most importantly, this is a metaphor referring to the entire Jewish people. So it's hard to be any more inside than that, despite the difference in skin color. So that's to summarize what we know from the data about Jewish skin color, based on some common sense, some current ethnographic data, some biblical texts, and what limited archaeological evidence we have. So the next big question is, okay, how did Ashkenazim specifically become white religion? And I want to emphasize here this point that you could simply say become white, but that's not at all accurate, because the whiteness is, as the social scientists have demonstrated in so many ways, a social construct, and people are accepted or not accepted as white, which means essentially being within the higher status of society, based on a whole host of factors, of which complexion is only one of them. And quite often there is a spectrum of skin colors that can still, as they say, pass. For Jews, whiteness was really not extended to them, as people might say Ashkenazi Jews here in America, really until the 1940s. In that really period after the Holocaust, which unfortunately seems to be waning now, where Jews were seen as part of the great triumvirate of American society, Protestant, Catholic, Jews, the idea of building a society that could include all of these different peoples together. Obviously, it did not extend to all peoples, but that's when sociologists say that Jews began to acquire control of whiteness. It also helped that there were lots of positive images of Jews that were emanated from the media of the West Coast, everything from Baby Loves Rosie to various permutations of Jews being accepted in society, and acting as comedians and things like that. white primarily in the 1940s. The Irish people also had to be white. That occurred at the end of the 19th century into the 20th century. Italians also, around the same time as Jews, a little bit earlier, were also white. Became, so to speak, white originally. There is a certain point, however, where a skin tone is too dark, easily extend the whiteness to them. I'm not saying that as a positive thing, but that's simply how it works. So let's get to the more simple question. Okay, we know a little bit about how Jews became white eligible, how they were considered white in American society in particular, but how did they get this specific skin tone? I mean, how did you take a picture and it looks sort of like it? Article, scientific article, it's preprint. It's going to be appearing in a very prestigious scientific journal that is based on a study of graves that were uncovered in Erfurt, Germany. Here is a photograph of the site where the graves were uncovered, just outside the old city wall. You can see the top picture. There's a big kind of like granary there on the right. There's the old city wall. And immediately below the granary, they found these graves. The article is by S. Waldman and all his listed others. Genome-wide data from medieval German Jews show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And that's this very important. Basically, what they did was, here is a rare moment where you have an opportunity to study the DNA of individuals at a specific moment in time and look at the unfolding of the genetic history of the people. That's exactly what they did. They did so with great respect. As Waldman and others are keeping interesting them at respective institutions, but they went to halachic authorities to ask, how are we allowed to study these bones? Because we have lots of questions that we can ask these bones, but there's a lot of halachic applications around disturbing graves at all. So we received permission to study the teeth that were already dislodged from the skulls of their owners. Teeth in that matter are not considered part of the dead body. They aren't like intrinsic to it. They've already fallen off of the skull, so to speak. So they lovingly took these teeth and they analyzed the DNA from it. They also did some fascinating things with analyzing the enamel of the teeth, and they were able to figure out some great things about their diet and water supply and so on. But let's focus on the genetic material. The graveyard was dated fairly accurately to right about 1350. There was one person there who died from obvious violence, of head trauma, but it does not appear that this was a graveyard that was populated as a result of an uprising connected with the Black Death. It was probably just a normal graveyard, and there were some people who, this one individual from 33 there, who did die as a result of violence, but most apparently died from death. So what did they learn from these teeth and the DNA? Basically, they were able to date the founder event, remember that is, and it has huge implications for our question of these. So have a look at this diagram here, which shows a genetic bottom. The bottom end is earlier in time, and the top end is contemporary. So here at the bottom, you've got Jews in ancient Israel, and Jews living in the land of Israel for millennia. And then they have food. And at the very top, this is modern nationality Jews. For me, I assume a lot of people on this call. In the ancient period, you've got lots of people mixing in with the small original Jewish community that's associated with Abraham. You have people like the Bible refers to Jewish people, like Moab. Other historical sources have people like Antifa there, which is Leah. You have Abiambene, these were famous well-known people. But obviously, there are thousands of neighboring peoples who end up marrying in this small group that trace their lineage back to the Exodus and beyond. They're living in the land of Israel, slowly incorporating other peoples in their genetic stock. And then you have two disastrous wars with Rome. The Great War of 66 through 74, which resulted in the destruction of the temple, and a massive number of Jewish slaves shipped off to Rome. Josephus, who was our primary source for this period, uh, often exaggerates numbers, but many historians think he's probably pretty accurate in this period. He writes about 97,000 Jews being shipped off to slavery. And then 60 years later, you have another revolt, the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, and in 135, the land is once again denuded of people, particularly in Judea itself. And Jews are shipped off to Rome for the slave markets, or also in Asian minor places. So you've got now a big population of Jews living in Rome. By the way, there was a population of Jews living in Rome that predated the war. There's references to it. A lot of the rabbinic literature that goes back well into the 1st century before the Common Era, even some scattered references to the 2nd century before the Common Era, when Judah Maccabee first made his pact with the Romans. And we have corresponding evidence from Cicero and various other Roman authors. So now we've got a big population in Rome of Jews, and they become free after some time, and they're significantly mixing, just like they were in Israel, with South Italians and later with North Italians. Then you have the founder event. And this is something which we actually have described in Jewish literary sources. So this is not like a huge surprise to us at all. Sometime around the year 800, a small group of Jews left northern Italy, even though the names of some of them are they left their homes in northern Italy and they made their way up to the Rhineland in contemporary Germany. And those people form the nucleus of Ashkenazi Jewry. This is attested not only in the literary record that we have of the origins of Ashkenazim, but we also have some interesting DNA evidence that predates this particular study from Erfurt that even shows that roughly half of Levites who come from Ashkenaz are descended from just four presumably Italian women who married Jewish men. And Judaism is matrilineal, so these are going to be the central representatives of rabbinic culture, so we assume there was some conversion going on there. But anyways, let's go back to where we are here. The founder event happens around 800 CE, and the remains that were studied in this particular paper come from Erfurt a good 500 years later. And by studying the DNA of these teeth, they're able to draw connections backwards that specifically proves this point that they all descend from a small group of older Italian citizens. One thing that is not supported by the data, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole here, but their anti-Semites in particular are very enamored with this thesis that Ashkenazi Jews have nothing to do with the Middle East at all, that they are actually the Central Asian people called the Khazars. We do know that there was some weird event that happened in the 8th century where some Khazars apparently converted to Judaism. Fascinating, not for us today to go into great detail. But the Khazarian thesis, which is advanced by people who want to try, frequently advanced by people who want to try and undercut the Ashkenazi connection to the land of Israel and the biblical peoples, argues that modern Ashkenazi are actually these real imposter people. Central Asians who tend to be the DNA data in this study and many others did not all none of the linguistic data doesn't support it, graphic data, historical records. So it's just one of those crazy flat earth computers. Bottom line, what exactly are the Ashkenazi made of? Have a look at this map here. This is a DNA mapping trajectory of migrations that was identified in a fascinating earlier study. And the Erfurt data confirms this basic model. That big purple line represents the huge chunk of Jews leaving the land of Israel probably around the 1st and 2nd century, making their way through Italy, big Italian chunk of the story, and then up into the heartland of Germany, where they formed the nucleus of the Ashkenazi community. And from there, they spread out to the east, in particular. That's where the Russian, Lithuanian, Polish, Romanian populations really expand. And from there, they'll come to America. There are some Sephardic admixtures. There's some green lines there that suggest other routes of migration across the coast of North Africa. And this is not accounted for every single Jew, but it does speak to the Ashkenazi in particular. What do the numbers look like? When you study the DNA of these Erfurt Ashkenazi Jews, who, by the way, this is the lead story that here in Times today, are remarkably similar to modern Ashkenazi Jews. In fact, modern Ashkenazi Jews have a much narrower spectrum of DNA than the Erfurt Jews, the latter group. About 50 to 45% of the DNA of those Jews in 1350 was from the Middle East. But a large chunk, 45 to 70% of the DNA of those Erfurt Jews. Slightly different balances between South and North, slightly different proportions between the two communities of Jews that are represented in Erfurt, but this tells the whole story about the lighter complexion. Ashkenazi Jews look lighter skinned primarily because they passed through Italy over the course of 800 odd years before they decided to make their way up to Germany. Once they got to Germany, they basically didn't intermarry at all. At a very, very small number, huge level of endogamy that resulted in the white complexion. There you go. That's basically the story of how Jews got to be white eligible. Ashkenazi Jews got to be white. To return to the larger perspective, what difference does any of this make? We have a lot of data from archaeology, from biblical texts, rabbinic texts, from DNA studies. What difference does it make? I'm proud to be working very closely with Colin Publishers, 3-volume history of the Jewish people. One of the reasons why I was very honored to accept an offer to be published by them, besides the fact they have some amazing people that I look up to, like Sachs, Rabbi Steinsaltz, blessed memory. I love it that they think in a broad sense about literature. Previously, one of the projects for which they are most proud, the production of the world's first Amharic super. That is, this is the first printed volume in Amharic, one of the languages used by Ethiopian Jews, to allow them to create a native language and have that facing Hebrew translation that they can make access to the British language, which they were largely shut out from. Theirs is a message of inclusion. Theirs is a message of, we are one large Jewish family, and like families, we have tremendous diversity. This is something that comes across very, very powerfully in a passage from Malachi. Alo ad echad lo. Is it not true that we have one parent? Alo kel echad lo. We are all created by the same God. Now do it with God, Ishmael, or God. Why are we fighting with each other? Arguing over patronize? Sometimes, in my humble opinion, I don't think that's what Hashem really wants us to be doing. If Hashem wants to be like Binyamin of Tudela, maybe noting the slight differences between us as an aspect of diversity, kind of like a fun fact. Oh, isn't that interesting? There are more left-handed people here. But really, we should be focusing on the things that mean something to us. The final thing I'd like to get across here is that in doing my research, I came across this wonderful channel, the House of Lev, that is run by a beautiful couple who have the last name Hart. So that's the Lev, the Hebrew is the word Hart. And when you go on their channel, they're very charming and articulate and straightforward. I highly recommend you check them out and subscribe. They're talking about things that mean a lot to them. They're talking about things like marriage and elevating the family. And I look at this and I just say, wow, they're so excited about Judaism. I want some of that Judaism excitement to rub off on me. And I don't want to spend time thinking about hating others. And I wish that other people would feel similar. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and for the patience that you've shown by listening to this webinar. I'm going to stop talking now and go over to Rabbi Posey to direct me to any Q&A. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, everyone. This is absolutely fascinating and just so important, especially as we can put the titles in the title.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. Thank you so much for all the positive feedback I received from last week's lecture. I hope that I'll be able to cover some similar ground tonight as we look specifically at the Jews of Africa. You know, to try and actually encompass that topic within a 1 hour lecture is absurd. It's like saying, who are the Jews of Europe, or even who are the Jews of Israel? It's an extremely complex and very, very diverse topic. Africa is a huge continent with thousands of ethnicities and languages, and Jews are similarly diverse within the continent. My goal for tonight is to try and give you a very broad overview, focus in specifically on the Jews of Ethiopia, about whom we know the most, and then we're going to come back to North America and talk about the populations of Jews from Africa in America. So that's the plan for tonight. But here, have a look at the satellite photograph of Africa. We've got Jews in Africa from the ancient period. Ahead of the biblical period, we have Jews in Elephantine. We'll spend a little bit of time looking at that location. We've got Jews in Alexandria, Egypt, very important site, the location of Jews in antiquity. Iran, Carthage, Jews in Ethiopia. By the way, I'm putting these up kind of like in chronological order of when we believe these communities were first established. Lots of Jews in Algeria and in Morocco. And we have several West African regions that support Jewish populations. Much of the background historical information is largely lost and very difficult to filter out, but the entire continent is represented. Of course, if you go to sub-Saharan Africa, I forgot to mention Fustat, which is, of course, the home of Maimonides, just outside Cairo, major Jewish center. But if you move to sub-Saharan Africa, you have, of course, South Africa, which has lots of Jews, and most of them are immigrants from Lithuania. So they would be Ashkenazi Jews who transplanted themselves in the 19th century in particular to that region. But they're all African Jews, really quite diverse. You'll notice, of course, that the largest section of these blocks is in the northern part of the country. That stands to reason because it's always been basically an ancient highway for Jews making their way along the coast up to Spain and then further on into Europe. And we have lots of archaeological evidence and literary evidence of Jews who are living in the northern part of Africa, really since antiquity. Moving further south, it gets a little bit more complex. Now, before we actually look at some of these populations, I want to touch on a few things that are important for us to bear in mind as we explore the history of the Jews of Africa. The first is something that came up in last week's talk, and lots of people sent me this reference from the Mishnah, which was very helpful. Thank you very much for sending it to me. Please don't send it anymore because now I have it. But I had overlooked this important Mishnah, which really would have supported a lot of the argument that we had discussing, like, what exactly did the ancient Jews probably look like? So this text is from the Mishnah, which would date from about the year 200 at the latest. It probably goes back far earlier. And it's speaking about the skin diseases and how they are treated in the Bible. This is a whole discussion in the book of Leviticus. And this is like a very clinical discussion for experts on how are you supposed to deal with these kinds of skin diseases and so on. And notice that in Jewish thought, these skin diseases are of a spiritual nature, and they specifically affect Jews for various transgressions like character assassination, things like that. So we're talking now about Jews. Look at the first line, look at the English here. The bright spot in a German appears as dull white. So the Hebrew term is Germani. Of course, the country Germany doesn't exist in the 2nd century, but the region that we would associate today with Germany and with northern France and so on, that was known as Germania or Germania, and it's so referred to in the Talmud as well. So a German person, here they're talking about a German Jewish person. And if you had a Jewish person who came all the way from Germania, if they had a bright spot on their arm, which would require some kind of purification ritual, it would appear as dull white. However, because the skin tone of an Ethiopian is quite different from a German, it will look different. And the dull white, the text reads, spot in an Ethiopian appears as bright white. And basically, this is sort of an antique scientific document, a diagnostic manual to help specialists try to figure out how to diagnose this Sarah spot on people of various ethnicities with different skin tones. Then the text continues. Rabbi Ishmael says the children of Israel, and then kind of like a pious phrase, may I be an atonement for them, are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but of an intermediate shade. So this is an interesting thing. He actually gives us a marker to try and determine what did the skin tone of ancient Israelites, at least from the 2nd century, look like. This is what boxwood looks like. It looks a little bit more olivey than my skin, as I'm looking at my screen here. And here's a few different tones that would happen if it's sealed or if you look at the end grain. But I think that basically comports with the image that we had prior, that the Jews of antiquity probably had skin tones somewhere in this family. But please note, very importantly, that Mishnah is talking about all Jews of a variety of skin tones. The Mishnah specifically outlines those Jews who are, of the same lineage as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, so on and so forth, but that there are also Jews who are Germans and are Ethiopians as well. In other words, kind of like a big tent Judaism, which I think is very important for our discussion as well. One of the negative aspects of this overall story, however, is something known as the Hamitic myth. And this comes from a rather bizarre story that occurs in the book of Genesis, where Noah, who is shown here in the Nuremberg Chronicle, he looks like he's passed out. They land the ark around Mount Ararat in Turkey. He gets out and immediately he plants vines and he drinks the fruit of the vine, which gets him drunk and he passes out naked. His sons, Shem and Ham, and Japhet discover him. And Shem and Japhet, although Japhet here, is showing he's covering his eyes, doesn't want to see his father's nakedness. Shem is covering him up. Ham, and specifically his son Canaan, mock their father in the situation. There's like amplifications in the Midrash as well. And as a result, when Noah finally comes to, he places a curse on Canaan, the son of Ham. And that curse is associated in much of rabbinic literature with African servitude. And that's a very hard thing to sort of dislodge from much of the subsequent 2,000 years of the literary tradition. If we had more time, I would go into the various apologetics to try and understand how that can, work with the more inclusive model that most of the texts provide for us. But I think the best way to understand this is the way Ephraim Goldberg, Rabbi Goldberg from Boca Raton, once says that this particular midrash is just a great example of why you shouldn't teach all midrashim to children. That some passages really have to be saved and studied later and so on. But nevertheless, there is this Hamitic myth which runs as kind of like a scarlet thread through any discussion of Africans in the Jewish tradition, and it's often a rather negative one. Now, Maimonides, though, it's more to the mainstream of Jewish ideology with this, and perhaps the most powerful example of his defense of Jews who come to Judaism later on in their lives is this remarkable letter that he wrote to Obadiah the convert. Maimonides, like all the great rabbis of history, would receive all kinds of letters, she'elot, questions, that would be sent to them asking them, what is the halakha? In this case, what does Jewish law require in this case, and so on. And this one Ovadia wrote to Maimonides and told him that this is just an excerpt of part of Maimonides' response. He said to him, where I live, there are people who tell me that because I converted to Judaism, I cannot read the same prayers as all the other Jews. I have to change the language so that it doesn't, when the verse says our God, I have to say essentially their God, because I'm not part of our. And especially phrases like God of our fathers, which is an extremely important phrase that occurs frequently in the text. Okay, I will say the God of our fathers. What do I do about this? I feel badly because my fathers were not Jewish, and yet, I want to pray with everyone else. And Maimonides says very clearly in the second paragraph, yes, you may say all this in the prescribed order and not change it in the least. In the same way as every Jew by birth says his blessing prayer, you too shall bless and pray alike, whether you are alone or pray in the congregation. And the letter goes on. I highly recommend you read the entire thing. It's quite a remarkable smackdown of those who would suggest that these converts to Judaism are any less Jewish than anyone else. Maimonides says they are firmly within the tradition. So now that we have established a little bit of the parameters of the question, is Judaism colorblind? I would like to argue that for the most part, it is, but there are some disturbing passages to the contrary. We should answer the very good question, what exactly is a Jew we're talking about? And Rabbi, don't worry, I'm not going to go into this deeply because this is one of the most complicated discussions in Jewish history and thought ever. As I mentioned briefly earlier, there are basically two ways to become a Jew. One is to be born of a Jewish mother, kind of like a tribal affiliation, although it's not really tribal because normally tribal status would be conferred through the father. But for the vast majority of the last 2,000 years, that has been the standard of admission to the Jewish people. If your mother is Jewish, regardless of who your father is. Now, true, when we read the Bible, there are lots of passages where it seems that Judaism is rather patrilineal, following after the father. And so there's a lot of discussion in the rabbinic literature and the Talmud and so on. How do we derive the idea of matrilineal descent exclusively? In another lecture, I could discuss this in more detail, but I'm not going to go into it today. But until you get to the 20th century, specifically the 1980s, when the Reform movement instituted a decision on patrilineal status, which provokes a certain amount of consternation to this very day. The standard traditional way of becoming a Jew was through birth through one's mother. Now, conversion, on the other hand, is open to everyone, and it requires basically three things. Here they are. The first is circumcision, obviously from men only. If a man is already circumcised, as we shall see was relevant with Ethiopian Jews because they had been practicing circumcision, there is sometimes a symbolic taking of a drop of blood to symbolize a circumcision without actually removing the foreskin. So that usually set a fairly high bar that kept most non-ethnic Jews from converting to Judaism in the ancient period as of today as well. Second thing, immersion in a mikvah is actually much easier. A mikvah is sometimes translated as ritualarium. It's basically kind of like a pool, sort of a spa-like pool that has special restrictions on where the water comes from. It can't be like tap water flowing from the city. It has to be water that comes from the rain or from the ocean without traveling through metal pipes and things like that. But basically, immersion in mikvah, pretty easy. And the third one, which is the cause of most of the controversy then and now, is acceptance of the commandments. So, what exactly does acceptance mean? Since following the religion of Judaism involves a lifelong dedication to the study of the commandments, how can you accept them before you have studied them all? And furthermore, we are imperfect as human beings. We may accept them now, but what if we have a crisis of conscience? And what if we just eat a cheeseburger or something? What happens to a person who converted and then, has a moment of weakness? So This is where the rabbis get involved, and this is where I basically step off the train. But these are the three basic things that allow a person to come into the Jewish community. And as we shall see, it's especially relevant when we get to the Jews of Passover. Okay, so much for the kind of introductory material. African Jews in antiquity. We actually have quite a few African communities in antiquity. What we can say with some confidence is that they are not based on so-called lost tribes, which is in itself sort of a misnomer. The Bible describes the population transfer policy of both the Assyrians and later the Babylonians that wreaked havoc on ancient Israel. The Assyrians, in particular, in the 8th century, removed huge swaths of Jews from the northern part of Israel and shipped them off to regions within their large empire, largely as a way of trying to control popular dissent. It was like essentially a divide and rule strategy, where if you take away especially the young males and you remove them from their homeland and you send them very, very far away, then there won't be anyone to rebel in this territory, and it will act as a break as well on uprisings far away because they won't necessarily be able to have the same connection with the population where it is. The Assyrians also moved other peoples into the land of Israel. That's a whole discussion of where the Samaritans come from, for example. So where, and by the way, the 10 tribes that were living primarily to the north, it's a misnomer to think that the north was completely denuded of Jews. There were still Jews who remained in the area. Many of them fled south to bolster the populations there. But it's not like a modern operation where you can actually conceive of something like a Judenland environment. This was a heavy population loss, and so much so that it deserved mention in the Bible, but it certainly does not mean a complete evacuation of all the Jews everywhere. We know where those Jews went from the biblical description, specifically in the region of Hamath, Gozan, and the Median Empire. I've shown here that these three circles, these three red circles, if we put that into a modern map, most of those 10 tribes, or the people that were displaced, were sent to what would be the borderlands of Lebanon and Syria today, or northern Syria, perhaps the Kurdish areas, and then further east from Mesopotamia, northeast of Baghdad. And it's quite possible. We do have archaeological evidence of Jews in those areas, which is really quite fascinating. There is a long period where they do try to obtain their Israelite identity and so on, but ultimately they just merge with the population as a whole. But that's where the 10 lost tribes end up, as best as we can tell. We don't have any indication of them making their way south to Egypt, but we do have lots of other Jewish populations in Egypt. One of the most fascinating ones, I think, is the Jewish population in Elephantine. You can see here on this map, it's in the Upper Nile. I know when you look at this map, the Upper Nile is in the lower part of the picture. That's because the Nile flows from south to north. So the higher elevation of the Nile is in the south. And there's this settlement there that was discovered in the 20th century that actually has a Jewish temple there. Amazingly, it was kind of like a rival temple to the temple in Jerusalem. And it's just tantalizing clues as to what the Jews were thinking in Elephantine to have a separate temple besides them. But we also have, the ruins of the temple have been excavated. We knew they had a lot of conflict with local Egyptians. The temple was ultimately destroyed by the followers of Fnum, another Egyptian religion. And we also have a significant number of documents, many of them stored right here in the holy city of Brooklyn, that are Aramaic documents of communications between the ancient city of Elephantine and Jerusalem. And it's fascinating to see how they communicate with each other. Where did this community come from? Most scholars believe that this was originally a military colony of Jews that was set up during the period when the Persians dominated the region in the 6th century before the Common Era. We're talking about a very, very long time ago, a very significant Jewish population in the Upper Nile region. And we don't know what happened to them after their temple was destroyed. not impossible to imagine that they may have some lasting effects in the local population because it's not that far from Ethiopia, which would be a major part of our story. If we go to the lower Nile Delta in Africa, you see there's a very important city here called Alexandria. Alexandria, established by Alexander the Great, 4th century before the Common Era, also very, very ancient, had a huge Jewish population that is actually recorded. Right? So, Philo, also Philo, and others. We know that they had a very large population in a specific Jewish quarter that occupied quite a good fraction of the city. We know that they had significant conflict with their neighbors as well, and there was actually a series of attacks on them in the context of larger political forces at play. But there's no question that we've got these very, very ancient Jewish communities living in the Egyptian region of Africa, totally separate from the entire Exodus story, which would have been, 1,200 years prior to the settlement that I'm describing in Alexandria today. Okay, so this just gives you a sense of how Israel had a tremendous amount of interaction with its neighbor to the southwest, just on the African continent, and it's not surprising that they would leave some. Now, I mentioned many, many different Jewish groups, or many groups of people who identify Jewish origins in Africa. Some of them have some interesting support from DNA studies, but for the most part, they're completely bereft of any literature that describes what their presence in the African continent. A major exception to that rule is the famous Jewry of Ethiopia. We know for centuries that there was a Jewish community in Ethiopia, a living Jewish community in Ethiopia, not long gone like Elephantine or Alexandria. But the real question is, because these Jews were largely illiterate, even the Torah that they have is different from ours. It's not written in Hebrew, it's written in Ge'ez, which is a local holy language, and today they speak primarily Amharic. So they don't have a strong literary tradition. What we know about, in terms of, I'll describe kind of like the legends that we have, some of which may have basis in reality, but we're unable as historians to determine that historically. The Ethiopians themselves, both, by the way, the Jewish Ethiopians and the Christian Ethiopians, tie their presence in Africa to the marriage of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. That is the dominant thinking among Ethiopians. It's recorded in their holy book, the Kebra Nagast, which was written in the 14th century. And in fact, the Lion of Judah is something that the United Jewish Appeal shares with Ethiopia as their prime symbol. So that would go way back. If we're talking about King Solomon, that would be like 1,000 years before the Common Era, which would place Ethiopian Jewry very, very far back in time. And by the way, there are some really tantalizing things about the way that Ethiopians practice Judaism that would suggest that level of antiquity or something nearby. For example, the Ethiopians had the holiday of Purim, which commemorates events that took place in Persia in the 5th century before the Common Era. Right? So the whole story of Esther and Ahasuerus is set in Persia at that time. But they lacked the holiday of Hanukkah, which would have taken place in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Which, if that was the only data point we had, we would be able to say with some confidence that Ethiopian Jewry dates at least from between the Persian exile and the Hanukkah Rebellion of 165. Unfortunately, it's not quite so clear, but nevertheless, there are these tantalizing associations. We also have a strange individual named Eldad Hadani, Eldad of the tribe of Dan, who's one of the 10 lost tribes, who travels through the region in the 9th century and tells a rather amazing tale of an independent Jewish kingdom in Ethiopia. His account is widely disputed by historians, and it's not clear exactly why he's telling the story and if he can be trusted, but nevertheless, it is a fairly early suggestion that in the 9th century they had an independent kingdom run by a Jewish ruler. There are also legends of a Jewish queen named Judith or Judith, although historians largely, do not ascribe to the historicity of that particular story, especially in connection with the Ethiopians. What we do have more solid ground to stand on is regarding the country of Himyar, which is here in the south of the Arabian Peninsula. That would be today Yemen, where there was a king named Yusuf Nuwas, who reigned in the early 6th century of the Common Era. Kind of an interesting figure who was Jewish, and also he was a very powerful ruler, and he actually waged war on Aksum, which you can see here on the left. Aksum is what the Jews would call Kush, or Ethiopia. Aksum is the city, the capital city of Ethiopia. And he waged war on Aksum, and there are many historians who would argue that it was at least in the 6th century that Judaism was introduced through Nuwas and his armies into the region. Still, all of these things are largely, apocryphal. We don't know how to evaluate these statements. The Ethiopians themselves have left very little written record to help us figure these things out. So it's very difficult to actually verify the existence of a medieval Jewish state. What we can say with great confidence is that there was a medieval Jewish people in Ethiopia. They call themselves the Beta Israel. They used to be called in Western literature the Falasha, but that is a derogatory term which they prefer not to use. But that's the people we're talking about. Beta Israel means the house of Israel. That's what they would have called themselves. The rest of the Jewish world knows about them largely through various travelers who make their way around the Mediterranean basin and further south into Africa. One of them, not a Jewish traveler, James Bruce, published this work in the 18th century that was extremely popular, and he really, gave voice to the widespread awareness that there was, in fact, this ancient Jewish people living in Ethiopia. But we have many, many other sources besides James Bruce in the 18th century. We have, we mentioned him last week, Benjamin Tudela. We have the great scholar Rabbi Ovadia of Bertinoro. That's a major commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav, the Rabbi. And he encounters and interviews Ethiopian Jews. And so there's lots and lots of examples, Pataki of Regensburg, many others, who attest to the fact that, there's a Jewish community living in Ethiopia. They're different from us in a lot of ways, but they are in fact there. So, but with James Bruce's popularization of their account, this sort of brought unwanted attention to the Ethiopian Jews because it was primarily Christian proselytizing efforts that was directed at them, because there's something special about finding an ancient Jewish community and turning them over to Christianity that must have appealed to a lot of early, convert seekers. And so there was a renewed attention from Europeans on the Beta Israel from the 18th century on. In the 19th century, the organized Jewish community gets much more involved, and they begin to have delegations going to the Ethiopian Jews, working with them and working to reintegrate them into the larger Jewish population. But this attention from outsiders did not improve their local situation in Ethiopia. It's believed that at this time, that's when they acquired the name Falasha, which means something like outsider or wanderer. And they began to find themselves the ironic, it's not really ironic, it's the Jewish condition, but they began to find themselves the targets of anti-Semitism. So that's one of the downsides of being Jewish, I guess. But at the same time, if in halakhic literature, if a person insists on his Jewish identity despite persecution, it's another argument to validate his claims of Jewish identity, because why would anyone want to go through that? The Ethiopian Jews make a huge change for themselves in the 20th century particularly. Over the course of the 20th century, when some important figures like Yosef Halevi and his groups, Faith Village, come to the Ethiopian Jews and begin to give them Hebrew literacy, introduce them to many texts which they had never seen before, the Jewish tradition. And many organized Jewish communities begin to form linkages with Beta Israel. And especially after the establishment of the state of Israel, there's increasing demand that both from the Beta Yisrael themselves and also from the large Jewish world to bring this long lost sibling of the Jewish world into Israel per se. That eventually happens with tremendous success in the last decades of the 20th century. But let's understand a little bit of the roots of determining with absolute clarity that in fact they are Jewish. Perhaps the most important figure in this debate is Rabbi David ibn Zimra, known as the Radbaz, who was an extremely important rabbi who lived in Cairo at the turn of the 16th century. He interviewed Ethiopian Jews. Again, Cairo is not that far from Ethiopia. He interviewed them and he laid down a very important psak, or a very important decision, which reads as follows. Those who come from the land of Cush, right, out of Ethiopia, are without doubt of the tribe of Dan. And because there are not among them scholars, masters of tradition, they seize unto themselves the literal meaning of Scripture. They are like children who were kidnapped and have been raised among non-Jews. This is a huge statement that had tremendous ramifications for the Beta Yisrael. Even though it's dated from like the year 1500, nevertheless it's hugely influential later on as well. And many contemporary rabbis like great Ovadia Yosef, the chief Sephardic rabbi, was completely in consonance with this idea. But the Radbaz alludes to the fact that they had largely lost rabbinic tradition. Their holy books were limited to parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures, including parts that we did not include in our holy scriptures, apocryphal books. That is, books that if you go to a Christian Bible, you'll find a whole bunch of them at the end. These are works of antiquity that were translated to Ge'ez, and then they were incorporated into the Ethiopian Bible at some point in the history. They also lacked widespread literacy and placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on their leaders, their rabbinic leaders, who they called Kohanim, and they were the repositories of all knowledge. But since they were operating without the basic tools of Jewish literacy, many of the customs and practices of the Ethiopian Jews were quite foreign to modern Jewry. So when the Radbaz was undoubtedly aware of these things, and that's why he adds this last part, that they are like children who were kidnapped. This is a technical term in the Talmud. It's Shenishbu. Kidnapped children mean, they are fully Jewish, but since they lacked the upbringing that would accrue to a normal Jewish childhood and were able to absorb Jewish law normally, on an osmosis kind of basis, they can't be held culpable for the things they do in contravention of Jewish law. So a tremendous amount of extra tolerance has to be paid to them in order to integrate them back into the rest of Jewish society. When in the 20th century the state of Israel was established, and there were increasing movements such as Operation Solomon, which was a remarkable airlift of thousands of Ethiopians within a very short period of time through the land of Israel. Here you can see a whole bunch of Ethiopian Jews coming off the transport plane into Israel for the first time. There were many calls for at least some kind of symbolic conversion, because even if we were to affirm the notion that they are all descended from original Jews, since they had lost many of the laws of marriage and the laws of inheritance, the laws of divorce, very important, then they could have all kinds of other statuses that would be untoward and make it difficult for them to marry other Jews. So the compromise that was effected with a certain amount of controversy, this is after all the state of Israel, everything happens in controversy. They created something called a Chidush HaYahadut ceremony, which means a renewal of Judaism ceremony, commitment to Judaism, which was more or less like a formal declaration of an conversion of the mikvah to, without a tremendous amount of effort, but nevertheless a token amount that the Ethiopian Jews accepted at first. Later on, there was some argument about it. It was some people felt it was somewhat insulting that after the persecution that they had suffered for so many hundreds of years, they should be asked to renew their Judaism. But nevertheless, on the whole, the process worked, and society was able to accommodate them without too many challenges. There were, in fact, challenges. Ethiopian Jews do suffer a degree of discrimination in Israel, as one might expect, perhaps, for such a foreign new community coming into the land of Israel. But on the whole, their absorption has been successful. Today, there are about 160,000 Beit Yisrael that live in the land of Israel, about 2% of the overall population. And so that's kind of like a great story. Now, let us move to America. As I suggested, we were going to bring this home to this country. Well, the American experience with Africa, of course, is heavily tainted by the experience of the disastrous, horrific transatlantic slave trade, which brought millions of Africans against their will to these shores and those of South America, and put them into forced servitude for the rest of their lives. It's impossible, especially in the space of a short lecture like this, to encompass the degree of human suffering that accompanied this kind of massive displacement. But I'd like to focus on one specific aspect of that, is that we should recall, as I mentioned at the beginning, Africa is a hugely diverse society, multiple languages, multiple peoples and ethnicities, and the slave traders couldn't care less. They simply shunted them all into these overcrowded boats, and those that managed to survive the transatlantic passage were brought into communities that had, no commonalities of language or place and so on. And they're left essentially to fend for themselves without the tremendous support of a cultural community. And that's one of the aspects that's really genocidal of the transatlantic slave trade, is the removal of the cultural glue that held together these peoples. And so in America, to a large degree, Africans, even after slavery ended in the late 19th century, there's still this legacy of, what are my origins? If they can't trace themselves back to a particular place in Africa, a particular language, a particular culture, they're kind of like historically separated from their roots. A horrific kind of eventuality, which thankfully Jews never had to deal with the same way. Now, what about the question of Jews involved in the slave trade? I wish I could say to you that Jews were completely innocent of this gross crime against humanity. But we should bear in mind, well, first of all, they weren't. But we should bear in mind that in many ways it's not appropriate for us in the 21st century to expect people in the 16th, 17th, and 18th century to have values that correspond to ours. Slavery was incredibly widespread, completely accepted, and to refuse to have slaves on moral grounds was something that was only when you get into the 18th and 19th century something that was looked upon with favor. Otherwise, it was considered simply part of European life. But once we acknowledge that fact that yes, so Jews did own slaves, their role in the slave trade is highly exaggerated, often by people with anti-Semitic intent. It was minuscule. Let's look at just one number, for example. In 1830, the American South had about 45,000 people who were slaveholders that held 20 or more slaves, right? 45,000 people in America South had 20 or more slaves. Of that population, 120 of them were Jewish, which is less than 1%, 0.3% precisely. So yes, there were Jewish slave owners, that you have to put it in proportion and within the cultural moment. If we look at larger slave owners, you see that 12,000 people in the American South owned 50 or more slaves, and in the Jewish population, the number was 20, or 0.2%. So this is the real story about Jewish involvement in the slave trade. The real, natural space for Jews historically with regards to Africans, and especially Jewish Africans, begins to be apparent after 1903. That's when there was a horrible pogrom in the city of Kishinev, and it received widespread attention in the Western press. Many Jews were completely enraged that a pogrom of this nature. Pogrom, by the way, is like it's a somewhat spontaneous, say semi-spontaneous attack on a Jewish civilian population uh, by a combination of sometimes people in arms, sometimes gangs of hoodlums, sometimes the local population rising up. It's sort of a generic Russian term used to represent that kind of attack on a civilian defensive population. So that particular pogrom in 1903 motivated a lot of American Jews to look beyond the narrow parochial nature of their Jewish concerns and to look to any other oppressed peoples. And of course, the greatest example that anyone could see in the United States of America were the Africans. So the NAACP was founded largely with very strong early Jewish organizational support. And this is just one of the many examples. This is really where Jews felt themselves at home over much of the 20th century. Another example of this would be Abel Meeropol, who was a poet who, after encountering the horrific cases of lynching in the American South, composed a poem that was later hauntedly rendered a strange fruit by Billie Holiday, which was able to capture the grotesque nature of the American cruelty to Africans in a way that was, in my humble opinion, uniquely Jewish, and in fact, even had a kind of prophetic voice too. We also have in the civil rights era, this is where Jews broadly wanted to join with their African neighbors in promoting their civil rights. The terrible story of three northern teenagers, or two northern teenagers in southern, who went down in the Freedom Summer to protest segregation in the South, and they were kidnapped and then murdered by the Klan. Two of them were Jews from the Northeast, Andrew Goodman and Michael Henry Schwerner, and they shared a grave with James Chaney. This is where the whole iconic image that Jews often have of their relationship to the black struggle for equality exists. And this is an iconic photo that I'm sure many of you must call to recognize. It shows Martin Luther King Jr. marching with his Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, a statement of solidarity that encompasses much of the civil rights era. This is kind of like the honeymoon period of Black-Jewish relations. Unfortunately, they went fairly downhill within a very short period of time. One of the other aspects of this, which unfortunately has some of these darker implications, I mentioned earlier the transatlantic slave trade. One of the great challenges for Africans is that they were cut off from all of their ancestral culture. Coming to these shores, they often had the religion of the oppressor, Christianity, imposed upon them. For some of them, the church was a refuge, and they were able to transform it into an institution that was able to express their desire for freedom, largely through re-envisioning the Exodus narrative for themselves. But for some others, they view the Jewish story of redemption from slavery in a much more pragmatic fashion. There are groups like the so-called Commandment Keepers, led by Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthew, who began to adopt a thesis that the Africans were in fact the descendants of the ancient Israelites. As I mentioned last week, they tend to prefer the term Israelite, which was associated with an earlier period in Jewish history, as opposed to the word Jew, which is more closely associated with the Persian period and especially the Roman period. But many of them argued that the Africans were in fact the true Israelites, and they had adopted from the late 19th and early 20th century a whole slew of movements and churches that were very syncretic in nature, adopting some elements of Judaism, sometimes some elements of Christianity, and sometimes even demanding conversion to membership, which is sort of like, for many groups, a litmus test of whether or not one actually is a Black Israelite, whether or not they went through something like the conversion process we described earlier. And these are, perfectly accepted religious views. In America, we try not to make value judgments regarding what other people believe. And in fact, as the great 19th century Jewish thinker Rabbi Rothschild used to say, you know, most people worry about other people's spirituality and their own materiality, when really what we should be doing is worrying about other people's materiality, and we should worry about, do other people have enough to eat? Do they have shelter? Do they have healthcare? Do they have things like that? And worrying about our own spirituality, like not worrying about what they think in terms of their religious values. Think about what they need on their table instead. So we have lots of these groups that are perfectly benign, and they go back over 100 years in American history. However, there is a much darker version that especially gains traction in the 1960s and after the Crown Heights riot in 1991. This is a period when, you know, the goals and ideals that were articulated in the civil rights movements of the 60s began to show some weakness as the slow pace of societal change began to exacerbate a lot of racist beliefs, both from African communities and from Jewish communities. And this exploded in a major riot in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, that was emblematic of kind of like the last break between, I should say the last break, but a very important break between two communities that lived then and now side by side in relative peace and harmony. But ever since then, there would be, and one of the groups or a series of groups that contributes to that venture are groups that the Southern Poverty Law Center identifies as radical Hebrew Israelites. This is not a specific church, but the name of a movement, as you can see in the text here, they're distinguished from other Black Israelite churches who do not espouse the dangerous beliefs. But radical Hebrew Israelites take the view that, okay, the Africans are actually the real Jews. So who are those other people who are claiming to be Jews? Those must be imposters who are usurping our identity, who have stolen our patrimony, stolen our heritage, and so on. And this movement has given cause to a certain amount of consternation and concern among many people, because it can sometimes become violent, and that's beyond the pale of what's really acceptable for a religious movement. If you spend any time at all on social media, you'll see people taking advantage of the current moment with certain celebrities saying outrageous things, to then go out and also say outrageous things and be captured on TikTok and things like that. And you know, if any of those people are watching right now, and I want to say, I know that a lot of you watch my YouTube lectures because I get plenty of hate mail from you. But just ask yourself before you say something like Hitler should have killed all of you. You know, what would your mother say about that? I've heard so many amazing things about the African American community and the power of its motherhood. Mothers have such a strong role in shaping the identity of their children. What would your mother say if you were to tell people Hitler should have killed all of you? Anyways, that's where we are in 2021. I just want to conclude by looking a little bit at the statistics for African Jews in the United States of America, and they are surprisingly, perhaps, numerous. This is the Pew Research Center's famous study of American Jews from 2020. And as you can see, depending on how you ask the question, at least 8% of Jews in America identify as Jews of color, either Hispanic, Black, Asian, or of a multiple race. If you change the question a little bit, that number can go up as high as 17%, which is really significant. And also, if you look at it broken out by age, here this chart shows you how they answer independently of how old they are. You can see that number is changing dramatically. Looking at folks who claim Hispanic, Black, Asian, or other race or multiracial, those 65 years in age and older, only 3% will identify like that. But those aged 18 to 29, 15% will identify as such. So in other words, the complexion, but the complexion of American Jewish society is changing. And, you know, we should, in my humble opinion, embrace the diversity, and learn to absorb the wisdom of the many peoples that come together to make up the Jewish people. With that, I want to thank you so much for your attention, and we've got a few minutes for questions.
I'm pleased to have all of you here today. We are celebrating a quite significant accomplishment here today. So Professor James Robinson of the University of Chicago, Harris School of Public Policy, and Department of Political Science celebrated for the Nobel in Economics, which was awarded very, very early this morning. We will begin with some remarks from university leaders and faculty, and then Professor Robinson, followed by a question and answer session for members of the media. To begin our program, I hope you join me in welcoming President Paul Albasados from the University of Chicago to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, and what a joy it is to be here with you today, James. My congratulations to you. What a special moment it is. And to acknowledge the importance and the special character of the research that you have done with others in such a beautiful way. It speaks to me very directly. We're just chatting about this, that I grew up in a society at the time that was under a dictatorship and where all the institutions were thwarted because of cronyism and other things like that, and just the feeling that nothing could advance. So James's research, I think it really lays bare how inclusive institutions really matter to the prosperity of the society in the deepest way. And so it's careful and thoughtful scholarship. We were just talking about how he has spent so much time both doing field work and teaching in Bolivia, Colombia, Haiti, Nigeria, and other places like that, where the power of his ideas is going to help transform those societies to the better. And so that's a beautiful thing, and we really celebrate it. It is in the very, very best tradition of University of Chicago scholarship that understands things very deeply, keeps a focus on the important things, and cares greatly about the betterment of the world around us. James, you are the 101st Nobel laureate associated with the University of Chicago, the 34th in the field of economics. So we're extremely proud of what you have done to add to this. I will say that I think we have other colleagues, esteemed colleagues here today who have been recognized in this way. I see Douglas Diamond is here. I see Lars Hansen is here. Perhaps there are others that have, are there others I've missed here today that I didn't see already? All right. Okay. So thank you all. We do want to thank you for bringing this distinction to the university, to the Harris School, to our political science colleagues here, and to just acknowledge what a wonderful thing it is for the deep work that you've done over a long period of time, carefully and thoughtfully. It's wonderful to see it recognized in this way. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ethan Bonner-Mesquita. I'm the Dean of the Public Policy School at the Harris School of Public Policy here at the university. It's a real honor and pleasure to join with the president and all of you to congratulate our colleague Jim Robinson on this extraordinary achievement, even if that means it's going to be impossible to get him to faculty meetings this month. Jim is a true intellectual, a scholar whose work is of such substantive depth and methodological breadth that it set the agenda in multiple academic fields. This is a prize that's going to be celebrated not just by economists, but political scientists, historians, ethnographers, anthropologists, Africanists, Latin Americanists. Not all of them will love the work, but they'll talk about it, and they're aware of it. Indeed, in violation of the spirit of the University of Chicago, because it's a celebratory day, I myself am going to forego any critiques. It's hard to think of a major question in politics or policy for which Jim's work is not kind of the first stopping point for anybody seeking a deeper understanding or answer. Indeed, although Jim's best known for the work on institutions and development, along with the worldwide bestsellers that were cited in the Nobel Prize report, I'm not making this up. Last week, I was talking with a group of Paris policy students, and I pointed to a nearly 25-year-old article of Jim and Daron's, his co-laureate, in the American Political Science Review as kind of the essential argument for understanding the politics underlying the recent dock workers strike. Jim's work is of extraordinary breadth in understanding what's going on in society. His research on institutions and the political determinants of societal thriving set the agenda for a generation of scholars who are seeking to understand how to create peace and prosperity where there was conflict and poverty. Collaborators' insight is an understanding of the crucial role of political institutions in fostering societal thriving. They argued that if those in power can seize wealth, then citizens are going to be disincentivized from investing or building. And therefore, political institutions that constrain leaders from expropriating wealth, more so than factors that have been previously pointed to, like geography or culture, are the key to understanding what makes a society wealthy, peaceful, and successful. Now, of course, it's one thing to have an idea. It's another thing entirely to convince anybody that it's true. And Jim and his colleagues were among the very first to point out, you can't simply compare countries with different institutions and different growth trajectories and conclude it was the institutions that did the work. Correlation, as we all know, is not causation. So to test these ideas, they devised ingenious empirical strategies to try and get at causality. Perhaps most celebrated, they explored the idea that the disease environment at the time of colonization set patterns of settlement in places where the disease environment was unpleasant. Colonists didn't want to settle there, and they set up sort of purely extractive, exploitative institutions and relationships with their colonies, whereas in places that were more hospitable, colonists moved and settled and built, and they brought with them inclusive political institutions which far outlasted the time of colonization itself. And it is therefore by sort of leveraging this difference in early disease environment that we can learn something about the long-lasting causal effect of institutions on economic growth. This was developed in a series of incredibly important papers and books, perhaps the most celebrated of which helps us understand a 500-year historical pattern of a reversal of fortune, whereby countries that were poor at the time in 1500 versus countries that were rich flipped as their institutions differed and set them on different growth trajectories. In his work, I cannot overstate the way in which it changed the intellectual agenda in the study of politics and economics. A generation of scholars were influenced by that work. And it's work whose impact extends well beyond the academy, from the United Nations to the World Bank to the halls of power all over the world. Leaders draw on Jim's insights as they seek to transform their societies for the better. Let me just add that this is also really a moment of great joy for the Harris School and our community. Since its founding, a core belief at the Harris School is that if one is serious about understanding policy, one has to be serious about understanding politics. And if one is serious about shaping policy, one has to be serious about shaping the political environment. To this end, we have built what we like to think is the world's most thriving collection of scholars dedicated to studying the intersection of politics and policy. And there's no one whose work more exemplifies that vision than Jim Robinson's. Jim's not just an extraordinary scholar and colleague. He's been a teacher, a mentor, and an inspiration to so many of us. Without commenting on relative age, let me just say for my own part, some of the earliest work that this prize honors was being published at the very start of my own career. And I took it as a model of the kind of scholarship that I and everyone in my generation of scholars aim to do. Work that grapples with the most fundamental questions while treating theory, evidence, history, and the real world with the utmost seriousness. It's a true inspiration.
It's wonderful to see Jim's work recognized in this way. I can't think of anyone more deserving. Congratulations.
Thank you. I thought Ethan was going to talk about the paper where we claimed there was a unique Markov perfect equilibrium. It turned out there was a mixed strategy equilibrium as well that we hadn't characterized, but luckily he didn't mention that. Okay, thanks very much. It's been a rather surreal out of body experience so far today, and I expect that's going to carry on. So I'd just like to thank the president and Ethan for his very generous remarks, and just to say, obviously I'm just super happy. I think he was telling me this is a very University of Chicago awards, and I agree with that. I've loved it every second since I've been here for the last 8.5 years. I've felt a kind of intellectual home at the university and in the Harris School within the Department of Political Science, and I find the intellectual atmosphere so exciting and rewarding, and I really appreciate the way the university had kind of believed in me and got me to come here, and it's been great. And what's happened to the Harris School has been great. I don't know where to start talking. I probably shouldn't say anything. I'd just like to thank Daron and Simon and I. We've been working together for 30 years almost. Daron and I met in March 1992 when I gave a job talk at the London School of Economics, and he was a PhD student. He sat, I can still see his face, he sat in the front row and kind of objected to almost everything I said. It's like, no, if you change assumption 2, that would never go through that result. It's like, who is this guy? He's so annoying. Then we went out to dinner at this Indian restaurant in Covent Garden with the search committee, and he was the star student. And we sat next to each other and started talking. And as we left the old St. Clement's building from the London School of Economics, which was now demolished, he turned around and looked at me and said, "Have you read this paper by Northern Weingast?" Which is a very famous paper. And, in some sense, we've been researching that topic ever since. And I just, I would never have achieved anything without those two. So there's lots of other people I can thank as well. Mostly my wife, who has to cope with most things, and who's experienced so much of this together. And my thesis advisor, Truman Bewley, who I've realized, he was the first person I texted this morning, who I realized, it's funny how these things take time for you to realize, but I realized how much of my kind of attitude towards social science and research I kind of got from being Truman's student. So anyway, I won't say anything else. There's lots to say, but thank you all for coming, and it's a very special day. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Robinson. And I would like to invite our other 2 speakers up to the stage, if you would, please. I do want you guys. Otherwise, there's 2 empty seats. Nobody would drink the water. And what we would like to do is just open up to the media to ask questions, and we'll take about 15 minutes to do so. And then if we do want to spend a few minutes afterwards doing some photos, we can do that as well. So please, if you do have a question, please hands up, and we'll be glad to get going. Yes, sir. Or ma'am.
Disbelief, I think. I thought I was sleeping with my phone off, so my wife woke me up and said, "You have to get up. You have to get up." I said, "What for?" She said, "You won the Nobel Prize." I thought she was kidding. So I think there's so much fantastic research in social science, in economics, and political science. I'm actually in the political science department, so we should. There's so many fantastic scholars and so much fantastic research. You could think of hundreds of people who should get the Nobel Prize. So I never really thought about it very much, but I was surprised and of course delighted in a bemused way. Yes.
I will do that. Thank you. Any other questions?
And you shared with me earlier how there were some moments where you first realized that methods would be needed for you to make your discoveries and so on. I mean, just say a little bit about some of the moments when the research really advanced and what that was like for you.
Well, I think when we started working, on these problems that we got the Nobel Prize for. Daron and I, Daron grew up in Istanbul, and my father was a sort of itinerant engineer who spent most of his life working overseas. So I lived overseas when I was young. So we were very interested in these problems, but we found it very difficult to sort of approach them because we had all these intuitions, but the intuitions didn't sort of coincide with the way people studied the problems. So I think we had to find a kind of entry point in some sense. And we both of us read when we were undergraduates, Douglas North and Robert Horse's book, The Rise of the Western World, which was about the kind of institutional transformation that created the Industrial Revolution and this sort of so-called phenomenon of the Great Divergence. So we, both of us, had independently read that book, and I just mentioned how we first started talking about Douglas North's work the 2 hours after we first met, and so. But how do you approach that? How do you measure these things, and how do you? So we started working on that. We started reading a lot of history and sort of thinking about how to approach it, and we started putting data together. But it has all of these problems that Ethan talked about in terms of how do you know what's causing what, and what's the sort of forcing variable here, there we were very fortunate because Daron was, so we had all this data and we started working with Simon, and one of Daron's colleagues, also the now Nobel laureate Josh Angrist, Josh sort of understood most of these things before anybody else in the economics profession, how you dealt with these issues of kind of causal inference. And so Daron started co-teaching labor economics at MIT with Josh. So, none of us had any idea how to conduct an empirical study, in fact. So then I remember we were talking on the telephone, and I was like talking about how we were going to analyze the data. I was like, no, I know how we're going to. I know how we're going to do it. I was like, what? Yeah, I know. Angrist, he's the guy who does. So we were able to kind of use a lot of techniques from labor economics and kind of other parts of economics, and to kind of import them into studying these issues of comparative development, which turned out to be very powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Excellent. I think I saw a hand that went up a little bit earlier up there. Yes, please. The question is, what area do you hope your research is going to have an impact in society?
Yeah, I mean that's a big question. Like we have a complicated view of the world in the sense that, I'm not someone who thinks that economists have a kind of cure for everything, or they have some silver bullet, or we just bring some evidence to the table and everyone is going to wake up, and my experience working in developing countries and in the global south is that people are usually much more aware of the problems than Western academics are, and so their problem is, how to cooperate, how to kind of find a way of collaborating and trying to change their own societies, how to build a project to build a different Nigeria or a different Colombia. And so I think maybe ideas are important in terms of people, levers, and giving people ways to think about the problems in their society. So I think that's the way I think about this, more than like I have some estimates, and now I know that beta is 3.2, that's going to change your life. That's not the way we think about the world. And that's why I became a political scientist. I'm not just an economist, I'm a political scientist too, because then the world starts getting much more complicated when you think about the politics. But for us, that's the challenge in creating prosperity out of poverty.
Good question. Thank you. Other questions from the audience, please. Maybe I can ask the question that, how do you plan on celebrating? What are your plans?
I said, how do we plan? There's an event at 3:30 in the office. I think some former PhD students of mine who are in the city will be coming over this evening, but we don't have a. They're also organising a conference for my 65th birthday next February, so that may escalate in scale. I suspect. I suspect.
Any final questions, please? I see a hand up there. The question was, what makes your partnership with your colleagues as impactful and powerful as it has been?
I think we all get on very well at a personal level. They're all my best friends, and I think we're good at doing different things. Also, like we're good at different things, and we all have our strengths, and we kind of recognize that. So it makes it very easy to sort of divide tasks. And in terms of young scholars, I try to emphasize this when I teach. But although the methodology is very important, for me, what really matters is like the question. It's like, what's the question? Is that interesting? Is that an important question? And the methodology is great, but the way you do social science is you come up with a question that you're passionate about, and then you answer it with the best methodology you can put your hands on. So I think that's really the way to do it. And I think if you look at all our work, that's how we started. And questions come from kind of everywhere, from reading books and from immersion in other areas and within social science. And so I think that's we've always been like that. The three of us, we all thought the same way. When I was a PhD student at Yale, there were sort of things I knew how to do. Like here's what I learned in this class. Here's what a result looks like. This is what a research. And then there were all these other things that I was interested in, and there was almost no kind of intersection between those two things. And then when Daron and I met, we had exactly the same impulse. Like he thought in exactly the same way as that, and we were like, okay, well, so we better get on bringing them together. Like, what are we waiting for? Like we have time. And that's another thing, which is, it took. We started working together 30 years ago. 32 years ago, Daron and I started discussing ideas, and then Simon came on board a bit later. But I think it's that length, that kind of arc, which I find very fulfilling. You've been working at it a long time, and we still have some things to say, I think. I hope.
More to come. Please.
Yeah, it's not just them. I think I've been extremely fortunate. I've been helped many times by people who've, believed in me, I have to say, even when I probably didn't believe in myself. So I think that's been great. I can start listing people's names, but that would be boring. But they know who they are. So I think I just think in terms of trying to find a research question and trying to for me, I think you have to try to understand it from the perspective of who you're trying to study. In the sense that one of the things for me, which was an enormous kind of stumbling block intellectually, was that I realized that a lot of the social science that I learned, that I kind of took for granted as the sort of framework for thinking of the world, sometimes was a product of particular histories or particular epochs in kind of Western, development, with generalizations about the world. Marxism might be a great example. Marx was a very brilliant man and he came up with a theory, but it was a theory based on what he observed in 19th century Western Europe. But the rest of the world isn't like that. So if I take a theory, whose elements are kind of built on that very specific historical trajectory, and I move to Africa with it, or China, or India, or whatever, I could try to force everything, into where's the proletariat, or I could try to see the society on its own terms and try to think about the society on its own terms. I think humans are the same all over the world. My experience, my friends in Africa have the same. They'd like access to what I have had in my life, to schools, to opportunities, to travel, to whatever. So there's we all share this history on the planet, human beings, but human beings have built very different societies in different parts of the world. And I would say the first thing is to think about it like that, and think about a question that's relevant to those people, and to their context and to their aspirations. And I think, as I said to this other question, for me it's really about the question, trying to find the right kind of question. Then you worry about research design.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Anything else, Ethan, that you'd like to share? Plans for the department?
We're going to keep doing, Jim's going to be back at work this afternoon. So we're going to keep building around this.
I have a lecture to make up.
Yeah, he's missing a class. We're couldn't be happier. Just amazing news.
Well, congratulations again. And maybe if you two can stay up here for a few minutes, we can take some questions to come up individually, or to take some photos as well. Thank you all for joining, coming in person. Thanks to those that have turned into the webcast. Have a great day. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Tillsammans välkommen till Kungliga Vetenskapsakademin och den här presskonferensen. Vi ska presentera Sveriges riksbanks pris i ekonomisk vetenskap till Alfred Nobels vinnare. Welcome to this press conference when we will present the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences Prize, Sveriges riksbanks prize in economic sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel. We will keep our tradition and we'll start the presentation in Swedish and then continue in English. And we are of course welcome questions in either language later on. Jag heter Hans Elgren och är ställföreträdare vid Kungliga Vetenskapsakademin. Till höger om mig sitter professor Jakob Svensson, ordförande för priskommittén för Sveriges riksbanks pris i ekonomisk vetenskap till Alfred Nobels. Och till vänster om mig sitter professor Jan Theorell, ledamot i priskommittén och expert i ämnet. My name is Hans Elgren. I'm the Secretary General of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. And to my right is Professor Jakob Svensson, Chair of the Prize Committee for the Sveriges Riksbanks Prize in Economic Sciences, in memory of Alfred Nobel. And to my left, Professor Jan Theorell, member of the Prize Committee and an expert in this field. Årets pris handlar om att förstå skillnader i välstånd mellan länder. This year's prize is about understanding differences in prosperity between nations. Kungliga Vetenskapsakademin har beslutat att utdela Sveriges riksbanks pris i ekonomisk vetenskap till Alfred Nobels minne 2024 till Darren Ashimoglu, MIT, Cambridge, USA, Simon Johnson, MIT, Cambridge, USA och James Robinson, University of Chicago, USA. För studier av hur institutioner formas och påverkar välstånd. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences has decided to award Sveriges riksbanks prize in economic sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel for 2024 to Darren Ashimoglu, MIT, Cambridge, USA, Simon Johnson, MIT, Cambridge, USA, and James Robinson, University of Chicago, USA, for studies of how institutions of form and effects perspective. Professor Jacob Svensson will now give us a short summary. Please start.
Global inequality is largely driven by differences in average income across countries. But why are some countries poor while others prosper? And why are the gaps between poor and rich states and nations so persistent? These are not new questions, but they are among the most urgent in the social sciences. And addressing them is extremely challenging. This year's laureates have pioneered new approaches, both empirical and theoretical, that have significantly advanced our understanding of global issues. On the empirical side, their work has greatly enhanced the study of the causal effects of institution on prosperity. In so doing, they have identified the historical roots of the weak institutional environments that characterize many low-income countries. On the theoretical side, their research explains why extractive economic institutions and dictatorships often persist, even though reforming them would benefit most. It also outlines conditions under which institutions are likely to change. Reducing the huge differences in income between countries is one of our time's greatest challenges. Thanks to Daron Acemoglu, Simon Johnson, and James Robinson's groundbreaking research, we have a much deeper understanding of the root causes of why countries fail or succeed.
Thank you, Jacob. Professor Thierry, are you ready to give us more details about the prize? Thank you very much. Today, the 20% richest countries of the world are about 30 times richer than the poorest. And this income gap is quite persistent. So although the poorer countries are of course becoming richer, they're not closing the gap. So why is this the case? Acemoglu, Johnson, and Rothschild have shown that a large part of this income gap is due to differences in economic and political institutions in society. And they depart from a very broad definition of institutions as the rules of the game in society, structuring the incentives in human exchange. More precisely, they make a distinction between, on the one hand, inclusive institutions, such as broadly protected property rights and democracy, and on the other, extractive institutions, which more implies large risks of expropriation and autonomy. And what they have demonstrated is that inclusive institutions are good for growth and not wrong prosperity, whereas extractive institutions do poverty. How do you provide evidence for that kind of claim? This is really difficult task. To begin with, large many factors both affect what societal institutions you have and whether you get prosperity. And to control for all this in a single study is close to impossible. It's also the case that many things that you might think are a cause of prosperity can actually be a consequence, making it even more difficult. And these empirical challenges aside, you also need a really good theory to understand what institutions are, how they persist, and why they sometimes change. Empirically, the laureates met these challenges by studying a huge intervention in human history, the colonization
of large parts of the world by the Europeans, starting in the 16th century. What they showed was that as a result of colonization, there were huge differences in economic and political institutions that arose in the colonized parts of the world. Largely due to how many Europeans actually settled in the colonies. So the more settlers you had, the more you had to establish institutions that were good for investment. By very creatively using data on mortality rates of soldiers, bishops, sailors stationed in these colonies, the laureates were able to show that one of the things that largely impacted on how many settlers actually settled was the disease environment. So the lower settler mortality, the more Europeans actually settled, and the more inclusive institutions they established for the benefit of the settlers. But the more deadlier diseases there were in the colonies, such as malaria or yellow fever, the fewer Europeans actually settled. And that meant that the Europeans either took over or established extractive institutions for the benefit of the narrow elite at the expense of the wider population. And this led then to this long-run effect of austerity. Another thing the laureates showed was that as a result of colonization, there was a reversal of fortune. And this graph illustrates this reversal. So what you have here on the x-axis is a measure of prosperity before colonization, year of 1500, it's urbanization. And on the y-axis, we have a measure of the same around the time that they did this study, that is in the mid-1990s, GDP per capita. And what you can see here is that countries that were richer before colonization, this is right here, have now become relatively poorer. Whereas countries that were poorer at the time of colonization have now become relatively richer. And this, again, is in large part due to the inclusive institutions that the settlers established in this then formerly country. Taking a step back, in order to understand this, the laureates not only had to make an empirical contribution, but also a theoretical. Because if you think about it, and if you're ruled over a poor country, why don't you just take the institutions that you know are good for growth? Growth for everyone. Why don't you just introduce these institutions instead of extracting them? To answer this question, the laureates developed a series of theoretical models. And these models center around the conflict between the rich elite, ruling elite, and the poor masses, and a problem of credibility between those groups. So to simplify things, the elite, here represented by the king in his power, could, for example, promise economic reforms. They could promise more protected property rights for the people. But this promise is not credible as long as the king or the elite remains in power, that is, as long as they don't change the political situation. Because as long as they don't do that, who knows that the rich could just steal back from whatever assets they have in the future. So this promise, or the economic reforms, are not credible, and this also means that the countries with extractive institutions get trapped in a situation with the rich elite and poor masses. And this is called the commitment problem in this literature. This commitment problem, interestingly, is also part of the explanation for why institutions sometimes do change. One of the things that ordinary people have, also in non-democratic settings, although they lack formal political power, is the power to mobilize. So what the ordinary people can do is threaten with a revolution. This could, but does not have to be violent. Under such a threat, the elites in these countries face a difficult dilemma. They would like to cling on to power, so the king in his tower there, he would again start promising economic reforms to make peace with the people. But these promises are not credible. Because again, the people know that as soon as the situation calms down, the elites can just swiftly turn back to the old system. Under this situation, the only option for the elite to actually be to hand over power and introduce it is here represented by the king handing over the crown to the ordinary people. So, to sum up, Acemoglu, Johnson, and Rothschild both made an empirical and a theoretical contribution that has hugely impacted on native research in these fields. On the theoretical side, they have given us much better understanding of how institutions are formed, that is, how they why they persist, and under what circumstances they sometimes change. And on the empirical side, they have shown this huge impact of institutions on prosperity. And although they don't provide any simple recipes or have any concrete policy proposals, this of course also has huge societal impacts. To just mention one, their insights show us that work on promoting democracy or inclusive institutions is an important way forward for promoting economic development and closing the relations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tirel. I believe we might have Professor Daron Acemoglu online here. Are you with us, Professor Acemoglu?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, and please accept our warmest congratulations.
Thank you. I am delighted with the real shock and amazing news. Thank you.
Yeah. So you feel okay right now?
I am completely fine, yes.
Here at the press conference, I believe we have many interested journalists, both from Sweden and from the international press. Would you be ready to take some questions from them?
Of course, I would be delighted.
Okay. Would like to start? Yes, please.
Hello, this is Robin from the Polish Television. Professor, well, thank you. I'm wondering to ask because, at first glance, you can see the results of your work and your research as a simple recommendation that democracy means economic growth. Is it really that simple? And how in that regard would you explain countries like China who are not democracies, yet they have experienced a tremendous economic growth as Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I think broadly speaking, the work that we have done favors democracy. And in one of the work that I have done with Restoration Review and James Robinson, we specifically looked at the democracy problem as well, and find that countries that democratize starting from non-democratic regimes do ultimately grow in about 8 to 9 years faster than non-democratic regimes, and it's a substantial gain. But democracy is not a panacea. Introducing democracy is very hard. When you introduce elections, that sometimes creates conflict, and in particular, in already polarized societies, elections can lead to short-lived outcomes that are sometimes not democratic in nature, in the sense that some parties give power and in an authoritarian way implement things. And there are pathways by which non-democratic countries can actually grow. This is something that James Robinson and I have emphasized a lot in our book, Why Nations Fail, but we call it attractive growth. Countries can put resources rapidly, all that resources for their existing factors, existing first, and that can lead to a pickup in growth. But our argument has been that this sort of authoritarian growth is often more unstable and doesn't generally lead to very rapid and original innovation. Of course, China is a bit of a challenge because it has recently started pouring a lot of investment and other resources into sectors such as AI. But I think my perspective is generally that these authoritarian regimes work
questions? Maybe I can ask a question. What was your personal reaction when they reached you on phone?
I was surprised and shocked. I said, the coincidence in the sense that I'm in Athens right now, so it's not 5 o'clock in the morning for me. It's 1 hour ahead of your time, so it was easier to assume that it might have been if I was in my usual place.
So you are in Athens now?
Yeah, I'm in Athens, Greece, correct.
Yes, please.
Professor Ashamolu, my name is Marcus Carlson-Borrell. I'm from the Swedish broadcaster Sweden 4. I was just wondering if you could explain to a layperson very, very simply what your research is about and what you have achieved through your research.
Well, I think the Wikipedia gave you a better story than I can, but I think the most broad framing of some of the research that cited there is we try to trace the roots of certain institutional trajectories to the colonial past. And rather than asking whether colonialism is good or bad, we know that different colonial strategies have led to different institutional patterns that have persisted over time. And then we trace those institutional choices that Europeans have made, a variety of factors, but quite importantly, these environments that determine whether Europeans settle, what types of colonization, resources they grew in, and what kind of strategies they adopted. And those persistent effects led to real institutional divergence throughout the last 500 years. And then we are able to trace out some of the consequences of these institutional historical outcomes.
Thanks very much for that, Marcus.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, your name has been in the mix quite a lot throughout recent years when it comes to the economics prize. Were you doubting that this prize would come?
You never expect something like this. I think that on the other side, when you go to school, you dream of becoming a gentleman, but not a president of the team. So, you dream of having a good career, but this is over and on top of that. So it's a great surprise and honor.
Okay, this seems to be the last question from the press for you, Professor Ashamolu.
Thank you.
Or was it one more? Yeah, sorry, one more, please. It's actually there in the back.
Thank you. Congratulations, Professor. Paul Rees from English. Could you just sort of clarify again, in terms of the before and after state, why colonialism is such a good test for this?
Well, I think it's not that there is anything in the nature of colonialism that makes it so a good test. But what colonialism did was it transformed the institutions, the organization of many societies around the world, starting sometime around 1600. And these were both different outcomes within the colonial world, and because they were so deeply affecting the organization of these societies, they had very specific effects. So it's something to us. Colonialism is interesting in and of itself. It's one of the most significant things, but it was also a natural experiment that divided the world into very different areas.
Some more. Yeah, please.
Yes, hello. This is coming up from the Swedish Daily Dagens Nyheter. Congratulations, Professor Rabbi.
Thank you.
Can you comment on how you assess the current quality and current trajectory of institutions in the world? If you look at your current home country, the United States, or other countries in the world right now?
Well, I think this is actually another topic that I'm researching. It's fascinating but worrying. If you look at data that international organizations such as Freedom House, WeDem, or others collect, they see that institutions everywhere, including in the United States, including some European countries, and in many parts of the emerging world are getting weaker. If you look at the data from surveys that ask people their views about authoritarianism, dictatorship, democracy, and so on, you see that this support for democracy among the population is at an all-time low. So that suggests that despite the potential for democracy to spearhead rapid growth and consensus around difficult services, we are not probably achieving that full potential. And in fact, my evidence also suggests that democracy, particularly under when the population thinks that they under-deliver, they don't rise up to their promises in terms of providing good governance, control corruption, limiting inequality, creation of authority, and commercial prosperity, and so on. So I think this is a time when democracies are going through a rough patch, and it is in some sense quite crucial that they reclaim the high ground of better governance, cleaner governance, and delivering sort of the promise of democracy to a broad range of people.
Now I don't have questions. Again, thank you very much, Professor Shimoglu, and again, Wellness Communications. We look forward to see you here in Stockholm in December for the Nobel Prize. So
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so let's move on. If there are questions about the prize in economic sciences or the research involved to the committee, you can ask questions in Swedish or in English. Please. I see no questions. But anyway, end here. Thank you for attending and look forward to see you then when we have press conferences in December with the board's present. Thank you. Välkommen till Problemvetenskapsakademien. Den här presskonferensen vi ska presentera Sveriges riksbankspris om vetenskap vid Alfred Welcome to this press conference on the group Sveriges Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences Prize. Sveriges riksbankspris in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred. We will keep our tradition and teach in Swedish and then speaking in English. First welcome. Questions in either language. Later on, secondary studies in the other remains in the professor of Rothschild further for Sveriges riksbankspris as well. Yes. Det är också amazing that professor Jan today My name is Hans Ekelund. Secretary General of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. And to my right is Professor Jan Svensson, Chair of the Prize Committee for the Sveriges riksbankspris in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred. My left, President Jan Gillen, member of the Prize Committee, and expert in this field. Årets pris handlar om att förstå skillnaden i välstånd mellan länder. This year's prize is about understanding differences in prosperity between nations. Vetenskapsakademin har beslutat att Sveriges riksbankspris i ekonomisk vetenskap i Alfred 1924 till Aaron Asimov, MIT, Cambridge, USA, Simon Johnson, MIT, Cambridge, USA, och James Robinson, University of Chicago, USA. För studier av hur institutioner formas och påverkar verksamhet. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences have decided to award Sveriges Riksbanks prize in economic sciences in memory of our 2024 to Aaron Asimov, MIT, Cambridge, USA, Simon Johnson, MIT, Cambridge, USA, and James Robinson, University of Chicago, USA, for studies on how institutions are formed and effect perspective. Professor Jakob Svensson vill ha med nästa års.
Global equality is largely driven by differences in average income across countries. Or why are some countries poor while others prosper? And why are the gaps between poor and rich nations so persistent? These are not new questions, but they are normal started in the social science. And addressing them is extremely challenging. This year's laureates have pioneered new approaches, both empirical and theoretical, and have significantly advanced our understanding of global change. On the empirical side, their work has greatly enhanced the study of the causal effects of institutional on prosperity. It's so doing that countries change. On the theoretical side, their research explains why extractive economic institutions and dictatorships often persist, even though reforming them would benefit them. It also outlines conditions under which institutions are likely to change. Reducing the huge differences in income between countries is one of our time's greatest challenges. Thanks to Rothschild, Simon Johnson, and James Robinson's groundbreaking research, we have got a deeper understanding of the root causes of why countries fail.
You're welcome, Professor Theoret. Are you ready to give us more details about the prize? Today, the 20% richest countries were about 30 times richer than the poorest. And this income gap is quite persistent. So although the poorer countries are of course becoming richer, they're not progressing enough. Why is this the case? Asimov, Johnson, and Robinson have shown that the large part of this income gap is due to differences in economic and political institutions in society. And they did work from a very broad definition of institutions as the rules of the game in society, structuring incentives. And precisely, they make a distinction between, on the one hand, inclusive institutions, such as broadly protected property rights, democracy, and on the other, extractive institutions, which work by large risks of prosperity, whereas extractive institutions provide evidence for that claim. This is really difficult things. To begin with, large manufacturers both affect what societal institutions you have and whether you get prosperity. And to control for all this in a single study is mostly possible. It's also the case that many things that you might think are causes of prosperity can actually be consequences that you can even work. And these empirical challenges aside, you also need a really good feel to to understand how institutions are, how they persist, and why something's changed. Empirically, the Laureates met these challenges by studying the huge intervention in human history. Colonization of large parts of the world by Europeans starting in the 16th century. What they showed was that as a result of colonization, there were huge differences, economic and political institutions that arose in the colonized world. Largely due to how many Europeans actually settled. So the more settlers you have, the more you have to establish institutions that would good for investment. By very creatively using data on mortality rates, soldiers, bishops, sailors stationed in these colonies, the Laureates were able to show that one of the things that Laureate impacted on how many settlers actually settled was the distance of life. So the lower settler mortality, the more Europeans actually settled, and the more inclusive institutions they established for benefit. But the more deadlier diseases there were in the colonies, such as malaria or yellow fever, the fewer Europeans actually settled. And that meant that the Europeans either took over or established extractive institutions for the benefit of humanity at the expense of the land. This led to examples. Another thing the Laureates showed was that as a result of colonization, there was a reversal of fortune. And this graph illustrates this reversal. So what you have here on the x-axis is the measure of prosperity before colonization, year of colonization. And on the y-axis, you have a measure of the same around the time of the day. And what you can see here is that countries that were richer before colonization, to the right here, have now become relatively poor. Whereas countries that were poorer at the time of colonization have now become relatively richer. This, again, in large parts, due to the inclusive institutions that the settlers established. Taking a step back, in order to understand this, the Laureates not only have to make an empirical contribution, but also theoretical. Because if you think about it, and if you look at a poor country, why don't you just take the institutions that you know are good? Why don't you do best forever? Why don't you just introduce these institutions? To answer this question, the Laureates developed a series of game theory. And these models center around the conflict between the rich elite, ruling elite, and the poor masses, and credibility between those groups. So to simplify things, the elite, here represented by the king in his power, could, for example, promise economic reforms. They could promise more protected property rights. This promise is not credible as long as the king or the elite remains in power. That is, as long as they don't change the political institutions. Because as long as they don't do that, the poor knows that the rich can just steal back whatever assets they have in the future. So this promise or the economic reforms are not credible. And this also means that the countries with extractive institutions attract this attention, which leads. And this is called the commitment. This commitment problem, interestingly, is also part of the explanation for why institutions sometimes do change. One of the things that ordinary people, also with non-democratic have to be like. Under such a threat, the elites in these countries of faith are difficult, but they would like to cling on to power. But the king is not a tower there. He would again start promising economic reforms to make peace. But these promises are not helping. Because again, the people know that as soon as the situation calms down, it's just swiftly turn back to the office. Under this situation, the only option for the leader actually to hand over power and choose be represented by the So, to sum up, Archibald comes from Robinson. Both made an empirical and theoretical contribution that has essentially impacted data research. The theoretical side gives us much better understanding of how institutions are formed, how they why they persist, under what circumstances they come to change. On the empirical side, the question is huge impact. Although they don't provide any secret recipes and complete policy proposals, this of course also has huge societal impact. To just mention one, their insights show us that working for modern democracy, more inclusive institutions, is an important way forward for economic development, inclusive. Thank you, Professor Tigran. I believe in my that Professor Daron Ashimov on here. Are you with us, Professor Ashimov?
Yes, yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Please accept our warmest congratulations.
Thank you. I am delighted that there is a shot and amazing news. Thank you.
Yeah. So you feel okay right now?
I am completely fine.
Here at the press conference, I believe we have many interested journalists both from Sweden and from the conference. We're ready to take some questions from them.
Of course, I will be delighted.
Yes, please. This not related to the study. Professor,
Thank you.
Well, really important to ask because at first glance you could see the results of your music as a simple basic that democracy means growth. It's really that simple, and that's what we explain countries like China do not for the democracies in the habits.
Thank you very much.